in Tehran for the past several days. People chanting against Arabchi, the foreign minister, and Mohammed Ghalibaf. And it's one reason is they feel Palestine has been left out, and another reason is they don't trust the United States, and why should they?
Oh, the man himself, Alan Keating, is here. Now, Alan, earlier in the show, I talked about certain streaks in sports. Joe DiMaggio, Cal Ripken Jr., The Undertaker, and you and Stanley Tang as being the only people that have played in all $4 million games. How does that make you feel to be in such an illustrious group?
Well, I'm just thankful to be involved. I mean, it's a pleasure to be here.
So, over the past couple of weeks, we've seen that you've been playing some tournaments. You've really been dabbling into the content media personality game. And I heard you say on the WSOP stream you like that, and you're trying to get more into that. Tell the fans at home what you mean by that and what your future goals are off the table.
I'm just a fan of poker in every form. You know, commentating is super fun, engaging with everyone in the chat, and usually a friend in the booth. It's just a fun thing to do. So I've commentated maybe a couple times, but today I'm here to play.
I don't like to do that on the camera, actually. Like it's too degenerate on the camera. I can we can play
two calls
or what on there, but like doing it on the
top here for Keating.
even for myself. No, but because you are like disrespecting people too much. You understand what I'm saying?
I actually
Like I think for me like even $1,000 is a lot of money, and for some people as well. And if you're shooting for 3 minutes,
No reason for Texas Mike not to pile in more money.
such a gentleman and polite guy.
Of course.
Right, Erika? Erika, do you know even like bigger gentlemen than myself now?
At 3/4 suited back.
There's a call Keating, so 458,000 in there and a 10 on the river. Big opportunity for Keating. Texas Mike continues value betting. His aces have been cracked. 275,000. About half of Keating's remaining chips. See if he wants to send the rest of them in. Easy to say he should when we see what Texas Mike has, but Keating does lose to some stuff here. And Texas Mike is not automatically just going to pay him off anymore with just ace queen or some other one pair hand.
No, but like you were running like a franchise. It's easy to play.
We've seen today that
But lowest I know for sure. Lowest VPA.
this is a different Texas Mike than we saw.
Sorry, Alan, I didn't see it before. No,
I've been in
A couple of years ago.
I didn't.
Pointing it out doesn't hurt.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the either. I think I'm the best.
There's the call. Almost exactly $1 million pot. Heads over to Mr. Keating.
That's bad. Yeah.
Unlucky river for Texas Mike.
You didn't enjoy that much, but I did.
Is he the most famous Brazilian?
Hmm?
He's number one Brazil poker player.
Second.
Who's one?
Joao.
Neymar.
Neymar.
Joao. Wasn't he Portugal?
King Queen suited in pocket tens in the mix, and ace king for Martin.
There you go, Nicole.
Some real hands out there. Peter is kind of setting a trap with pocket tens.
We ready? 300,000.
300K, a gigantic 3-bet. Could this be the big pot we've been waiting for? Martin certainly seems to want that to happen with this enormous sizing. And Keating shoves 1.34 million.
Why is that a triangle? It's always up there so big. I don't like it.
Peter's in a weird spot. Just called it open with pocket tens, hoping for some action perhaps. He gets maybe more than he bargained for. Peter is very stuck tonight. Knows that Keating is quite live generally, but is he live in this spot? Well, the answer is yes, but we have not seen a lot of pre-flop shoves for 1.35 million tonight.
How much is it about?
Peter does part with pocket tens. And Martin's not folding here.
1.5 or 1.2? I need a rough play.
There's 1, 2 right there.
Sorry?
1, 3.
Yep.
1, 3, 40.
Just 1, 3 something, yeah?
Yep.
Good luck, Ellen. What do you have?
There's the call.
I got a draw.
What do you have?
2.8 million.
Ellen.
I got a draw.
We need to open the cards. That's the rule here.
Martin's going to show his hand. It's not what Keating wants to see.
What do you want to do? Minimum. Go on.
Now he's being a good sport about this.
Okay. Ace. Not like that! Is this real life? Ace on the river, guarantee. Is there any ace left? Dominic, put it on the turn, okay? I don't want to sweat my ass. Dominic! This is so incredible. Oh, I was thinking it's no side. I'm so excited. Ace of clubs, and we can be friends again, okay? Ace of
2
clubs.
outs for
For the good
Martin
guy.
Cabral on the second run out.
Mikey, you're rooting for Ace of Clubs? Be honest, yes or no? Hey, man, this is so embarrassment. Hey! So close.
So Keating will get some money back.
I already congratulate you. It's better. You achieved more than you deserve.
That was true before this.
No, Mikey.
Okay.
I did it for him. You know, normally I do only one time. But for Alan, I make exception.
We are running it 3
But
times. 2
actually
queens
now,
are dead.
It's good. Whatever happens is good for the. To work would be so boring. Oh, this is actually super boring. Can you do like some interesting cards on the show?
That's terrible.
Dominic, I'm already like, ugh. I already feel I lost a lot of money actually. I mean, like, is this real life?
1 out for Keating. 1 queen left in the deck.
This guy is like, his rates are on today. Only queen.
That's not it. So Martin is going to win 2/3 of the biggest pot of the night.
In the most complicated way, for which I apologize. I hate it to run.
$2.8 million pot.
For So put the chips in the pot. I think we need to do that. No, just put the
And
chips. I wanna make
Mark
it like-
Cabral is going to profit $500,000.
Just put all the money. Oh, yes,
Peter.
That's suspicious, actually.
I don't know what makes you
Three
think that.
calls. Santos just calling with
I
the
mean,
ace
like,
set
I
suited.
thought you would squeeze a lot.
180 to go.
Yeah, 180 to go or something.
180.
And sure enough, an ace in the window. And Santos is coolering Alan Keating. Both players with trips. Peter's going to fire out a C-bet as well. So a real opportunity for Santos. And Alan Keating's frustrating night is perhaps about to get even worse.
Alan. Alan. Alan or Alan? Alan, yeah.
I'm hearing the same thing.
Sorry? Or Alan. Same thing. Please.
Raise from Keating. Santos calls, which has to be a little bit alarming for Keating.
Sounds great to me.
It's like
Peter's in there also.
it's Alan. I like
And
everything.
two cards below
Alan,
the
Alan.
nine, so the
I like your watch.
10 and 9 kickers do play.
I like your smile. I like you splashing the pot with the, what is it even? 170?
Keating
Not even 200.
does keep firing.
He's almost same as like myself. Eric, can you agree?
Has to be a little bit concerned that something bad is happening when he raises that flop against two callers.
Nice with the three-way pot. Nice with the
Peter's sticking around with kings.
Hey, why not?
Santos continues as well. 850,000 in this one.
Not like that.
And the 10 does play.
Hey guys,
Santos picks up the check mark.
actually, I really never had so much fun playing.
And Keating finally checks it.
Alan, from your face, I really think you can't beat this. You cannot beat this.
You're right about that.
Hey, my reads are on today.
Santos
Good play. It's like good play.
wins this $850,000 pot. So another flip between Keating and Cabral.
I'm through for sure. Give me a second.
You are what? Oh, you have 9-3?
9-4.
9-4.
And I'm drawing. If you have me beat still, I can still hit something. I have paint.
How much is the flip order? 480?
What do you got?
Only 9-3. But I have one more card.
480,000.
I got Jack 9 now.
So what is it? 2 pair?
Jack 9, 2 pair, yeah.
So I only want queen, jack, or 9.
Okay.
I think you
Check
got
9 for
nice.
Keating.
Can you help me, please?
For Cabral, so Keating is going to win those chips from Cabral after all. I believe we're going to go down to Washburn shortly. Just going to talk to Eric Wasserson, the big winner tonight.
You made 4 pair? 4 pair? Nice playing with you.
You too, brother.
Good night.
Nothing left for Mark.
You have that 8 million for me? Okay, give me cash. Give me cash.
So the intelligence sharing bill is being introduced at a time when U.S. intelligence, especially military intelligence, the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, but also various other three-letter agencies and U.S. officials are running to the media, U.S. officials in the White House are running to the media complaining that Israeli spying on U.S. officials and U.S. troops and on the American public as a whole is at a critical level, and that they're unhinged, according to language which was used by one source to the New York Times. Pentagon sees growing espionage threat from Israel. The Defense Department has increased the counterintelligence threat assessment to its highest level, and Israel is believed to have eavesdropped in American negotiations with Iran. Steve Witkoff, Michael Domino, who's one of the key White House advisors on Iran, and Elbridge Colby at the NSC are some of the figures that Israel has targeted. It said that Israel has planted surveillance, I guess malware, Pegasus, in their phones to eavesdrop on them. And it's also reported that Israel has been eavesdropping on American troops who are stationed in Israel. Here it is. Two senior U.S. military officials said that American personnel, particularly those serving in Israel or with Israeli counterparts, were well aware of the counterintelligence risks before the new report. The officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss internal assessments said U.S. personnel employed a range of security measures to counter the threat of spying inside Israel. Cooperation between the two militaries is very close, but each side also needs to keep its most sensitive information secret. So as the U.S. deepens its military footprint in Israel, as I said earlier, they're building a joint base in Kiryat Gat, and they operate on separate floors because of the fear of spying. Israel's stepping up its spying. The U.S. is basically just handing Israel the military's sensitive data by bringing so many soldiers there to defend the apartheid colony.
Max, the biggest takeaway for me from that story is it underscores to me how terrible you are at self-promotion. Because you haven't mentioned yet that story confirms something you put up on the Grazon a long time ago, right? Which was that Israel was caught putting surveillance devices on like a Secret Service vehicle. Didn't you have that a long time ago?
Yeah, I buried that in one of my Charlie Kirk reports because there was just so much there at that time that I was getting from White House sources. And I had to get it all out there, but I highlighted it in my interview with Tim Dillon in September 2025, which was right after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And I mentioned that a White House source told me that it was, I think, during one of Netanyahu's many visits to Washington that Shin Bet agents placed a tracking device on a Secret Service emergency vehicle, which happened to be the vehicle that would have responded to an emergency involving the president, including a potential assassination attempt, an attempt on his life. Why would they do that? Well, also, I think maybe people dismissed me for saying that or called me a conspiracy theorist or something. The New York Times explicitly confirmed that report. Which is shocking. I mean, why are they trying to track the vehicle that would respond to an assassination attempt? Why are they interested in, attempts on the president's life or the emergencies around the White House?
The Times did confirm exactly what you reported a while ago, of course, without acknowledging the reporting. But you're not doing yourself any favors by even forgetting but that just speaks to how you're focused on the actual work of journalism itself and not promoting it. But congrats on that, because I remember when you came out with that. I would see people dismissing it, but now it's even confirmed by the New York Times, although many months later.
Yeah, I wonder. I was always wondering who else knew about that, but it looks like Trump knew at the time, which would color Trump's thinking on his relations with Israel. And one thing the source told me is that Trump is actually concerned about threats to his physical security, which could even come elements, in the Israel first world, or that's something he thinks about. But of course, Mike Waltz, who we played a clip of him earlier, the UN ambassador, when he was in the House on the committee to investigate the Butler shooting, where supposedly a shooter nicked Trump's ear with a bullet, nearly ended his life and campaign. Mike Waltz was attempting to push Trump into believing that the IRGC, Iranian intelligence, was behind Butler. So those are the forces that have really been working on Trump psychologically. And at the same time, we have a report going back to, I think, 2018 from Politico. 3 former senior U.S. officials say Israel has planted stingray surveillance devices throughout the White House to spy on the president and his advisors. That was in the first Trump term. How'd they get in the White House? Who can get into the White House?
And meanwhile, what was actually happening in terms of like the public conversation and Democrats, they were freaking out because there was this fake Russiagate thing about Russia planting surveillance devices in Vodafone or something like that. Remember that? It was a big Russiagate thing. The Mueller team even investigated it. So it's just one more example of all this hysteria over fictional Russian surveillance and Russian interference was happening just as actual Israeli surveillance, Israeli influence was going on, and nobody cared because that infiltration, that influence is supported on a bipartisan basis.
Definitely. And I mean, I think the scandal is titanic. If you actually entertain my question to its logical conclusion, how did they get into the White House? You have to assume that it was somebody, it was an Israeli who come into the White House to meet with Donald Trump or his team that planted those devices. How else can you get in? It's not like you're like throwing them over the fence, like you won't even get away with that. So that could potentially be Netanyahu, who was caught by former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson planting a listening device in his personal toilet at his home. Boris Johnson wrote about that in his memoir. So Netanyahu, it seems to be that he's directing the spying on Donald Trump, if not planting devices. And that's something that, if these reporters have access to all of these figures in the White House and the DIA, it's definitely harder for me to get sources these days. But if they have access, they should be asking me questions about Netanyahu's personal role.
What is Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law and part of the duo of negotiators, attempting to accomplish in Albania, and how has it been received there?
Yeah, this is amazing. I mean, it's an amazing story. Jared Kushner, in July 2021, was on a yacht that belonged to a friend outside Sazan Island, in this ecologically protected area that's rich with beautiful flamingos. And he was with Ivanka Trump. And they supposedly, according to Ivanka Trump, swam to this uninhabited island and were completely charmed by what they saw and decided to launch a mega resort, like a $4.5 billion mega resort with 10,000 hotel rooms and luxury villas in this uninhabited, pristine natural preserve. It so happens that the yacht they were on belonged to Nathaniel Rothschild from the Rothschild family, who were clients of Jeffrey Epstein and are notorious throughout history for funding wars and all sorts of other nefarious activities. Nathaniel Rothschild is a major supporter of the Iran war. And Jared Kushner has since engaged in a sort of secret deal with Albania's leader, Prime Minister Edi Rama, who is a bought-off tool of Western empire, as Albanian leadership has been since the end of the Cold War, through his affinity partners to build this resort. The Albanian public did not know about this until this spring or this May, and they launched what they're calling the Flamingo Revolution in defense not just of this beautiful natural preserve, but of their national sovereignty. And it's a rare moment where Albanians are rising up against not just the U.S., but they're also starting to notice Israeli influence. This project will be funded through Kushner's Affinity Partners, which is basically a vehicle for foreign influence from countries like Saudi Arabia, which is funding it, as well as Qatar, which will be the Qatari company will be the co-owner. And Albanians are correctly pointing the finger at these Gulf monarchies as well as at Israel because of Jared Kushner's deep abiding ties to Israel. It's also important to mention that Sazan Island is a former Soviet military base in a very strategically located waterway that's filled with nuclear bunkers. And it's very much in vogue right now for members of the Epstein class, the billionaire class, to get their own bunkers in expectation of a war or a massive backlash for their activities. That would mean that if Jared Kushner establishes this luxury resort exclusively on this island, it would also become a potential bulwark for Israeli power projection in the region. And we've seen Israelis buying up land at large, massive tracts of land in Cyprus, Israel establishing a military intelligence footprint throughout Greece. And so Albanians are starting to draw these connections. And what has Prime Minister Edi Rama said about these protests, which are right now taking over the streets of Tirana, the Albanian capital, as we speak? Thousands and thousands of people are in the streets. He's saying that Israel's enemies are behind these protests and that he is facing an anti-Israel hybrid war. Well, why would he say that? Because he has invested his government and his country so deeply into its own special relationship with Israel, buying enormous amounts of weapons from Israel, integrating their intelligence services with Israel, and this appears to be part of that same, this Sazan Island Jared Kushner Affinity Partners project appears to be of a part with the Greater Israel Project, and many Albanians are starting to notice that.
Wow. Man, I don't know how any of this ends, my friend.
Well, it should end with a foreign agent investigation of Jared Kushner, who founded Affinity Partners just after leaving the first Trump administration, and then was wired $2 billion by Saudi Arabia, never delivered a single penny of return on the Saudi investment. It was purely an avenue for the Saudis to pay into Trump Incorporated. And that's the same thing that's happening in Albania. They're giving Jared Kushner a little island in order to pay into Trump Incorporated and the emerging Western empire, which is integrated into the project of Greater Israel via Donald Trump and his family.
Wow. Max, thank you very much. I wish I didn't have to run because we could keep talking about this. I deeply appreciate, as always, all of your analysis, my friend. All my best to you. Look forward to seeing you next week.
Thanks a lot, Judge.
Thank you.
James, that's been the narrative that's coming. Aaron talked about it. Tom Brady has talked about it. I think a lot of players are talking about it. I think Casario talked about it. D'Amico talked about it. I think there's a lot of people. Maybe media obviously is not addressed. Oh no, this guy. Let it go.
Where is it?
Classic England. Are you in England right now?
No, I'm in an attic in Wisconsin.
Classic Wisconsin. What's going on up there in the sky above?
I'm trying to decide right now. I have my Wi-Fi on. I'm trying to decide if I go to 5G or if I stay on the Wi-Fi.
Let me tell you, my phone that I have right now, and I need the new one. This is the worst one. I got the worst iPhone that's still operating. Okay, I know it. It connects to the internet, but it won't do the internet.
Oh, okay. Like it still buffers and stuff.
Yeah, like it won't do it. But then as soon as I go off internet and I go on 5G
it's like, what do you? So now you're running up the score for my Verizon.
What do you think? Should I stay with the Wi-Fi or should I gamble?
5G might
I
switch
go-
free.
What is right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to do that.
5G, those signals. He is wearing the AirPods too.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Good.
Yeah, but
You're screwed. He's
so
screwed.
we're in trouble with that because I have to use it.
Oh no, I use it all the time too.
Glitch.
You need to. I think you need to hop over to.
I'm doing it.
Just check it.
Careful.
Head blow up.
We're off Wi-Fi.
There's gonna be a time.
We got 1,
2.
2.
We can't.
Oh no.
It's not
Yeah.
low.
We can see you. We can't hear you.
Son of a
See, maybe-
bitch.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Mouth moving.
Yeah, so he's just doing
You guys can't play this trick on me. You guys try it all the time.
It's
It
turned
doesn't
down.
work.
I think his is turned up. We can see your
Doesn't work.
We can see you.
I don't
Take-
fall for these games.
He needs to
I don't fall
unmute.
for these games.
Screw you.
Son of
I'm
a
here.
bitch.
I'm here.
It's crazy.
We think it's back. We think it's back. Put it back up.
Bailey?
I don't fall for this bullshit, man. Don't try and get me with your games acting like it's all 7 of you and then me the outside loser who doesn't get in on the jokes.
He's losing.
I wish I was like,
Yeah.
yeah. You just did it great. You said something great and you couldn't hear a single word of it. That's crazy.
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
It looks like he's pretty pissed.
Well, he might still be upset.
I don't want it from the back row.
He might still be
Fall
upset
down back
because.
sitting there. You shut up from the back.
Oh, I couldn't see you talking. Sorry, I talked over you there. I think. Sorry about that. That's on. Man,
Listen.
this sucks. Did you see the graphic we made to announce what? Now we can't hear a word the guy's saying.
Let's get our shouts in,
What
right?
an embarrassment. Yeah, go ahead. He can't say anything. He can't defend him.
Let me think. Does Burnley still stink up?
Okay, yeah, let's get this guy more airtime. Guy, mullet. No, what do you want?
Burnley can do it pretty well, actually.
James, have you heard about this? Golden at bat. We get one more Shohei Ohtani at bat.
I did. Just sinking.
What do you think? It's insane. Why? You think it's like a state fair?
Yeah, I think it's like your local softball league. Like, hey guys, we got a funny rule for the last game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what's next? If you hit more than 2 home runs in an inning, we need to start counting outs.
No, we want more home runs. You get double the points for more home runs.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, you get a home run, you get to at bat again. You get to go again.
Boom. Yeah, maybe.
Make it take you.
Yeah, because you get on a heater.
That's
You get on a heater.
That's different though. I
Could
mean,
you imagine
I'd
someone
be okay
hitting
with
4 straight dingers? Boom. Running around.
I'd be okay with that.
Another at bat. How many pitchers would they sub? They bring in another pitcher, right?
Depending on where it's at in the game. If that's the first inning, that starting pitcher's gonna have to get that guy out. He's just gonna have to fucking sit in there. He's gonna have to get him out.
Imagine a duel, 8 straight dingers.
Yeah.
Boom. Do I have to run the base?
Well, after 3, that pitcher's fucking throwing it at the guy's head. He's not gonna let him hit 4 off, and he's gonna jump. I'm gonna fucking get this guy out of the game.
That's really good at baseball. You would think that they would decide, hey, like gentlemen, we're gonna settle
Yeah,
it.
if you hit him, that counts. So, bro.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to get
I just have to know, is this serious or not? Because I've just seen
What we're saying?
like, no, like if you go to that factory, like, I mean, like, that's what's okay. Where are we at?
So I think we've learned what from numerous different people from numerous different sports. There is certainly a business model of floating things out anonymously, seeing the crowd's reaction, and then adjusting accordingly. Every league has done it. Every league has, and it'll just be leaked through some source, like allegedly there's a conversation, or they'll say the commissioner is eyeing a potential this, and then they check the feedback, and then whenever the commissioner actually goes up, I never said we are obviously always thinking about what we can do and ideas. So I think there is like a protection that is done by these leagues by leaking some things to see what the public reaction is. And if they were to test the temperature of the baseball people, I think the baseball people hate it. But I still think our idea, the gold ball.
But that's what concerns me, is that they thought, like, they had to take the temperature on that idea. Like, no, if you can't take that temperature of your own, you're the problem. Like, what's going on? You don't need to leak that to figure out if people like that or not. Like, if you don't know that, you don't know baseball.
I would like to let James know and the baseball world know I'd be more likely to tune in if I knew a golden buzzer was going to be hit. I would be more likely. I would if Shohei was going to potentially put some gold gloves on with a gold bat and a gold baseball.
I'm watching.
I'm gonna watch.
They want the younger Diplo, man. They want younger fans.
I don't give a shit about the younger fans. No fucking kid is sitting around and watching a 2-hour and 30-minute baseball game.
Waiting on the golden buzzer.
the games, like, and that was great for like me because like guess what, I'm watching the whole fucking game no matter what, and it's great that there's 45 minutes of just fucking nothing that I don't have to watch anymore. But to think that a fucking 7-year-old is gonna be like, holy shit, baseball game for like 2.5 hours now, like that's fucking ridiculous. That was never part of the deal. It wasn't, and I agree with Jake. Rob Manfred's a dipshit. Like we can start. We can. You didn't say it. I
agree with you.
Yeah.
You did gotta say it.
You did.
You are.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Today, I'm in Helsinki, Finland, with my good friend Nate Figgs at Mike's Diner, attempting the Mike's Diner Challenge. This is supposed to be an easy challenge to get us warmed up to Finland in preparation for our contest at the end of the week. Now, here's a list of winners, and check out this winner here.
I'll give you one guess which event it was that came over here and said, "Get off my lawn." Oh, it was the sure it was. Yeah, sorry guys, by the way. That's apologies on behalf of the WSOP.
If the region now understands there is no such thing as an external security guarantor for them, similar to what I mentioned when the Saudis realized that the US was not going to come in and deal with it, they're going to have to deal with their security issues on their own. They're going to have to, through diplomacy, see if they can build a security architecture that intensifies economic integration and other things, perhaps transitions towards collective security thinking in order to create stability. That, I think, is a blessing for the United States because it actually enables the US to also extract itself, finally, from the Middle East, while supporting an effort by the region itself to create a security architecture. So we're not leaving chaos or anything like that. It won't be Afghanistan 2021, but it will be stable and it's no longer on the shoulders of the United States. I think that would be very popular with the American public, and strategically, it would be very, very good for the United States.
But it's a nightmare for Israel.
It's absolutely
nightmare.
Yeah. Because again, as you said, 9 million or whatever, the only way you can actually not forget about the hegemony, but just have this type of extended maneuverability in the region is to have the United States artificially put its finger on the scales and tilt the balance in the favor of the Israelis. And if the US leaves, then Israel's going to be faced with a completely different scenario. Now, I don't think Israel will get destroyed at all, but Israel's going to have to deal with the region in a completely different manner, not based on domination or, creating all of this chaos that they have helped fuel in order to keep everyone else weak.
The goal of the war was not to, in my view, was not to eliminate the Iranian nuclear program. That was not the main goal. The main goal was to eliminate rivals to regional hegemony.
Absolutely.
Right.
From the very beginning, this has been the case.
Yeah, including, I would argue, the United States. I do think there's deep resentment toward the United States in Israel. They like Trump, I guess, or have liked Trump, but I know they don't like the United States. Why would they? In the same way that teenagers resent their parents. But the opposite happened. So now you've got Arab states which have really deeply resented, hated Iran for a long time, now making overtures toward Iran after getting bombed by Iran.
Look, what did the Europeans do after World War II? They realized that the effort to contain and isolate Germany after World War I really led the way, paved the way for World War II.
Exactly.
So they shifted towards the European Union, the Steel and Coal Union, etc., in order to increase economic interdependence between themselves, to create as many buffers as possible for another war, making it as costly as possible for the states to go to war.
And Germany became more central even in Europe than it was before the war.
Absolutely. It took some time, of course, but it emerged as a major power and the force of stability in Europe as well. And, I grew up in Europe. When I grew up, it was completely inconceivable that France and Germany would ever go to war with each other. And that's still, despite the fact that 50 years ago, they were butchering each other that made Middle Easterners look good. That transition is a remarkable transition. And it is because they transitioned to collective security and recognizing that any country's security is based on everyone else's security.
Yes.
And the region, I think, it's going to be very difficult. I don't want to, in any way, shape, or form, put forward some sort of a naive picture. But I think they've had a close encounter with death. And that tends to sharpen your mind.
Yes.
It tends to make you a bit more mature. And despite the fact that there's a lot of anger in Kuwait and on the GCC side, there's a lot of anger on the Iranian side as well. Because they believe that there's plenty of evidence, and some evidence has been verified by independent actors. France 24 showed, for instance, that there were a lot of attacks on Iranian soil from the US, from Kuwaiti territory.
Yeah.
And the Iranians believe that the Emiratis were far more involved in the war than they thought earlier during the war. So, nevertheless, there's a lot of common anger.
And that Israel was using Arab states as staging grounds for attacks on Iran.
So, and they have 2 secret bases in Iraq, for instance.
Yeah, we didn't know that. How did the Israelis get bases in Iraq?
I have no idea how that happened, but it makes me wonder how many more bases there may be. Because if it's 2 that we know of now, how many more may there actually exist? And remember, for years, the Iranians were actually shooting missiles into Iraqi Kurdistan, saying that they were destroying Mossad houses. I don't think they ever said that they struck a base, but nevertheless. And it was oftentimes dismissed. No clear evidence was provided by the Iranians. But it is unmistakable that the Israelis have had a very long presence in Iraqi Kurdistan. Kurdistan. And this goes back before the revolution as well, in which, in fact, back in the 60s and the 70s, it was the Iranians and the Israelis together with the CIA that established Israel's presence in Iraqi Kurdistan.
One of the reasons that the Kurds get such great coverage in the United States. Everyone loves the Kurds in the United States. Except Trump. Trump doesn't like the Kurds for some reason, but everyone else, the American media loves the Kurds, the brave Kurds.
But on that issue that you mentioned, that is never about enrichment. I was at a tracksuit meeting. This must have been 2012, I think, and I wrote about it in one of my books. It was a remarkable moment because you had several Iranian officials, some of them former, some of them actual nuclear negotiators, together with a couple of American military folks, and then 5 people from the Israeli side, all military except one who was a top intelligence person. In fact, he was the former head of Mossad. And at one moment, he just laid it out. He said, this was never about enrichment. This was about preventing Israel becoming, remember exactly what he said. Israel would not tolerate the United States making friends with Iran unless Iran first makes friends with Israel. And it was not going to allow the United States to resolve its tensions with Iran because the Israeli fear, and this is a very legitimate fear, if the U.S. manages to resolve its tensions with Iran, one of the things that would happen, which is also what the administration is talking about now, we would potentially start leaving the region, as we should. The threat of Iran has been a key reason for justifying all of these bases, etc., etc. And the Israelis then asked themselves a very valid question. If the United States reduces its tensions with Iran, does that mean that there will be a proportionate reduction in Israeli-Iranian tensions? And they conclude, I think erroneously, but nevertheless, they conclude no. The Iranian-Israeli tension will remain, but now the Israelis will have lost the support of the United States. And this is what they call the fear of abandonment. They need to keep the U.S. in the region, prevent it from making friends with these different countries, because if it does make friends with these different countries, it will exit the region. The Israelis will have to deal with them alone.
This is a very sick relationship. You can only have one friend. We're your only friend. This is like 7th grade girls locker room stuff. But it's diseased. So, but from the Israeli perspective, because I think this really matters, what's happening right now and what's almost certain to happen, whatever happens to this MOU or this particular set of negotiations, but like ultimately it's really clear that Iran is going to emerge as a major world power. Like, how could it not?
Yeah,
because it has de facto control over one of the most important pieces of geography on the planet. So, like, that
it's a very important development for them. And however yet it ends, even if there's not going to be any toll, but what potentially will be there, I suspect will be there, some sort of a environmental management fee. And whether that is handled just by Iran and Oman or if it's regionalized, nevertheless, something will be there. But the important thing to understand is that their control of the strait is not because they have minesweepers or that they have a couple of islands there. That was the case 20 years ago. In all of the war games that the U.S. did back then, the Iranians would close the strait by mining the strait.
Yes.
And it would take the U.S. about 2 weeks to reopen it. What happened now is because of technology, the Iranians can shoot missiles and drones from anywhere of their 1,500-kilometer shoreline at any of these strips. And just the risk of being hit is enough for no one to ensure them. So it's a completely different scenario. That capacity does not go away.
When was the last time you heard someone on their deathbed saying they wish they'd spent more time working, particularly filling out forms or even gathering possessions? That's never happened. In the end, all you're really going to care about is the people you love. And that's why life insurance is important. It's a great way to make certain that you still support your loved ones even when you're gone. We highly recommend life insurance through Ethos. Why? Because Ethos makes getting life insurance fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. There's no medical exam. All you have to do is answer a few simple health questions. Up to $3 million in coverage with some policies as low as $30 a month. Low rates from a vast network of trusted carriers. That's the key. Competition. Take 10 minutes to get covered today with life insurance through Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/Tucker. That's ethos, ethos.com/Tucker. Application times and rates may vary. Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. We hope you'll. The last sort of reservoir of support for unconditional, love of Israel in the United States is Trump loyalists. And Trump is now, on the record attacking Netanyahu, on the record endorsing this deal. How do the Israelis blow that up? Everyone's going to know. If the deal falls apart, the Israelis did it.
Well, at this point, the Israelis are not trying to hide their fingerprints in any way, shape, or form. Okay, very different from 20 years ago.
Basically, they're now on a course for conflict with Trump, open conflict with Trump.
Yeah.
But their only supporters in the United States are Trump voters.
Well, look,
so, I mean, I don't,
It's a very different environment. And
they've played the last card.
Unless, look, they still have Ted Cruz and Tom Cotton and Lindsey Graham in the Senate.
Okay, they got all.
And Tom Cotton just introduced this bill or this amendment that would essentially more or less merge U.S. intelligence and Israeli intelligence by making it mandated for the United States.
He's chairing the Senate Intel Committee.
Mandate the
One
U.S.
of the most evil things that's ever come out of our Congress. It's one of the most anti-American. Anyway,
I encourage everyone, go to Responsible Statecraft.
What is that? What is the Tom Cotton story?
I don't know the story. I don't know exactly why he ended up. He was a protege of Bill Kristol and served in Iraq, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not really sure exactly how deep his ideological commitment to this is or if it's other reasons. But Paul Pillar, former CIA legend in many ways, someone who really stood up against manipulation of intelligence during the Bush years, trying to get us into that Iraq war, has a fantastic piece laying out exactly what this is on Responsible Statecraft and showing that this is an extremely dangerous situation. And what they're trying to do, not only with that, but also with 224, is in which they're trying to take away the aid, because the aid is public, it's scrutinized, etc. They're all trying to do it in some sort of restrained accounting exercise. So it will continue to happen, probably even more money for Israel, but it will all be hidden in the bureaucracy with no congressional oversight. So they're recognizing exactly what is happening. They're losing the American public, but they can use some of their last juice that they have in Washington to go push through these different reforms, and it will become a structural impediment towards the type of healthy break.
They should be in prison, all of these people.
This is happening right now. So when you're saying that, look, they're losing Trump, yes, you're absolutely right. But they're doing other things that will make it very difficult for future presidents and members of Congress to be able to break free from some of these things.
So where is this process?
It is right now in the NDAs in the Senate. It's going to be voted for, if I'm not mistaken. Some parts of it's already been voted for, and that's going to go to a final vote. And this is happening in front of the American.
Pass.
Most likely it will pass.
And what is it? Can you just summarize what it will mean?
Well, the intelligence part is really devastating because essentially it means that it is mandated for the U.S. to share significant amount of intelligence with the Israelis, and it can only be prevented if the president himself goes in and stops certain things. The president does not have the time, should not have the time to micromanage the intelligence.
Why would the United States share any intelligence with Israel? Why would
there's always going to be sharing of intelligence, but it's going to be very careful because we will get intelligence from them. I have no idea whether
the intelligence we get from them is fundamentally untrue.
Well, that's for certain, particularly when it comes to some of the things that they try to sell us. Now, I don't know if that relationship is sufficiently balanced, but we're making it increasingly unbalanced. And essentially saying that for something to be stopped, the president has to intervene. And this is also very problematic because it means that we would have to share intelligence about other partners that we have with the Israelis that actually could be betraying them in a way. So again, it's once again putting the relationship with Israel above all other relations that the United States has.
Above all other concerns, including like the most basic concern, which is how's America doing?
Yeah.
That's subordinated to how do we support Israel?
Absolutely. And look, I think because they see that the writing is on the wall, that they're losing the American public, they're trying to do as much as they can now before they're going to be faced with an environment in which a lot of these things are going to be completely unthinkable. And pushing for this war, I think also Netanyahu thought of it as probably his last chance.
Of course. I think that was clear in February. This was their last chance. I mean, they're certainly not stupid, and they're laser focused on what they think their interests are. I think they are not good at assessing their own interests. I don't think they're long term thinkers. I think they're nihilists. I think they're kind of crazy, actually, in their behavior. Bombing Doha on September 9th was
But again, we have to also take some responsibility when we have put forward so few consequences.
We created this. There's no doubt.
On them doing things like this. We shouldn't be surprised.
When you see a child like this, you point to the parents and you say, you're a bad parent for creating a kid like this. Oh, I totally agree. It's our fault. I guess I just don't see this getting resolved peacefully. And it feels like the United States is vulnerable to attacks from Israel.
That I can't even fathom what that would mean.
I think there's precedent for it.
Yeah, there is. But I mean, that would be such a suicidal turn of event for.
Unless you lie about it, and classify everything for decades.
I think there absolutely has to be ways to prevent that. And again, these are not technically difficult measures. It's just making sure you don't give any country, Israel, Saudi. If the U.S. and Iran have a relationship in the future, I sure as hell hope that it doesn't get structured like this, because it's ultimately bad for both sides. It's not good for Israel to have turned into this type of having this type of a security
appraised welfare case. Yeah, no, I agree.
So, we just have to take away some of those things. And I think Joe Kent has been right on the money of certain type of restrictions that need to be imposed, in my view, now, not after they've done something, not even as a threat if they do it. Take it away now. Make it very clear. They're not going to be able to drag the U.S. into another war. So creating false flags or creating these things is not going to lead to the U.S. re-entering the war. Once that is entirely clear, incentive to do so is, or at least the incentive to use those methods to do so, is going to be significantly diminished.
So I think there are a lot of means by which foreign countries exert influence in the United States, up to and including violence and blackmail. That's all real. But on the most basic and powerful level, it's campaign contributions. It's the donors pushing policies that the public doesn't want. That's not good for the United States. That's why Tom Cotton exists, and Lindsey Graham and the rest. So for the Republican Party to be a party that serves the interests of its own country, an America First Party, it has to break with these donors. You can't have Mary Nadelson, who's not even an American, use her gambling fortune to hijack the political process. Like, do you think the Republican Party, Democratic Party is hopeless in my view, but the Republican Party, there was hope, and now it seems like until they break that addiction, there's no hope.
I frankly don't have any hope with any of the parties right now unless they fundamentally change the leadership. I think we need to move towards a post-partisan situation.
Yes.
I have to say, I'm very skeptical about the two-party system when you have a public in which the spectrum of views are as wide as they are right now.
Yes.
If this was a European parliamentary system, I'm not saying it's superior in all ways, in any way, shape, or form, but these two parties would at least have been 5 or 6 parties. And many of them would actually have been able to work much better together because they were in different parties. But now you put so many different views in the same party and they're supposed to have one line. It just creates all of this internal infighting. And it also pushes out a huge amount of the spectrum that the American public holds today. There's a reason why young people don't watch mainstream media any longer. They don't trust it. But it also is a very narrow set of views that are constantly being presented there. And those narrow views do not represent the majority of Americans.
I don't know. I want to agree with you, but I don't see any liberal democracy representing its population. It seems like no matter how many parties you have, your options are neoconservative foreign policy and neoliberal economic policy.
Yeah.
Both of which are just totally wrong. Don't serve the populations, destroy countries.
And they're so intertwined, by the way.
I know they are. Yeah. And they're also just basically immoral and anti-Christian from my perspective. So, monopoly capitalism and more wars in the Middle East for Israel, but that's true. All European political parties support this, and the ones that don't are called Nazis and prevented from even participating. So, I think there are no options under our current system in any Western country Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. We hope you'll subscribe to it. And by the way, you can hit the little bell on there and get notifications every time we produce a video. We hope you'll do that also.
I think there was some good. Oh no! This week, was it not, Tone?
Yeah, we are going to start with the Shinnecock. Oh no! So we're going to start with Patrick Reed. That's a P, not an F. He is in the native area where a lot of people have been all week.
Oh.
And he from the native area to the native area, probably grabbed the hose a little bit there, and that's a big fat. Oh no! Let's go to the 7th hole after that. Par 3 JJ Spawn looks fantastic in the all white. He hits a beautiful shot. Arcing up in the air. You can see he's still kind of in it at +3. Lands it right in front of the bunker. Wonderful. Rolling. Okay, we're good. Ball stopped finally. He's okay. Finish out the tees. Let's pick that thing up. Let's walk to our ball on the green. See where we are. Give me that putter maybe. Oh, no, wait. Oh.
He got Shinnecock.
Ball starts to roll. He's headed towards the bunker. Unfortunately for JJ Spawn, and I do believe it was picked up on a hot mic when he walked up to the green. He just said, "Oh no!" And then we're gonna stay at Shinnecock because a lot of bad things have happened. Billy Horschel, he's gonna chip one up onto the green. He's thinking, "Hey, I'm just gonna put this one right in the center." Wait a minute, that's pretty firm. That thing's moving pretty quickly. Please slow down. Okay, nope, it's gonna catch the slope. And it's going to roll about 45 yards past the pin. No big deal, though. You just got to take your medicine, Shinnecock. Play for a par. Yep. So what's he going to do? He's going to chip it up. Nice. Oh, no. Oh, wait, just sit. Oh, no. God damn it. This is rolling right back to my feet. But again, that's not a big deal. Okay? Hey, I'll you know what? I'll just take bogey here. Double bogey. And then he's... Oh, no. He went right after it. He ends up getting an 8. Billy Horschel, more like Billy. Oh no, Horschel! All right, let's leave Shinnecock. Let's go international. Let's go to what looks to be an English watch party. The lad here who is in position.
He's legit. Everything affected.
Yes.
But can't help but go, oh no! Baseball, more of it.
Yeah, let's stay in baseball world. Let's go to second base, where the runner is coming and sliding in there. Oh, he's out. Oh. Wait a second. Can you run that back?
That's actual punch.
Yeah, that was intentional. The more I watch this, that was intentional the entire time. This kid probably was chirping off earlier in the game. Right to the face.
It's actual punch out, D-Butt. Actual punch out right here. Now, we broke this down a little bit earlier in the week. I do think the ump was so focused on the call
on punching him in the face
and where it was. The guy was also safe. Yes. So I think he got the call wrong and punched guy out. So for all parties here, we can't help but say, oh, no. We appreciate you all. There's one more here, and this one is devastating.
Yeah.
This one is an 0-0 that'll lead us into the greatest weekend of all time.
Yeah, Chase, you can probably put this one up there for the Hall of Fame. Let's go to Germany bike race. Unfortunately, some guy maybe was blind, maybe didn't see that there was a bike race going on. He takes his scooter right into the lane and basically causes a 50-car pileup. The equivalent to, I think, to Jazz Chisholm. I think this guy's dealing with the same exact thing. I believe we had a couple of nuts right to the bike. It was very, very tough for this lad.
Couple of pints, obviously, in the hands of the spectators here. Obviously, get out there and watch these bicycles fly around. Is this in the Tour? Is this the Tour de France?
This is not the Tour de France.
Obviously, the biking racing world is gigantic in Europe throughout the mountains and everything like that. Tim McAfee was actually a triathlete, so we were doing a lot of biking. I was watching him do some biking growing up. We went to one of these races, and everybody came through except for Tim McAfee. Where the hell is this guy? So we start walking back, and we see him carrying his bike over his shoulder and his helmet in like 1,000 pieces, and he's just clacking down. He ended up obviously missing a turn going into the woods, hitting a tree. The bike explodes. Okay, his helmet explodes, and he has to walk down. So obviously, my mom, Sally McPhee, made him take like a 2-year hiatus from the entire thing because he almost died while we were there. But those bike crashes, holy fuck, they are devastating. We'll see them. Yeah, they're flying, and they're on. The wheels are this wide. The wheels are this wide. So it's like yes, and there's a slide. There's impact, and then there's also slide. So it's concussion and broken bone possibilities. I mean, even death, and obviously the absolute worst case scenario. But then you're sliding on concrete as well. So it's like the old burn that it's the absolute worst. And it feels like we see a lot of them come out of these races. People will walk across and just get absolutely sideswiped. In this case, the brakes. I think the brakes probably didn't.
No, it didn't do much.
No, but I'm saying on the cart. On the chair. I think on the wheelchair. What are you doing? I think the brakes didn't stop. I think there was and we're out there already.
Trying to watch it, he couldn't see it.
No serious injuries were reported. We have to report that obviously, but certainly one massive no! We don't have Ty Schmidt here this evening because Ty has been dealing with a double ear infection.
Terrible.
Okay, double ear infection. His whole head seems to be just completely fucked by some sort of infection. Yep. So we don't have Ty Schmidt, which is a damn shame because these nights have been incredible for us watching him do the draft. But we do have Mad Malkite.
What? Pat, appreciate it. I am boots on the ground here in Kansas City. You guys are sweating more than a hog's asshole there in Indianapolis. Very cool temperature here. You can see I'm at the draft atrium right now, Union Station, whatever the hell you want to call it. I will be moving around the kind of sights and sounds of Kansas City throughout the night, boots on the ground, giving you guys updates from arguably one of the most exciting nights in sports.
Okay, Mad Mel, you look fantastic. You sound really good, too, for what you're battling with.
Wow.
You think?
Well, I mean, nothing a little hair of a dog can't handle, You take a couple shots, you maybe smoke a little thing or two, a couple cigars, maybe some other extracurricular activities, and you play through it. It's as simple as that. It's the NFL draft, We're not fucking playing tiddlywinks tonight.
All right, we appreciate you, Mad Mel. We're very thankful for you.
There's certain groups you really respect, great respect for what y'all do and how you do it, so what y'all say means something.
Fuck off. What a very kind thing for you to say. I have not seen a single moment of the World Cup, not because I'm boycotting it, though I probably should be, but just because I've been in time zones that are very far from conducive to the live games and not able to get access to catch up. I haven't even seen the Scotland goal, but Super John McGinn did score it. My sons are keeping me posted. The last I heard was that Portugal, which is our second team, are drawing with the Congo 1-1, which is slightly alarming indeed. But Scotland is a small country of 5 million. You wouldn't expect us to win the World Cup, although Uruguay is actually an even smaller country, and they have won the World Cup, I think, twice. So we live in hope. Our supporters are doing the country proud. They are taking Boston, Massachusetts by storm, and in a good way. Nobody ever laments or regrets the Scotland football fans at international tournaments. Neither the first one I attended, 1974, in Frankfurt, then West Germany, where the people were crying because we had to go home, because they fell in love with us, God knows why. why, but they did. And it's true in every tournament. And some other countries don't leave quite such a lasting impression, or at least such a positive impression. And I'm sure, Vlad, that it's gone down well with you, Mahmoud. God bless you.
Ronnie, keep doing what you're doing. Get rid of the other guy. Matter of fact, in about 300 days, the other guy gonna get in trouble. Yeah, I'm just putting it out there now.
Who's the other guy?
Whoever. One of them will have to get out that seat. Big man's coming.
Those comments from Shaq coming just before the All-Star break, as a matter of fact. 300 days with all of these. With his health issues and just unable to go anymore, that we have probably seen the last of
Shaq in uniform, and you look at the resume there, the 4 NBA championships and the MVP, and on and on and on, and just one of those phenomenons in the sport of NBA basketball.
One of the most dominant big men, and I'll never forget. It was my last year, was his rookie year, and I tell you what, he came out there, and he made a dunk over Chief and I that was ridiculous. He was young, he could jump, he was just cut, and Chief looks at him and he says, "Well, time to think about retired." And I said, "Yep, I am thinking about it." Chuck, was he amazing when he was younger?
Let me tell
Here
you
we go.
something.
That's what I like. Hit him in the head,
Oh,
Chuck.
no, just a little Bob and Muhammad. I got it. I got to tell you what, I've said this before. Shaquille O'Neal is the most unbelievable force that a guy can be that big and run and jump I've ever seen in my lifetime. And when you see it, first of all, when you see it in person, he's the biggest person in the world.
Yes.
I mean, but when he was young, some of the stuff he could do was flat out scary. I think the overall thing that Shaquille O'Neal was probably, when he first came into the league, people wouldn't have thought. But as you saw, if he was 6'7", he would have been an NBA player because of his athleticism, his ferocity, and his ability to understand and get better every year. I think he was a freak of nature, and he is the most dominant player in our lifetime. When he was carrying out the goal on that one, that was me getting out the way. Exactly. I'm gonna tell you something. And not only he's one of the nicest people you ever want to meet. Yeah. And one of my friends, she plays on the LPGA Tour, Chris Jenner. She said to me one time, "I wonder if Shaquille O'Neal would be as good if he wasn't so big." I said, "First of all, I don't know that, but he's that great because he is that big." Yeah. This guy, I played in the NBA for 16 years. Shaquille O'Neal is the only guy that said, "Man, that's a big dude." Yeah, he's a big dude.
And he just flat out gets it too.
Yeah.
He gets the effort every night,
Yeah.
and the entertainment value, and knowing that he was the face of the NBA for a long while and didn't shrink from that, and embraced it, and was just a wonderful spokesman for the game and a wonderful face to put on the NBA game for a lot of years.
Yes, great person.
And for that reason, he deserves his own separate fish and send off.
Oh, all right. Oh, absolutely. He deserves one for sure.
I think it was just a little.
Did we go to?
No, I think he and Kenny.
Yeah, we went to a couple of places.
Buried the hatchet.
We went to a couple of places.
Oh, there they go. Look at him. I like that one.
Well, they tell us straight for food. And he once called Kenny the bum.
Well, I will tell you
Oh,
though,
man. Kenny?
I do love the guy, but thank God I got a good contract.
Those are going to be some big shoes to fill.
I tell you what, and when I tell you that his feet are almost as big, I'm not kidding you. His feet are like this. This actually might be his slippers.
No question. Kevin, I gotta tell you, man, you look comfortable in that hat.
NBA store. Kevin, if you would stand.
One with a little bit. Same kind of, same kind of can. Same kind of paint can as the one with a little bit. Didn't find it yet? No. I'm going down looking. What? Yeah, I miss Celeste. Oh my God. Whose fault was it? Again, coming. No, that's it. I knew that. Oh, maybe it's, no, that's, I don't know. This? I think so. Oh, okay. That's it. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Should be same as this one. Yeah. This one's a mess. I'll need this one. No, later, not today. When I got that there beyond the wall. This is the white stain, I think. That's charcoal gray. Yeah. Shouldn't have been checking that either. It was up, no wonder you didn't see it because it was up there tall. It is, yeah. Same can, yeah. One carried up though. I thought that was the last step. I don't know why. This is why I don't go up and down my own grader.
Where's that horn going off? Jeremy, you hear that? Is it in the back? Just give it a little double check.
Go out there with a baseball bat, tell them shut the fuck up, but like walk towards
The
them
move
aggressively.
is walk out there with your dick in your hand. That way you startle anyone you see, and you always have the first move.
Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah, I don't want to leave.
You gonna use a kombucha bottle?
Yeah, man, that's the healthiest bottle.
You've done this twice.
Really?
Yeah, we've done this in the podcast before.
Great.
For sure. I like the fact that you're willing to do that too. I don't think we can show it on YouTube though, so we'll have to We'll have to move away. Oh, ours has dick out.
Okay, push bottle is great too because it's got a big opening.
Yeah.
So it doesn't vacuum up.
How often do you pee? Do you pee several times a day? Every day. But are you like one of them healthy water drinker dudes?
I pee a lot.
Are you a healthy water drinker dude?
Interesting detail that just happened.
Oh, you ran out? No. Hold on a second.
Jamie, go to the recycling. Get me something. It's alright, I'm pinching. I got a strong grip. I mean, you can move it. Don't have to take it. Why are you touching the bottle? A cup? Not a bottle? Seems like, oh man, it's going back in though. I can feel it starting to swell back in. That's unhealthy. I've been pinching too long. Should I pee into the cup? Oh, bottle. Yeah. Oh, you emptied it. Oh, thanks, man. Oh yeah, a lot went back into my urethra.
Ari Shafir couldn't hold in his pee, ladies and gentlemen.
Couldn't means wouldn't.
Filled up one kombucha bottle. Here's a cap there, fella. And then filled it up again. I had to go empty it out for him.
Thanks for doing that.
My pleasure.
Up front.
I didn't want to leave you hanging there, dude. She put out a show called Don't Eat Hot Dogs in Public. The guest is Kevin Christie. Oh, Kevin Christie is a stand-up and an actor. I guess you're familiar with him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, have you worked with him before?
We would go out for all of the same roles.
Oh, okay. I can see that.
Yep, and he's very, very funny.
He's a rival. All right, good to know. So this episode has 403,000 views.
Whoa.
With 525 thumbs up and 86 comments. And we started off with Whitney explaining why there's just not a lot of comments going on their YouTube shows.
Hey y'all, welcome to the program. You love Kevin Christie.
Debatable.
They love you. I mean, look, I've disabled so many comments because of my words that filter comments out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you can cut out. People are like, you have a million views for 20 comments. I'm like, yeah, because there's 4 words that you could say to me at this point. I am boundaried up.
Okay. Why is this funny to her? Why is she laughing? She's trying to play it off like, isn't that funny that I don't want anybody to comment on anything that I post?
That's exactly why she's laughing.
Yeah. It's like, no, that's horrifying that you don't have a good sense of humor about yourself. And you have to block all these things. And let's remind people words that were in her list that she showed us. If you put these words in the comments, it will not show up on YouTube. Shrill, cougar, Botox, busted, old, suck,
Life preserver.
These are words that can be used in a lot of different ways for a lot of different reasons. And, I mean, shrill. Come on. Get over it. It's fine. Well, can you imagine my blocked nasally? So, yeah. That's why there's 86 people who wanted to comment out of 400,000 people who watched it. Because the other hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, which would be the normal ratio.
They're all trying to say the word this sucks.
They're all trying to say suck. Yeah. So she goes on to explain that, yeah, well, because of that, we don't know if people like it or not.
Because you can say all the comments that have this word in it automatically don't show up. So we have no idea how you feel about anything when it comes to this show.
Again, I don't understand. She started the show with this. She started the show by saying, like, yeah, we don't actually know if there's positive feedback or negative feedback. What do you guys think? What we should be doing over here? Because we just block it all and have no idea.
She's very uncomfortable and nervous about this and laughing because she realizes she had to make the choice of which was worse, being someone who buys views or being someone who is policing people's speech. And she went with speech and she knows it's still shitty, but in her mind it's better than that other thing, so she'll just ride this to the ground.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. They already came out and admitted that they're using advertising to drive all these clicks and views to their videos, so it's not organic. They have this many views on there.
She doesn't think she admitted that. She thinks she spoke in a kind of double speak to a lot of people that didn't understand. I was buying dynamic ads or I was doing something. Yeah. She never said I bought fake viewers. She never said those viewers are fake. So She thinks she's fooled somebody, I think.
We're using the system the way we're supposed to use it. We talk to people at YouTube. They tell us this is what you're supposed to do to promote your stuff. Like, they would say all these kinds of things.
Right.
So unless you're not getting any engagement, because you're getting a bunch of people who click off the video right away. They don't give a shit about it, or it's bot traffic. The other thing that's crazy about this list of words that she showed us, there's a lot of things people say about me. The only ones that get to me are ones I actually have insecurities about. I mentioned this before. There was the video of the Ice Stuffs playing at the radio station. And I tend to play in front of the beat a little bit. Yeah. And it bothers the fuck out of me. I try to course correct, but it's very difficult. And all of the comments in there, I suck at guitar or were positive, doesn't matter. There was one person just like, ooh, Carl's ahead of the beat on this one. I am.
Blocked.
Right.
It's like Johnny be good.
It's like that's the thing that's like what would bother me. So the fact that she showed her list of words and the Botox and cougar are included, you're like, dummy, don't do that.
But it's incredible that she did.
It is.
It was actually kind of honest on her part.
It was. Yes, she did it on Instagram.
And I bet she regrets it.
So how could they call it Star Wars dolls? You know what? Actually, I do have this bill. That was sent to me. But that's too blocked, sir. I'm putting Star Wars as my block list. Okay, so this show is one of these question and answer shows that she likes to do. Last time she did it was with her fiance. This time it's Kevin Christie coming in to ask her questions. And why do you think they want to ask her mundane questions?
You're at a barbecue.
Oh.
There's hot dogs. How are you addressing
These
hot
are.
dogs? How are you dress? What's on
Is
your hot
this
dog?
a coordinated effort to get me to stop talking about Epstein Island?
Please.
Everyone's just like, can we make her family friendly? Can we need to get her some endorsement deals with Oscar Mayer?
You're standing in front of fixins.
Okay. First off, she's had tons of sponsors on this show, which is one of the reasons why it's kind of shady that they drive all this traffic to it. Because if they're charging a CPM, a cost per 1,000 views, and they're saying it's 400,000 views, they're charging advertisers for a bunch of views that they never get. So anyway, I don't know if that's the case or not, but she's got tons of advertisers, and she's doing fine from that. This whole idea that she likes to present herself as this person who is championing the Epstein issues. She's the only one who's still talking about this stuff. Oh, you guys need to shut me down because I'm talking too much about Epstein. That's what the problem is. I don't think anyone knows she's talking about Epstein. Unless you watch Blind Mike Project or one of these podcasts. I've never heard any chatter about Whitney taking on Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, there was the thing on CNN New Year's Eve a couple of years ago where she threw out some stuff. But is that what she's known for? Is that what people are talking about? I went ahead and asked Grok. I'm like, what are the comedy podcasts that are covering Jeffrey Epstein? I'm like, I'm biased. What do I know? And Grok said Tim Dillon, Matt and Shane, and Joe Polt. And I asked a number of different ways, which comedians are covering this topic, who's making the most news from it, who's getting the most press, all this kind of stuff. Whitney never showed up in these conversations. But she likes to be like, oh, you're asking me about what I put in my hot dog. That's if we stop talking about Jeffrey Epstein because I'm shining light on the darkness. Is that what's going on?
She's also broken no news, had no insights. Like, nothing came out of it. Even Nick DePaulo's is more associated because there was a story there. There's nothing. She has no take on it. There's no side she represents. She's not calling for anything that anybody else isn't. It's just, don't talk about Riyadh and don't talk about my viewers.
Right. And she does call out believe that this is crazy, Adam. She doesn't like pedophiles. She thinks those are the monsters and the social guys. And I think a lot of people agree with that. I'm gonna go along with her on it. But also, why the fuck would you start a podcast off? One that is supposedly so popular with, do you put condiments on your hot dog? And if so, which ones? That's the first thing out of the gate. You're trying to grab people's attention. And you're asking about hot dogs. And so I'm sure she just says like, fuck you, I'm not talking about hot dogs. What else you got over there?
Oh, yeah.
You're at a table that's lousy with fixins. Ketchup, mustard,
Wait, it's
mayo.
chock full of fixins?
It's got all the fixins.
Okay.
You got ketchup, mustard, mayo, relish, onions, I guess peppers.
Okay.
And you got a regular.
Do we have honey mustard?
Yes. You have a regular hot dog in your hand. What's going on, dude?
Now, again,
keep in mind, there's only one right answer.
Here's the thing about your boy. I will go so rogue for no reason. I will surprise myself. And I know that we're not allowed to say multiple personality disorder. I don't know what it is. I, again, will decide some days, like, I'm going to be like the fun person who, like, for no reason, I know what works. I know what I like. And for no reason, I'll be like, you know what? Look, let's put some onions on here. Like, the person before me did it, and I don't want them to think I think it's gross.
Yeah.
I'll mirror them for no reason, or I'll go like, I should try that. I'm so rigid, and I'm not fun. I should be fun. I should really roll the dice.
She said for no reason multiple times, and then explained the reason multiple times. She's so lost in this, and I realize what annoys me so much about her. It's the theater kid energy she has. It's like, okay, hot dogs, go. Oh my god, I mean, I can put onions on a hot dog, but I can also get fucking crazy and relax. We're talking about putting fucking mustard on a hot dog. It should not be this intense.
Wait till you hear the candy talk around Halloween time.
Holy shit, I mean, it really is. Like, call us and tell us what you like on a hot dog. Oh, this guy had live forcing ketchup. What?
Even Opie would have been like, oh, come on, Ron, you can do better.
Yes. It's so try-hardy. I guess I just find it very frustrating, the way that she comes off. And also, you might have noticed, she can't just answer the question. She's trying so hard.
I feel like the waiter's still standing there like, can you please just pick a condiment?
Yes.
Epstein Island, holy shit. Ketchup or mustard?
The worst is she's like, will there be honey mustard? He's like, yes, there's honey mustard. Is that true? No. I don't even want it. Yeah, I thought he was leading the witness a little, or she was. Why'd you ask that?
Do we have any honey back there? Go check. Go find it.
No, she doesn't want it anymore. Never mind.
Forget it. Forget it. She left and didn't tip.
All right. Well, this continues on, of course.
So I don't have a consistent hot dog architecture
Really?
and embellishment game at all. There's times I'll go raw.
Remember, she goes, I know what I like, and then sometimes I'll veer off, and I don't know why I do that. And now she's saying, like, I don't even have anything that I go to as far as condiments on a hot dog. It's all over the place.
Really?
An embellishment game at all. There's times I'll go raw dog.
Straight, just hot
There's
dog.
times I'll just go, I don't need anything on this.
Plain.
I'm like, what kind of animal doesn't think this isn't good enough for them?
Interesting.
Like, oh, this isn't good enough for you? This delicious Wonder Bread and this amazing hot dog? You gotta, like, add a bunch of nonsense?
I've definitely done a plain hot dog. It's great.
Oh, my God. I'm getting Johnny Crutch's vibes. Adding just nothing to it at all. That's not what raw dog means. No. Not for nothing.
It's a
We're
play
trying to
on
put
words.
this into something.
She's playing with words. Have fun with language.
Oh, look at me. I'm going to raw dog it.
Okay, block the word raw, please.
just put some mustard on it. Stop it. But yeah, I was surprised she said those.
I will overthink my instincts.
You don't say. Whitney overthinking things? Like when somebody says, what condiments you put on a hot dog, and 15 minutes later, we're still talking about whether condiments even belong in a hot dog or not?
I will overthink my instincts and sort of roast myself in doing so. I'm like, now you gotta put this on it, now you gotta do this guy, so you're gonna be the guy who's like spilling everything everywhere? Like, what are you trying to prove? Like, I'll roast myself with my choices, and sometimes I'll just go, you know what? I think this is good enough. Without all the stuff, you monster.
Yeah.
All right, and we've had a lot of people audition for fake laughs at Whitney Cummings. Kevin's been the best so far. Your time to shine. Go.
Do you want me to rate his, or do you want me to laugh fit?
No, you're trying to get the role here.
Of Johnny Crutch's number 2 for this
Right,
dream
yes.
of a podcast?
Yes.
Okay.
So, all right, I'll be Whitney Cummings. We'll read this together. Go. I mean, sometimes I don't even know I'll put onions on it because the guy in front of me put onions on it, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to make him feel bad or not, or I'll raw dog it. Hey, listen, you were great. Don't worry about it.
No, I can do better. Hold on. Yeah, that's all I got. I got nothing for this. It's
Yeah, all right. That's why he's getting the parts. I just want to say.
I understand.
We can no longer represent you. So, this overthinking it with the hot dog question, I found to be so annoying. And then she went to the low-hanging fruit, and I found that to be even more annoying.
It's also as a woman eating a hot dog, it's like, am I just like it's bananas, hot dogs. That's not really something you can eat in public without men being like, can you not do this here?
We already know you don't like sex. Oh my God. So then she has to go, did you guys know the hot dogs are shaped like dicks? Yes. And bananas. Got it. Right. She had to make the whole fucking motion thing. And I like that in her joke, the guys are turned off by her being sexual. It's like, ma'am, please, don't simulate sucking a dick. We hate that. Do not put mayonnaise on that, please.
This is going to end with her saying she's vegan.
Right. But don't worry, things do not change. We continue to talk about the fact that they're shaped like penises. But what does change is how people respond to her sucking on it.
I'm not gonna eat a hot dog in front of my friend's husband.
Yeah.
So he's just cheating. Like, I mean, it's just not appropriate.
What was she going to say about cheating?
I don't know. All of a sudden, she's eating a hot dog in front of her friend's husband, and he's rock hard and
Freudian slip.
whisking her away. I'm not sure. Because everyone was repulsed by it a minute ago. Your friend's husband, this one guy. Yeah, your friend's husband's into it. He's like, more mayonnaise. Yep. Okay. If you say so. So, there's a lot of interrupting of each other on this. Whitney's not paying attention to Kevin. She doesn't give a fuck. And Kevin just has to play that role on the show.
It's also not real meat. Good luck getting a modern hot dog from a store to spoil.
What guy that invented grills sold us on this whole thing where you need to cook them again, and then you gotta put a bun on them. It's just like big hot dog, just never ends with the bun and the ketchup and the mustard. Like the collusion that went on to make us think that we needed all of this. They were definitely descendants of the acai berry people.
Did you see how he laughed at Big Hot Dog? And this is why you're not getting the roles.
Yeah.
Do you see how he thought he pretended that was a funny quip?
Have I ever been supportive? Come on.
No, I don't. What the fuck was that? This guy's trying to like go into his own fucking hot dog routine. And she's like, leave the jokes to me. I'll take care of this.
And it really has a vibe of like when you see those two people debating on either side, and one of them has that gotcha question, like name one policy that's something they don't know, so they just ramble about anything else, and you can see it the whole time. It's like, lady, pick a condiment, please. This is now an actual problem that you can't do this.
she never does. She never ever does.
Oh, that's not good.
Well, then they get into Fresca, the carbonated drink, and get ready for some terrible improv comedy that gets off on every exit.
But do you think Fresca crosses over into a ginger ale family?
That's like asking if like a ferret and a squirrel are related, because a ferret is like a fancy squirrel.
Did you ever see Beastmaster, that movie?
No, but I saw the TV show that Chris Stefano got fired off of.
Was that a like
The Ultimate Beastmaster?
his story about the sea turtle is amazing.
I haven't heard it yet.
Where are we going with this? Is Fresca like ginger ale?
You know the Joey Gay story. Joey Gay, if you can. He was murdered. Joey Gay was so funny.
I know, and then he became like Pete Davidson's like phone holder or something.
Oh, is that right? I didn't know
And
that.
when Pete was first dating Ariana Grande,
Yeah.
he invited me and Christine to come over to their place, and we went there. And me and Christine felt so out of whack, like old people walking around these like young kids. And then you went and then he goes, "Oh, come in the bedroom." We always hang out in the bedroom. And there was a guy tattooing a bunch of their like 23-year-old friends or whatever, 22-year-old friends.
Mm-hmm.
And Ariana Grande is there, and I'm, starstruck enough. You know what I mean? Sure. This is fucking wacky.
She's huge.
You know what I mean? Even Pete at this point is starting to have that feel where you're just kind of like, shit.
Yeah.
Fuck, he would probably be done calling me at this point.
Right.
And then just looking around that room, and you just see in the corner, it's like 50-year-old something. Joey Gay is like, hey.
Well, the guy killed
oh my god, he got it off some show he killed. So some guy comes up to him and he goes, "You're on, baby. 2 months, this date, come to this theater at this time." And he was like, "I'm in." Calls everybody he knows, his mom, his friends. He shows up that day to do like makeup and hair, and they're like, "Oh, you're not on the list." And he's like, "I'm on the show." And they're like, You're not going on. We've never heard of you. No one mentioned you."
Check under Joey.
Yeah. That was his theater name. But yeah, so he was like, "I'm on the show. The guy booked me, Greg or whatever." They're like, "Oh, we talked to Greg on the headset. He doesn't know who you are." He's like, "He fucking booked me. What the hell?" So Joey's like, "Fuck this. I'm doing the show." And they're like, "You're not doing the show." So they kind of like get security to push him out of there. He sneaks to the back of the theater, pretends he's like a janitor, gets in the door, and he just goes into hair and makeup and just sits there like, "Oh, I'm third on the show." He kind of like avoids everybody, hides in a broom closet, and then he goes up to the host while some other comic's on. He's like, "I'm next. I'm Joey Gay." And the guy goes, "Oh, okay." And they bring him out, and he does it. He kills.
Jesus.
Luckily, it was talent. We'd throw anyone in.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
The first gathering of the Juggalos I ever did before there was crossover audience, so it's a little nice. I did it last year. It was great because the crossover audience, but no one knew we were at first. And it was a year that, that's the same year DeRosa told the story on his half-hour special about getting booed by them. The night I did it, they hated Lewis, right into hating Becky Owen, right into hating me.
Damn.
How did you get booked on this type of gig?
Back then, I forget what it was. It's just like when they get involved, like we want comedy, they go to Booker.
Right.
So that whoever that book, I forget, it was like a comic.
But DeRosa had already bombed this.
He may have done it the next night. It was like a few nights in a row. It was the first gathering Juggalos that had comedy, I think. But at least the first one I did.
That's a scary gig.
And it was a scary. Now it's like so pleasant.
Really?
Well,
they're older.
They're older one for sure, but they're also like we just have a crazy crossover audience. So like, when we were walking around that, we have to like have a cart to go around, or else you'll be like mobbed. Like which is great.
That's cool.
It's great for the comedy show. They come and like they're quiet and they listen to the show midnight after they just watched. They're all covered in soda and shit, but they come enjoy it. But that first time they hated us, and notoriously that weekend, Joey Gay fucking murder. He plowed through, man. So it's like one of those. He started off in Staten Island, shit room,
exactly,
and he never really graduated to like headlining clubs on the road. So it's like those guys can always become scrappy. And the situation's better because you're like, how many times on the road? If I went now, if you were like, you have to do an hour to an audience that's against you, I'd be like, oh, you could do it. You could do the time, but you're like, I don't know if I can turn them around.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? If like they're just coming in, they're gonna hate me.
Sure.
If a very, I remember feeling that feeling at the time where I was kind of like, any show I do, I can like do fine.
Yeah.
At that point, and then I went to like with Adrian Appalucci, we had co-headlined like a woman's college or something, and I was just like, from like the first sentence, you're like,
I'm fucked.
You can't even rope him back in.
No,
they don't want Adrian either.
But I think she was a pleasant, like they were like, oh, thank God.
Right.
It's finally gonna talk to her. And then I don't think they liked her stuff either.
Yeah. Well, same body. But Joey Gay used to walk out. This is how good Joey Gay was. I opened for him at Looney Bin in Staten Island. Remember that room?
Yeah, of course.
Took the ferry out there. I met Pete Davidson. He was 14. It was crazy, but it was all mob run. So I went up and I ate shit, and then Joey Gay is like, "Don't worry, I'll get him." And he walked on stage and he goes, "Sweet Caroline," and the whole crowd went, "Bop, bop, bop." And he goes, "And that's how you find white people in the woods." And that murdered, and then he was set for an hour.
That's a great opener, dude. I remember watching him at CB's. I mean,
yes.
Think about the bombs we took at CB's. I mean, I had great nights there too.
Sure.
But I still remember Wayne Rader's abuse of us. Like, Mark and I in the back of the room just like whispering, and he'd be like, "Shut the fuck up!" And we'd be like, "Ah." And like, by the way, that was louder than the whisper.
Right.
And we'd be like, "Ah," and then he'd go, "I'm so sorry, guys. I got my temper. Shots." And we just start drinking. We're like, this is such a toxic environment.
But we got the free meal too. That meal was amazing for a poor.
The chicken Milanese. Lovely, yeah.
Oh, the whole thing, yeah. Their tuna tartare was fantastic.
John claimed yesterday's show was his last show. Potentially, maybe, kind of. Take my word at it, maybe, might. I think his exact words were. But before he declared that he was leaving the internet, he definitely wanted to let me know this is how the show started. His last show ever. This is how he starts it off. It's fucking crazy.
Everybody knows that.
Lady K gave me another reason to sue him, which is coming. You watch. You watch. Gotta get that link over to the organization with an app. It's already downloaded.
So this is a weird thing he's doing now. He's threatening to send things to the FBI so that all of us are going to end up in federal prisons, not just me, but I'll be there bunking with Tiki and the Potato and OJ will be there. We'll all be hanging out, Chewy. But he won't say FBI anymore. And there's a theory out there that I think might be correct. Someone told John you can't threaten people with the FBI. It's against the law. So now he's like getting cute with it. He's like, there's an organization I've been sending this stuff to. All the evidence starts with an F.
And John, you can't use the letter F anytime.
Yes. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure Obama also banned that as well.
Just gotta get the send it on over, and then we'll probably do another show with even more illegal recorded phone calls. Yeah. Then I will get that on. And I'm building a hell of a case against it.
That's weird. So if it's against the law to say murder someone, would the FBI be like, well, come back to us when he's murdered 3 or 4 more people, or else we're not interested? What's this thing where John's like, and then when you get even more evidence, and then more evidence, like if it's against the law, it's against the law. It doesn't matter how many times we do it. I would think, I don't know.
But they don't seem to give a shit. They think I'm bluffing. I ain't bluffing.
John, you're always bluffing.
Yeah, history has shown different.
Yeah. There's a reason why we think that. It's because we have brains in our heads and can recognize patterns. That's what human brains do. They recognize patterns. It's very helpful and useful. You should look into it sometime.
So I was watching this last night. He's trying to get closure with all his enemies, which is an endless list.
Oh, yeah. And somebody counted 22 now that he's listed. I said this before. I think he's fighting the war on too many fronts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think his strategy is wrong on this one. He's got to figure out how to play this. But he does love keeping all of our names in the loop. I think it's because, look, at John's business model is he goes on the internet, haters go on and insult him for $2 to $5 at a time. And so John needs everyone talking about him, so he's constantly fueling that in every episode. So it starts off talking about suing me, or maybe is suing the same as sending me to the FBI? I think those are 2 different things. I guess there's a couple different things going on in his childish fantasy about that. So then, 53 minutes in, and he's talking about meeting with attorneys.
And Kate Meany will suffer the consequences of her actions, and so will Lady K, who's playing more of those tapes. When you know they were illegally recorded and provided to him by Kate Meany.
Hold on a second. I played AI versions of what a phone call might be between John and Kate. I couldn't be more clear about that. I made it very clear. Is John confusing real drunk conversations with the AI that we played on the show? It sounds like he is.
Yeah, also admitted to those embarrassing things that he said. I mean,
Right. It's almost like he probably did say things like how he was slacking off at school and just watching Israel's company while the kids were just sitting there doing their work.
I don't believe it.
And you know what? Now that I think about it, that's a good point, Chris. Because I was sitting here going, maybe he didn't hear it, maybe he doesn't know. He did hear it, and he thinks that was actually him. Because those are the conversations he was really having with Kate, saying they're going to get married someday. Like, there was some embarrassing stuff in there. I'm surprised. Surprised he would just be like, yeah, of course that's AI. I mean, it obviously was, but okay.
And Lady K, this is going to be fun. Oh, I can't wait until Discovery. That's right. I'll show you my earnings. I'm not embarrassed by my living. So we're going to see yours.
He says from his mom's house.
I know. I'm in my second house right now, too. It's like you're so embarrassed. You'll find out what kind of money you're making. I know. I'm really worried about that Discovery, John. This guy finally started making a little bit of fucking money, and he can't stop about it. Which is why I don't think he's leaving the internet, Chris.
I'm with you. And speaking of how he makes his money, he has to stretch this out into, a long-ass show. Yes. And speaking of long-ass shows, I had to check in on Aaron Immel last night, and that's 4 hours of him.
That was your other assignment.
And
telethon is nuts.
Yeah, if they reach their goal immediately, it'll be the shortest fucking show.
Maybe that people should start doing it. It's like, here's 350 goal line.
Yeah, please shut the fuck up.
Something happened that was incredible last night. Nobody likes onions. So the super tip system that Patrick has developed is literally, you can tip someone up to $1,000 using the system. You can give someone $1,000 for one super chat. And Mike Boudet, my buddy, he's been on this show. He's from Sword and Scale, one of the most successful podcasters of all time. Does a phenomenal job. Tipped him $1,000 not once but twice. And it's so funny because $1,000 to these guys like Chad and Aaron Imhol, like that's changes your fucking month. It's like they're changing your lifestyle based on
Yeah, they're retiring.
TV and all they gotta do is you wanna work a TV.
You said they need somebody to spot up in the corner and open.
You always rely on it. What? What?
Every time you kill around, you spotting up in the corner. Because you know.
But when you gonna pass the rock, you're not getting on your coattails.
It's over for me.
Okay.
It's over for him too. You think about going down to Mexico playing for 1 year.
It's a 9-point game, 50 to 40.
I'm telling people at home don't adjust their set as soon as that color.
I know everybody knows already. Absolutely Chernobyl-like. It's a 9-point game, and Tim Duncan rest is history. 51 is the halftime score. Back with more in a minute on the Sprint halftime report. Shaq looks like an inside-out ice cream sandwich.
Keep them coming.
You don't have to encourage it. Second here on the Sprint halftime report. And going on up there.
NASA, something's wrong. NASA, help us.
Joseph, not the only one with the Technicolor by one. And we have a tweet before we head to Portland. All I can see on the screen are your hands. Maybe.
Oh, good one. Keep them coming.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord. Put that on 50 shirt.
Oh, Lord. Psychedelic.
Wow. You gotta teach me how to, you gotta teach me how to do that one.
forget it. Tip-off 2000. Ernie Johnson here in Atlanta with a frightening collection of Studio A regulars. You're a rookie. You go last. Kenny Smith is here. Peter Bessie is here. Charles Barkley is here. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Speak for yourself.
It's always good to see you.
You know what? It started long before this, Charles. You know, I was reading the paper.
Well, he's done that for a long time. I thought a long time ago.
And we're back.
He's very consistent.
So look at this from the New York Post. How screwed up is this world? This has Charles Barkley looking very much these days like Richard Jewell's body double.
Hey, you know what, Peter? I told him I'm gaining weight. I can lose weight. He always gonna be ugly. That's the difference between being fat and ugly. A fat person can lose weight. An ugly person always gonna be ugly. Don't forget that.
You know, out of this whole mix, here's Kenny Smith sitting politely, waiting his turn.
You know what? We're right in the middle. Arms distance apart. You keep that in order. I'll keep this in order. I'm not gonna jump on him on TV because they'll have a witness. I don't mind lying on the stand. If I beat him up, it's gonna be in a dark alley one night.
Right, you'll see one of the
in Scottsdale. Protect me there.
One of the adjustments we've made to Studio A here is we've taken all the windows out. Our TBS doubleheader today begins at the Garden here in Madison Square Garden with the bright lights, the big game, the Knicks, of course. But in Atlanta, there is more emotion than we could possibly even dream of here because of Charles Barkley.
Oh, hey, Charles, make sure you check your luggage in at the hotel. Quit trying to hide your luggage under your jacket. Charles is a winner, too, in my book. Hey, wait, it's great to have you here, Chuck. Leave me alone, too.
You know, right now, I was gonna leave him alone. There wasn't gonna say something bad about that haircut. What's up with that haircut? He had that same hairdo for 16 years. It's Halloween, right? It's Halloween.
I was looking for a Charles Barkley mask, but I couldn't find one. And a Tyrone Hill mask wouldn't fit on me either.
It's that time again, folks. When people with tiny brains walk up to wild animals.
You're stupid.
Look at these things. You think that wants to be your friend? Look at them. They're like, oh, look, more dummies. I guess it's time for some tourist tossing. Here's one abandoning his girlfriend. Look at this. He just leaves her there. What a guy. I guess that's one way to get rid of the nagging.
Oh, shit. God, did he hit him? Yes, he did.
I mean, what more do people need to see that they don't want us around them?
Here we go. Let's just take our kids right to...
Yeah, this is exactly where you bring your kids. The mom's like, go stand next to him, honey. Mommy needs something for Facebook. Now look, more dummies who gave birth. Even the animals know better not to bring their babies up to another wild animal. Now it's only humans. The animals protect their young. Yeah, let's roll down the window for the kids to pet a 2,000-pound beast with devil horns.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm gonna close the windows. I don't like this guy.
My God, man.
Shit! Oh, she fell to the ground!
I mean, what do you do with these people? Yeah, you ever wonder what it's like from their perspective? Yeah, it's exactly what you think it'd look like. Ready?
Look at this guy. Here. Holy.
Yeah, he's shocked. There should be enough video evidence for you to at least have your voting rights taken away. Here you go. Here's another grown man making a good decision.
I'm your friend. Hi.
The bison's like, you gotta be kidding me.
I'm your friend. Do you mind if I ride you?
Yeah, sure, pal.
Can I ride you?
Yeah, get on so I could throw you in the air and have you land on my horns. I'd love that, actually.
You're not very friendly, are you?
I mean, really, this isn't enough evidence to show that people have no idea what they're doing in life. If we're not going to stop these people from deciding the direction the country goes in, then we deserve what we get. I mean, what are we doing? Set some limitations. Look, they don't even read the signs. Look at this. The sign says restoration in progress. Yeah, who cares about that, right? We got to get our Facebook picture. Here you go. Here's Cathedral Rock in Sedona, right? It's a federal offense to carve into this rock. There's signs everywhere telling you this. Yet here we are watching two selfish dummies in broad daylight who have to carve their names into it so that everyone knows that they were there. Yeah, who cares if it holds a spiritual significance to the local indigenous tribes? Gotta get that Instagram photo. They hop over the guardrails. Yeah, those are there for everyone but you, right? Don't tell them that. Do you really want these people breeding? See, they just can't help themselves. See, there's her production assistant trying to get the shot for her. All right, I gotta end the video. I can't take it anymore. Talk to you guys later. Goodbye.
So they had a meme they put up on the Instagram the other day of how every dude whose girlfriend is paying for everything stands, and it's like a guy standing with his arm deep around the girl, like when they're waiting in line for things.
Baby, in public, always baby, holding her hand. You can't get my husband to hold my hand. You know why? Because you pay the mortgage. My husband's funny as fuck. And so I said, hey, baby, you want some pussy? He said, not at all. Not at all.
Oh my god.
He said, not at all, Joe. We bought a sleep number bed, and he was, because his knee was messed up, like a sleep number bed. I'm gonna put it down every night. I'm like, fuck yeah. So I had just got to deal with Fox for my TV show. So I walk in there, damn sleep number like a real nigga. Give me the best fucking bed you want, because I'm gonna fuck every night. They sold me a $13,000 sleep number bed, but I should have known he wasn't gonna do shit, because he was insisting on getting a mattress that split down the middle. You know, the two mattresses separate. That shit split down the middle, and now every time I want to ask, I gotta tell her, hey, you want to come to America and get some pussy? Come to America.
Who's got the harder side?
He knew. He's like, I ain't fucking with you on that mattress. It's too soft on that. Come over here. And then now we done gave up. We just fuck in the middle. And by the time we get through, the fucking mattress done fell off the bed because we in the middle with a hole at. And every one time just chips and shit just stuck in the middle of the bed. The remote, my wig, everything just in the middle of the bed. Oh my god. As soon as I get my TV show, I'm gonna buy me a mattress that put us back to fucking together.
This is one of the most pathetic things you have ever done in your life, buddy. You aren't getting better. You're getting worse. Let me see. Shotgun Jesse coming in for 5. As a 19-year-old girl in need of a new microwave, I just wanted to let you know you need a haircut. That is a true story, by the way. That is a true story. And by the way, when I bought Zen Rhino a microwave, when was it? I think I still lived at Royce's house. This was like back in the day, bro. I'm almost positive it was before COVID. Guy legit reached out to me one night and was like, yeah, he goes, I don't actually have like a stove. I live in an efficiency and all we have are microwaves, and my microwave broke, and I'm on a fixed income and I can't afford a microwave. And I was like, the microwave's like $30 at Walmart. Are we serious right now? So I got him a microwave, and I never made a big deal about it. And to be honest with you, the only reason I'm throwing him under the bus is because he outed himself years ago and said Murph bought me a microwave. I had to PayPal him like $30 so he could go buy a microwave so he could heat up his little his little TV dinners. I was nothing but good to the guy. Even when he self-destructed months ago, I was good to the guy. Everyone rushed to judgment on Zen Rhino. I sat it out, remember? When Zen started fighting with AP and he was reporting channels, and I said, hey, if he is doing that, that's not cool, but I'm not getting involved. This isn't my thing. And then it got worse, and then it got worse. And then I started actually seeing him behave this way. And I was like, bro, we don't do that around here. And it all started because somebody was in Adonis Paul's chat one night and was joking with Zen Rhino, and then made some joke about his mom being dead, and Zen Rhino was like, you don't joke about my dead mother. And everybody was like, dude, chill. We all joke around about here. Like, roll off. Like, chill out. And he went from, and then of course the people in the chat smelled blood in the water. So then people were like, I'm going to dig your mom up and her. Like, people were just being dicks, And somehow we went from making fun of his dead mom to him threatening to call CPS on my producer, Virgie. And it just blew up from there. And then he just kept tripling, quadrupling down. Zen, I am not your enemy. I have been a saint to you. Sandwich, that's who it was. It was Sandwich in the chat. Adonis Paul's here now. Sandwich.
Celebrity True or False with Hugh Jackman here on the Rich Eisen Show. First up, true or false, Hugh? You once sang the Australian national anthem at a rugby match and got booed by over 30,000 New Zealanders. Is that true?
True.
What was that?
May even be more than 30,000.
So that may be the false part of it, is we've underestimated the number of Kiwi that were booing, is what you're saying.
Totally. That's a true story.
Is that the loudest you've ever been booed or booed ever in your career at all?
No. The loudest I've ever been booed. This is so weird that I'm remembering this. Okay. I was in the final with Timberlake for the burp competition at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards. And I somehow made it to the final.
Okay.
And I don't know if Timberlake had rigged it because he had his hand on the mic like this. And I'm like, is this? But it was an epic burp. And I'm like, oh. And then when I did my burp, not only was I booed, but I looked at 10,000, 20,000. It was in like an arena. Kids. It was hate. There was hate. And I'm like, guys, I'm burping. Like, it's not, no. It was like a bad nightmare. That was the worst.
Was it because of the belch, or was it a Timberlake thing?
Yeah, my belch was just so infuriating. It's an amateur. He's a professional, clearly. And I was like, guys, I'm just turning up here promoting a movie. Like, I didn't think I was gonna. I remember getting on stage, and Kenny G was there. Kenny G was, when he came out of his dressing room, he goes, "You sucked, man." That was terrible. I'm like, not you too, Kenny G. Come on.
It's nothing against you.
I'm like, what?
You're showing up to burp for kids, man. Okay, I like it.
I'm still in therapy.
Next one for you. True or false, Hugh Jackman. During a stage production of Beauty and the Beast, you drank too much water before taking the stage with disastrous results when nature called mid-song. Is that true?
At the end of the song, the big final F sharp note, I totally peed my pants.
Oh, man.
Because it's a very energetic song. You have to sing and dance. I have to pick up Belle, carry her over my shoulder. It was a whole. And when I picked her up, I was like, oh. I'm like, oh. I think a little bit came out, and that's when I realized I'd stopped singing. And Belle, who's saying me, she goes, "Are you all right? What's going on?" I'm like, "Okay, it's fine." So I started singing, and then I just had this choice for the last note. I either don't sing at all on the final note, front and center, stage, or I pee my pants, or more accurately, red tights.
Oh.
And that's how committed I am.
There's no hiding.
As an artist, I sang the note, and it was just like, there we go.
Wow. So I'm mandated to follow up. If it was a D sharp, was it the note itself? Was it the carrying?
Yeah, you're right. That's a great question, Rich. I may have been okay. The D sharp, but the F sharp at that time it was right up there for me.
Okay.
And I was like, no, I've got to, whatever it is, you've got to release to sing those big notes.
Okay.
You've got to clench if you want to hold on. So that was my dilemma.
All right, so make a note. F sharp equals P flat. Got it. All right.
You're on fire, man.
I'm on fire. I can't be contained. Third one, celebrity true or false with Hugh Jackman. True or false? To play the role of Wolverine, you went on a daily 6,000 calorie diet to accompany your physical training, and The Rock was the one who gave you this regimen. Is that true?
It's absolutely true. I saw him in some movie. It was like the Tooth Fairy, I think it was.
Okay.
And he was ripped. And I was like, oh, man. And I rang him. And it was so cool because he picked up and he goes, yo, Wolverine, yeah, man. And he gave me, and he goes, here it is. And halfway through him giving the diet and the training and everything, there was a knock on his door, clearly at the trailer. And he goes, hang on a sec. And he opens up the door and he says, we're ready for it. And he goes, I'm talking to Wolverine. I'll be out there when I'm done. And I was like, hey, that's about the coolest moment ever. But yeah, he was. And I remember at one point, I said, you said, I sent him a picture of my cheat meal because he was like, dude, make sure you have a cheat meal on the whatever day you choose and go for it. Like, it's important for your body as well as for your mind. So I sent him a picture of my cheat meal, and I can't say exactly what he wrote, but it was disparaging. And then he sent me a picture of his cheat meal, which is like it's like a shop, like it's an entire store of chocolate chip, peanut butter cookies, like a bowl of them, a bottle of tequila, and 3 pizzas. And he goes, "That's a cheap meal." Again, with more disparaging comments.
What was your cheap meal then? Wasn't as ornate?
Like a burger and fries and a shake or something. You know, he's like, "Oh no." He goes, "If you're not sick at the end of your cheat meal, you haven't cheated."
Oh man, I love that. 2 more here with you, Jackman. The time we have left here in support of The Death of Robin Hood, available in theaters nationwide June 19th. True or false, Hugh? With doubts about greenlighting The Greatest Showman, you performed the final song of the film From Now On in a meeting with executives, and that's what pushed the movie over the line. Is that true?
I think partly true. Yeah, we had a final presentation. Man, that room was filled with, like, Cynthia Erivo was part of that, and Aaron Tveit and Calla Settle. Her singing at that particular read-through. Calla Settle's version of This Is Me, I think, has been viewed 200 million times. And the day before, I had to have surgery for a skin cancer on my nose, and my doctor said, "You can't sing, man, because I had like 80 stitches in my nose." And they were like, "You're going to burst it." And so I had someone else singing. I would read the lines and someone would sing. And the beginning of From Now On is a little spoken. And I was like, I just couldn't hand it over. And I sang it, and I was into it. And so everyone in the room was like, "Oh, this is so cool, this is so cool." And I remember finishing the song, and there was just blood dribbling down, and I had to have almost all of those stitches redone. But we got the green light. So again, the show must go on, Rich.
It must go on. Hugh, I saw the video last night with my wife. We were watching it. Because, again, The Greatest Showman, my kids are now 17, 15, 12. So when The Greatest Showman came out, that was it. That was it.
Right in the pocket.
No question, right in the pocket. And when it came out for streaming, once a week, twice a week, it's a beautiful film. It's an incredible movie. The music is unreal. But we watched this video last night, and my son was like, "No, this is the read-through. This is the one that put the green on." And I'm like, "No, this can't be. There's too many people in the room." And he was insistent. So that video, because I did see your nose was a little bit, if you will, jacked up. That was it.
He is right. That is true. It was really, because it had been 23 years since there'd been an original musical on film. Newsies was the last one, and it was expensive. No one had heard of Justin and Benj, who wrote all the songs. Everything about it they were nervous about, and so the director said, "I need them to come in and hear the music." And above our heads, I don't know if you can see it in the video, was a constant screen playing of images as well as the choreography. So he had dancers film and do this. So when we were singing, above their heads, they could see what the dancing was going to look like. So that was what got us over the line.
Yeah, I mean, it was a festival. It was a circus in that room. What an incredible performance.
Something I'll never forget it. It was a really, really cool moment.
Awesome. So quickly, last one for you. Celebrity True or False, Hugh Jackman. True or false, your Prestige co-star, David Bowie, nicknamed you the Scalper because you once admitted to him that you sold a ticket to one of his concerts rather than going to it. Is that true?
The story's true. The label is false. Okay. The story is worse. Okay. I got a little flustered. He's just the coolest guy ever. And as I'm halfway through telling him the story, the first concert I was ever going to go to was his in Sydney, and I was 13, and I'd spent $20 on a ticket, which was so much money to me back then. And then someone offered me $50 on the day at school, and I took it because I was like, $50 was $1 million basically. Yes. And I'm like, absolutely. So I told him that story, but halfway through, I could see him glazing over. And he didn't call me anything. He just walked away.
Oh, come on.
We did act together, so he talked to me on film, but that was pretty much it.
One of those stories where you're like, why am I telling David Bowie this?
Totally. But I'd committed to it, so I had to finish it. And I thought, oh, he'll have a little giggle at this. No. He wasn't annoyed. He wasn't annoyed. He was just David Bowie. It was just impossible to read. He listened to it. He looked at me, and then he just walked away.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Hugh, this has been delightful. I really appreciate you taking the time or giving us the time that you have on your
I
job.
appreciate you letting me get this settle the score and make sure that people know the truth.
Yes, that's what we're doing. We're
See?
we're letting folks know what's true and what is not, and we provide a service here on the Rich Eisen Show.
But thanks, Rich.
No, thank
You're
you.
awesome, man. Keep doing what you do. It's great.
Hey, you made it all the way to the end. Thanks for that. Check us out.
Will be on. And I just want to encourage maybe you. I don't see Cardiff on today. Maybe get this in to call in and ask about this co-host of the hit show, I think Blood and Honor, about Joey C being the presidential candidate. So
I thought
look for that.
I thought Mike Buschetti was dead. I thought he was like. Is it something?
Well, he was supposed to be on the. He was supposed to be on the show Thursday, and I think he had a back injury, is what they said, from doing, of all things, Tai Chi. I don't know how you thought he was back doing Tai Chi.
What the hell is Tai Chi? Yeah, I don't believe Mike Buschetti was doing anything. How did you hurt your back doing nothing?
Well, he probably slipped on the ground trying to pick up a piece of pizza he dropped. So, I mean, but who knows? But but anyway, yeah, Mike Buschetti will be on. So, Catalano Network, we give him shit, but credit needs to be due. Mike Buschetti, will be on there. So I just wanted to give you a heads up.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Zeke. We will be monitoring that. I'm very excited to see that. The Catalanos did make waves this past week with Alex Stein. They went to some kind of like, I don't know. It was, what the hell would you call that, JT? It looked like a PTA meeting or something.
It's one of those town meetings that like Alex Stein always goes to, where he like records it, and he always has Joey sometimes show up, does something funny, and just put it out there.
Yeah, so they were doing that this week. We got some clips from that. We have another caller. This is great. Dave Sarah. Hello, Dave Sarah. Do you want to be on the show?
Hello. No. I'm just saying, you don't have to do that shit, motherfucker. I didn't ask for this goddamn shit. And J-Mo's messaging me saying, you should go on Dookie, blah, blah, blah. And he messaged me and says, Dookie says, Dookie, come on. I said, okay. Oh, come on. But don't say that like, he says, bitch, and whatever. Stop that. Okay?
I didn't say anything about you. I said it was J-Mo's fault.
Mother.
Wednesday.
Yeah, you did. You're like, who needs this? Like, don't you? Such a goddamn piece of shit, dude.
Is Gino still at your house?
No. He's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
And like, first of all, though, like, if you go to somebody's house, Rocco, and you see their clippers, in like the bathroom or whatever.
Oh no, Gino used your clippers to shave his balls?
No, he uses it to shave his face, but it's the ones that I use for my balls. But like, Just call me and ask for it.
That's
Just
fantastic.
call me and ask for it.
So Gino shaved his face with the same clippers you used to shave your balls?
I get home and he's like, "Hey man, I use your clippers for my face." I'm like, "Gino, call me and ask me for that. Like, I have a set of clippers for the face. Use that one. Don't use the one for my balls." And so, okay, great. I mean, whatever, but it's like, tiptoe. Happy birthday, JT. By the way, if it wasn't for JT, I would never be, anything. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, bye, Dave Sarah. Just a taste of what we would have had if we had Dave Sarah on the show. No, I don't know. Wednesday, J-Mo sent me a message. Can Dave go on Saturday? He's all over the place. He will have a good Gino update probably. And I said, sure, if he wants to. And then yesterday, J-Mo said, shoot him a link in the AM. I think Dave needs a fun show. So I don't know what's going on. So J-Mo is now the handler of Dave Sarah, I guess. I don't know.
I know exactly what happened.
What? What happened? I really have no idea.
You get tons of messages from people, and I'm victim to this too.
I'm very curious. We're both
like after 24. No, I victim because you do this to me. After like 24 hours, I'm like, hey, what about that thing I said? You're like, oh, wait a minute, what? And I know you completely probably forgot all about it until he messaged you like the other day to remind you, and you're like, oh, I forgot I said yes to this.
That was yesterday. Yeah. No, I did say yes. I was like, okay, if Dave Sarah wants to come on. But then I realized, I was like, wait, what am I listening to J-Mo for? Fuck J-Mo. J-Mo's very nice. Everyone's very nice. Oh, it's fantastic. So much going on. Like we said, Catalano TV. They're making waves. But you know what? I'm getting a little bored of the Dabbleverse, quite frankly.
Who is it?
And I've had to start venturing off into different areas. And luckily, I was on Instagram the other day when a certain person went live on Instagram. Now, this person I've never seen go live on Instagram before. So it was fantastic. I was like, holy shit, this is amazing. I can't wait to see what kind of content this person delivers.
I imagine somebody very, very famous.
It actually is. And it's someone who I believe has some connections with the Dabbleverse. I believe this person worked with a Mr. Kevin Brennan during his time at Saturday Night Live.
Uh-oh.
So I'm on Instagram. This person goes live, and I'm very excited. Because this person is none other than the great Mr. Chris Kattan. Chris Kattan went live the other day. And I'm learning a lot about Chris Kattan. He's dating this woman, this blonde woman, who I think wants to be very famous. And she has at least 2 kids. I think 3. And the little girl who's on this live stream will not shut up. So I didn't think to record this until about halfway through, because I was like, at first I was like, oh, it'll just be on his Instagram. That's not the case. This live stream is not on his Instagram. I guess because after your live stream on Instagram, you can either just like delete it or you can post it. They deleted it. The little girl in this video was so annoying because she just kept talking. Now, granted, she's like an 8-10-year-old girl, and as a father of a daughter, I feel kind of bad telling her to shut up. But you could see the look on Chris Kattan's face that he wanted to tell this girl so many times to just shut up. But he couldn't because, he's banging her mom. So, I believe, so I started recording here, and it's right, because it's right after they addressed my comment. And I said something like, hey, how do you get that kid to shut up? And then the mom's like telling the kid, because the kid got kind of upset. She was like, someone told me to shut up. And the mom's like, no, they're talking to me. So here's a little bit of the live. I did get to interact with, I guess, Chris Kattan a little.
No, they're probably talking to me. I said don't read the comments.
Well, yeah.
But we have a great episode with Sam Tremble.
Okay, so this is when I learned that Chris Kattan also has a podcast. It's called What Up Peeps. It's almost as bad of a name as What Is This World with Ashley Cummings. Two horrible names. Now listen, I'm on a show called Bigger Than Hitler. I think that's a way better name than What Up Peeps or What Is This World? Anyway, so here's more. So now I'm writing no. I said, how do we shut the kid up? Because she was saying, oh, they were talking about me. And I was like, no, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the kid who won't shut up.
From Euphoria.
It's almost as bad of a name as What Is This World? With Ashley Cummings. Yeah. Two horrible names. Now listen, I'm on a show called Bigger Than Hitler. My show is I think that's a way better name than What Up Peeps. Are you still there? What just happened? That was interesting.
I'm tripping now.
I'm tripping too. Cardiff is here.
Speaking of tripping, there's a guy on the line that knows something about Chris Kattan.
Oh, he does? That's fantastic.
And I think the guy on hold might too. Hold on a minute.
Caller, you're on here.
You have reached 28939.
What the hell is going on, Stevie? What are you doxing?
At the tone, please record your message. When finished, you may hang up or press pound for more options.
Do you hear that?
Hello?
I think it has something to do with
Who
someone
are we
else.
leaving a voicemail for?
I don't know. Someone for someone else. What's up, Stevie Lou?
I lied to JT. I don't know anything about Chris Kattan. Listen, dude, what are you doing? Like, get the snap out of it, man. Like, we're not here for the Chris Kattan thing. Everyone wants to hear the Dabbleverse stuff.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Whatever you gotta do, take it off and fucking get back out there.
I'm gonna have your
and
dad.
talk about some fucking Dabbleverse.
I'm gonna call your dad.
Dabbleverse. I don't want to hear that. All
Shut
right?
up. Kevin Brennan, you're on
We
the air.
didn't fucking get here early in the morning to hear you fucking cry like a bitch. You know, just because Mel.
Kevin, are you there?
To hear you fucking cry like a bitch.
It's Rock. Or El Harigle. How are you?
To hear you fucking cry.
Okay. Okay, you know what Dave Sarah called him? Was that a Dave Sarah impersonator?
No, that was Dave Sarah.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning where Dave Sarah is. He's coked out of his mind.
7:21. No, he was gonna. I talked to him yesterday. He said he most likely would be asleep, but if he was up, he would call in. No, he's here.
Yeah, he's up because he's coked up. You dropped the ball on that one. You had a great story, and you dropped the ball.
I had a great story. All right, Dave Sarah, call back in. I don't know. I'm fine. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can I place an order?
Yeah, of course. What can I get you?
What do you guys have?
Do you typically have breakfast there? Have you ordered from here before? It's your first time.
This is my first time. What is the name of the store?
So we have we have like two really popular sandwiches. They're like drive-throughs in Malibu. They're these English muffin sandwiches, one with sausage, one with bacon.
Oh, that sounds good.
That's probably our most popular.
Do you have the Kevin Brennan sandwich?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you have the Kevin Brennan sandwich?
Oh, what kind of sandwich, sir?
Cardiff, will you leave these people alone? Hang up, Cardiff. No, I don't believe that Dave Sarah is on cocaine. And even if he is, I don't feel that it's my duty to call him out on doing cocaine.
Okay, and that other idiot caller, Mike Marchetti, was not going to be on Jim and Sam.
No, Sam's show next week, I guess.
Who cares? Mike Marchetti's been canceling me on me left and right. His last text to me, hi Kevin, how are you? I've been up all night with Tina, my right toe. I heard somehow. I think I was doing Tai Chi. I'm going to stay off this, so sorry, I can't go. We'll do next Monday if that works for you. Or maybe over the weekend, let me know. Going to try to get some D. You got the worst fucking caller.
What does that mean? I tried to do I think I did Tai Chi.
He's lying is what it means.
Kevin's right. We do have the worst callers. Present company.
Yeah, I consider myself one of your terrible callers.
You are. Stevie Lou.
I'm here to plug John E.
which is tonight, which is the day Gino Pasquante got his jaw broken. I'll be doing a special show starting at 6 p.m. Here on the great Kooky El Harizle show to plug it.
Well, that's fantastic. So today's Jaw team.
Yeah, and also I love your. I don't really like things, but I love your July.
Yes, that we're gonna watch Shuli's special Call of Shuli Israeli Funny on July weekend.
Because I remember October kind of a guy, but I'll be calling it July, all of July.
All right, there you go.
Yes.
Gino,
And I just want to give you credit.
thank you. Gino Pasquante, you've joined the party. Oh, God.
How you doing, Kev, you old fuck? You commemorating Juneteenth today? You bitch? Yeah, you got nothing to say. Here's your problem, Kevin. You're still used to talking to stupid... No, Kev, you listen. You're still used to talking to failed, pretend comedians that when you have to talk to a real one like you used to be, you don't know. Oh, good comeback. Wow. When did you put Chad on the line? Good comeback. So why don't we commemorate? Go fuck your kid. There you go. Good comeback, Kev. You fucking loser. Why? You just an open micer flew to California to do open mics. You fucking loser hat.
There's 120 years of losers fighting with each other.
Let's suck a dick. Yeah, and you can do all you want with it, potato boy, but this is what the Dabbleberg did to Kevin. You hear him talking, he just goes, well, if I talk over you, and I'll let you, if I talk over you and say no and lie about what you did, Kevin, you fucked up. You sit there now saying, Kevin, that what you would call Pat Dixon is a wife-beating bitch, but you helped him get a lawyer. You helped him get off. You furthered domestic violence, and you have a daughter, you sad old pack. Now you say no and call me stupid, Chad. No, you fucking comedic genius.
Kevin has dropped off the line. Stevie Lou is still there, though.
Can I say something, and then I'll let the potato make fun of me, just so you understand.
Yes.
Just so you understand how failed Kevin is now. Kevin came to New York, fucking got on his face.
Hold on, Gino, wait. Why do you come here thinking any of us are defending Kevin like he's a successful anything?
No, now you're gonna listen to me. You're gonna listen to me. The second you said Gino, I stopped talking. And you said, wait, 8 minutes, like I was one of these fucking hacks you have on. Now watch. We'll talk over human beings. You're a potato. Now say Gino, and then I'll stop and I'll listen like I do. We can treat you like a fucking hack. You're a potato.
What's he want me to do?
Listen, I get whatever you were gonna say.
Anniversary can be tough. That's for telling us this kind of stuff. This is a tough day.
Well, let me ask you something. Do you think what Kevin said when he was, oh, you're a man boy, and they flew, and you went out to do it, do you think, A, that's true, and B, do you think that's a good comeback, and C, if it's not true, don't you see what a melted brain piece of hot shit Kevin Brennan has become? I don't care what you call me. The important thing is that Kevin realizes it, and he will. You understand? Kevin's bitch. This is what Kevin does. He says people are bitches, but then he
Gino, I think I gotta let you go. You're like in a wind tunnel or something. It's very annoying.
Surfing right now? What's going on, buddy?
I was getting up to go get I was out of coffee, so I heard Kevin on. I couldn't hesitate. Sorry, Linda. You can let me go. You can take the shit on me offline now. Love you guys.
All right, no problem. Thank you. Don't call in here thinking we're all on Kevin Brennan's side. He stinks. Well, stinks.
Yeah, Stevie Lou stinks too.
Especially Stevie Lou. Stevie Lou.
I'm still here.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
I you know we can smell it. Hold on. No, don't drop him yet. We do have a question. We need an answer.
Go ahead.
How old is Mr. Malunigan?
Oh wow, this is
he still alive?
I would never speak for Bobo.
Oh, shut up, Stevie Lou. Shut up. Is Mr. Malunigan still alive?
Listen, I will answer that question. Later
In the
today
form of a
at 6
question?
p.m. Eastern on Husey Entertainment when Husey and I go live and we will smash. We're going to be smashing Quadfather and Fuel. So tune into that. Thank you.
All right,
This is a great show, man. This is a great segment. It's a great show. I really love this. You guys are number
let me go to a couple more
Doom.
calls.
Doom is taking Carl out.
Oh, is he? Good. Hulkamania. What?
Hello.
JT, shut up. Hulkamania, how are you?
Oh man, that's first time, long time.
Thank you.
How's the weather up there?
Hopefully last time.
All right, goodbye, Hulkamania. Thank you. First time, long time, last time. Pretty fantastic. Oh, here we go. Dave, Jay Dabbler has a quick comment about Mike Bichetti's Tai Chi. What is Tai Chi?
It's a form. It's technically a form of martial art, but it's just like more for like meditation. It's like you can move very slowly. You see a lot of old Chinese
Yeah, okay, he's doing it in the park.
Okay, I was gonna say I can see Mike doing this though. Okay.
Tai Chi is what they make me do, so my
Is this like-
Vietnamese boyfriend can fuck my ass.
Is this like fat people who wave their arms like this in a pool and they think they're doing exercise?
No, it's all like I said. It's all very meditative. But my fiance's mom taught me to do some stuff. There's no way you could hurt yourself. This is my point. There's no fucking way.
This is a great pose when you want to fuck my son.
I hurt myself when I think I did Tai Chi. That's what I think Kevin said. All right, thank you, Jay Dabbler, for the update.
I'll love you guys later.
Love you. I'll love you later. Dave Sarah wants to call back and tell us whether he's high on cocaine, I guess.
Dude.
Are you on cocaine?
Well, yeah, obviously I'm fucking high on cocaine, but that doesn't matter. First of all, if fucking Stevie Lou, first of all, I'm glad that Turkey lost. I don't know why the Stevie Lou's rapping Turkey piece of shit. If Stevie Lou didn't go on fucking Judy show, that means Kevin Brennan fucking pay me, you stupid motherfuckers. The only reason I don't ask you pay me is because I go on BYB and I go on Judy show and I go on Cuba because yeah, I get it. Yeah, you want to pay and these are people that go on. Yeah, sure. Okay. Stevie's going on fucking YouTube. Does that mean, what does that mean? That means you're gonna keep paying him for that? Are you fucking stupid, dude? No, fucking pay me, stupid! I fucking requested the money, asshole! Give it to me! What?
Dave,
What?
we have a question from another caller.
Okay.
Who gives a shit? Who gives a fuck?
There you go.
Exactly. Who could possibly give a shit?
So you're high on cocaine. I think Kevin thinks this is a big story that we should dig into deeper.
He's good. Oh, good. He's gone. He left.
Who cares? Kevin thinks we got a scoop. Dave Sarah's on cocaine.
He was on illegal drugs.
Who cares?
No.
Let the man coke up. He has to clean his dad's ass.
Yes. Yes.
He
I
needs
do
coke.
not envy. I respect Dave Sarah. Dave Sarah is a better man than most of us.
Right.
I would not be wiping my parents' asses. Ever.
Good for him.
Pay someone else.
Have all the coke he wants.
Exactly. All right, so here's more. This is Chris Kattan again.
Oh, good morning, buddy.
Good morning. You don't have goats. What are you talking about? JT goes, little farm. I was like, he doesn't have goats, you idiot.
Father's Day Farmers Market. Father's Day Farmers Market.
Cardiff messaged us this morning and said he was going to be late because he had an emergency. A coyote got into the goat pen, whatever that means. So, all right, so I was explaining. I was just happened to be on Instagram the other day when Chris Kattan went on live on Instagram. And this is a very interesting dynamic because Chris Kattan, I guess, is dating this woman. I don't know if it's his fiance or what. Oh, gosh.
Shocked that he's dating a woman.
What? What do you want?
Dude, this show sucks, man. I feel bad because when
All right, goodbye. Thank
Who
you.
was that?
Vince the lawyer.
Oh, sure.
All right, so here's Chris Kattan and his fiance and a little girl.
But hold on, am I the only one shocked that he's dating a woman?
Who, Chris Kattan?
Yeah.
Yes. No, you're not. No. Oh, you thought he was gay?
Of course.
I guess I could see him being gay.
And not even just for the characters he does, just for him. Like, he just always seemed very...
Yeah.
He has the gay face.
I guess so. He's like,
Twinkie and like Elfie. Yeah, I can see that. But so this was my first real introduction to what Chris Kattan is currently doing. I've seen some clips of him every now and then, and he always looks weird. He looks like he has no neck. Because I heard he injured his neck badly during a skit or a sketch on SNL, and he's never properly healed from it or something. So that's why he kind of has that John-like body now. You know how John always kind of developed into this like turkey body? Chris Kattan kind of has that too. Like he has no neck. And it turns out, I guess he hurt himself on SNL, and he's been fucked up ever since.
Yeah, but you're cut from a different cloth than most guys. Most comics are nervous, nebbishy. Remember that guy who walked on stage at the Strip with William Stevenson?
Yeah.
And he was going to beat the fuck out of William Stevenson, R.I.P. I think you'd find this clip on YouTube, but you stepped up to the guy and pushed him off.
Maybe it's on. I don't know. Yeah, I got the guy off stage.
Was it at the Strip?
At the Strip.
This is my last time. That was my last night ever going in the comic strip.
Wow. Because of that, or just
yeah.
Oh.
Well, no, it wasn't. It was based off of that. Yeah, there was any cameras on that.
But your bouncer kicked in, like your old.
Well, it was more just like I was. Listen, the thing was going haywire because that club. What happened was I did the first show there that night.
Noticed that.
Where I was doing the last two shows. There's definitely no video of it. There was the second two shows of the night I was doing there. Closing them. When I closed the middle show, that place had degenerated at that point. I don't know what it's like now, but it was all street team at that point, marking people, and it wasn't what I worked there in like not the golden era, but like a good time.
Yeah,
the weekends were like Patrice and all these names of guys who were like killing it in the city, and the room's awesome.
Great room,
great fucking room.
Yeah,
and I love doing it and watching it kind of just like eat shit and become like group of like 15 Puerto Ricans who think that it's their show and they're pissed because they were lied to about and it was always just like, I used to go up there. My fun thing I did by the end there was going up there and just finding out who's beefing in the audience because they were somebody who doesn't like somebody at this table and they wish that bitch would shut up and just like peacemaking.
Yeah,
funny, you know what I mean?
That's funny.
Everyone's just trying to get laid tonight. Like don't ever. The guys are pissed because they see their girls are getting out of the movie,
right?
From each other. They just try to fuck with them like that, but it was out of control. William Stevenson didn't give a fuck. Like he was just collecting a check, collecting his cash. So he would go up there and he's like, you just let him talk all through it, whatever. And he had no control over the room on that second show. And I went up there and even when I was trying to like work the crowd a little bit, they were just shitty. And I got off stage and I said to Christine in the cab, I was like, I think you just saw my second to last spot for a long time.
Wow.
At the comic strip. I go, I'm not gonna put it there anymore. That's a bummer.
Because it is a classic. That's where I met you.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like
bummer.
I used to do late night there every night, man. Come
on,
like I loved
it. So great.
And even at the end of that 2 hour, whatever, 2.5 hours, they'd still be hot sometimes,
Yeah, people keep coming in too. It's like they're kind of like rotating thing. But the cellar used to be like that.
Oh yeah,
it was kind of fun. You know what I mean? There was. I worked at the cellar at a time where like when I went on stage, sometimes there was 20 people only in the audience.
Yeah,
that changed.
Isn't that crazy? It's crazy to think
about. Now they have 4 rooms and they're making another one.
Which are the biggest.
Yeah, right.
Of them. But where were they at?
Oh,
so
they're never working there again.
Yeah, so when I go back for that last set, it's funny. I was going back. I just started talking about the comic strip to Christine, and I was like, "Yeah, baby, I'm being crazy." I go, "It's like literally the comic strip is where I met my ex-wife. My daughter wouldn't be alive. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the comic strip. Damn. The second club I ever got into in New York.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, maybe I'm being hard on myself. And then as I'm watching the next one, William has no control of the thing. Some girl had her feet on the stage, and he did like, even like the hackneyed, like, you in show business?
Right.
Then get your feet off the stage. Like, he does it right away. And you're like, which is funny. And then the boyfriend's talking shit back, and Steven's like, man, shut up. Like,
that guy was huge.
Oh, the guy.
There must be video of it, because I saw the the guy was giant. He was like a big blonde guy.
That's tough though out of the gate when the host calls.
You might be thinking of, you might be confusing it with the one there is a video of was a Kill Tony, where the guy goes at Jeremiah Watkins and I get him off. I push him off stage.
Oh, I don't.
Which is there is a video of that.
I swear it was at the strip.
I remember something. Someone. It must have been a pic or something.
Must have been a pic because I saw you like getting between them.
But there was a.
That was
well, yeah. So the guy jumps up. Yeah, this is Jeremiah.
That's a different story, man.
Oh yeah, this is definitely not.
This guy's on mushrooms and out of his tree. And he tries to go with Jeremiah.
Wow, the nicest guy in comedy.
But what I wonder what happens on this late show.
So when so William's telling the guy starts jawing at Williams, whatever, and then the guy gets on stage, and I'm like, nice, because the heyday of the strip, like my mom was like, I'm still friends with Gills, one of my close friends who was a bouncer there forever. Omar now went on to become a Long Island police officer, but these guys were like good bouncers, and good in the sense like they weren't like a talk shit and rough you up. They were get you outside guys.
Yeah.
They were like, let's just get you outside, and then all right, bye.
Right.
Sure, I'll fight. We'll fight you. Let's go. Tough guy. We'll get outside. They get outside and close the door. And, we'll see you later. There was no bouncers. When I came in that night, actually, they were laughing. They said they were going to kick somebody out, but they decided not to which I hate this. We figured we'll let you handle them.
Yes, of
because
course.
you talk to the crowd and stuff. But they took the manager, Dan's hat off, his fedora hat, and started doing like keep away from him.
Oh, my God.
As soon as they walked in, and they said they didn't kick them out for that.
Jesus.
Fucking wild.
By the way, I do crowd work sometimes. I'm not a black belt in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Right.
So I realized when the guy gets up there, I'm like, oh, this guy's about to get fucking removed.
Yeah.
Violently off stage. And then I'm like, oh shit, there's no bouncers here. So I was like, oh, and this guy was like in Williams' face. Like I don't think Williams saw that this guy was like, he was gonna hit him. He was gonna do something.
Yeah.
Young guy too.
Yeah, much younger than William for sure. And like, so I got up and I just got him, pushed him off stage, and he was doing like, see outside, and I was like, yeah, I'll be out in a second. Like, okay, I'll get out of here. And then I get off stage, and William gets back on the microphone, and I'm like, looking at William from the back of the stage, I'm like, show's over, dude. Like that's come on,
that's a wrap.
It's a wrap. And he goes, well, you just saw him, everybody. So how about one more time, Big J? I did like 5 minutes. I was like, William, dude, this energy is fucking wacky.
Yeah.
There was a melee here seconds ago. And we got out of there. And what happened was I posted on, or William posted a thing the next day on Facebook, I think it was. And he goes, he's like, well, the comic strip. I'm not telling the comics what to do. I'm just letting you guys know that the comic strip removed me from their schedule for the rest of my booked shows. Because of something last night, whatever. And I wrote back, I'm like, dude, that fucking sucks. He go, well, it's not fully in solidarity to you necessarily. I respond with this. It's not fully in solidarity, but I said yesterday when I was there, I think I'm laying off that place, man. I think I'm done at that place. Well, it's out of control.
Yeah.
Just wrote that on the thing. And then Richie Tinkin, or a lot of people thought it was his wife, his weird wife, Jeannie. But somebody was coming on social media, it was Twitter, I think, at the time, and they're just going, and it's like we don't want you to work there anymore anyway. I mean, it's coming at me, and it was like their argument was that I defended a guy calling a woman and they're going back and forth with that. They go, either way, it's not that they wrote the dumbest things. They wrote the dumbest things. Yeah, that I didn't let William Stevenson. I'm like, I think I wrote back, I'm like, I think I saved you from a loss.
Yeah.
I was like, that guy was going on stage to hurt William.
And where the bouncers?
Yeah, I was like, you should be thanking me. This is fucking crazy.
Wow.
And they're like, you shouldn't defend somebody who calls a woman and then he said the most ridiculous claim I've ever heard. And I'll remember some of the names. Seinfeld, Ray Romano, Chris Rock. And I don't remember, there's like one or two more examples. He goes, those guys never have had to use the word on or off stage. And I was like, that's a ridiculous claim to make. Even for Jerry Seinfeld, I bet it's come out of his mouth. I'm like, but this is a moot point. And then on and on, they're shitting on me, and this is back and forth. And I was almost having fun with it at points. I'm like, guess fuck this place.
Yeah.
And then I just thought about the thing that I used to talk about all the time before podcasts were everywhere. But I used to always think it was so funny that well before it was an issue that they have Richie Tinkin, the owner, was
Eddie Murphy's manager forever.
Yeah.
Of
And
his
they'll
gold,
tell you about it too. If you were there.
oh yes, in his golden years, and photos and gold album,
Yeah.
and they have two Eddie Murphy albums up, and I'm typing this in the thing. I go, you have two Eddie Murphy albums up, one with a track that says, and the second one says, revisited. I go, now are we worried about pissing off gay people or only? And then you see it like systematically. Their tweets just they took down the entire.
No.
And then
Wow. You won.
And then Richie died.
Oh.
But that was a bummer. That's a bummer. That place. That place would kind of like had shitty stuff happen. That's like an emotional one for me. My daughter was like, my daughter's baby shower was there because all my ex-wife's friends were the staff there that worked there forever.
Wow.
I had great nights there too. I mean, I had a similar, not to your level, but I remember no security.
Yeah.
I'm on late at night. There's 7 dudes who are just heckling me nonstop, and they're big dudes, and they're like, "We're gonna fuck you up after the show." And I was like, "You very well may."
Yeah.
7 of you, and it's just me.
Right. No one's watching my back.
No one's watching my back. And then I somehow got away from them, but I complained to one of the bartenders, and he was like, "It's not my job to be in there." I'm like, "Yeah, but someone should be here."
Somebody should be there. Yeah.
But
Steve Bird got I had to jump on stage for that one too, and the guy.
Damn.
Steve Bird, it was funny.
Super good. So good. Aloha, my name is Hokulani and I'm from Waialingli. Hi, I'm Sahara and I'm from Palolo. Alright, where's Wax? Wax. Let me just oh yeah. No, it
What are your top 5 TV shows?
okay.
Or your top 2? That's easier.
Oh. I feel like that's harder actually. Well, right now it's Lost. And then I just watched a show called From that's just like Lost. And it's just phenomenal. They're kind of like horror-ish, but kind of like thriller, sci-fi, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Nice. What are your style of shows? What do you like?
Same category. I really liked that show
From. My favorite show, Criminal Minds. It's kind of like a detective show. I really like the movie San Andreas. You know what I mean? No, with The Rock. You never watched that? No. Oh my god. We know what we're watching tonight. I guess we do. I'm actually mad that he's doing that movie.
Sounds like an action.
It's like a it's an action movie. It's like the San Andreas fault line ships. Nope.
Wow.
Oh, okay. This is ridiculous. Anyway.
What about you?
My favorite movie is In Time with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
And have you seen that? Okay, so we have to watch that too. It's like time is money. So like everyone has like a time on their wrist, and like you have to pay for stuff with your time. And when you work, you earn time, and then when you run out of time, you die. And then there's like billionaires that have like infinite life. Wow, it's really good.
Okay, Hoku, dog person or cat person?
Dog person, definitely.
What kind of dogs?
I honestly like bigger dogs, but I have two small dogs because my mom doesn't like big dogs. So we have like a little, I don't even know what they are, terrier something. So, yeah.
Excellent.
I'm going to say both. It depends on the personality of the dog or the cat.
Okay, and what's one of your favorite kinds of dogs?
My favorite kind of dog, a German Shepherd. So this is my 5'2", shaped by Glenn Bang and painted by Chris Miyashiro. This is like my fun board, but I ended up riding it a lot more than my actual board, so now it's my actual board. And I'm riding my 9.4 Alpaca from Meyer Surfboards, and it was custom made to me. It has this little thing in the middle is the Sahara Desert, since my name is Sahara. Oh, is that what it is? Yes. How do you do that? I hope they're good today. Look at them. What is that? I know, it's been so good.
for these 2 months. Just like curling and track and field. Everyone gets all excited for it for 2 months.
Nobody gets.
And then you go, what the fuck was I thinking? All right, here's more of Chris Kattan's live stream with his girlfriend or his wife. Apparently, this is his wife. We were getting confirmation this is his wife, who wants to be very famous.
Listen, yes, I did.
He's
He was
true,
also in
true
True
blood.
Blood.
He turned into the
What? Go back.
He's a great actor.
What?
Your comment.
Oh, well, no, okay, so I was explaining. When I started watching this, the little kid won't shut up. And you can see on Chris Kattan's face, like he just wants to go, hey, can you shut up?
No, I
So-
said, how do we shut this kid up?
Yeah, so I started recording, and when I started recording, I'll just go, since we've only played 16 seconds of this. This is where it starts.
Yeah, they're probably talking to me. I said don't read the comments.
No, they're probably talking about me. Don't read the comments. Because the kid just went, someone told me to shut up. Because I wrote, how do we shut this kid up? So that was their answer. And then I was responding, no, I didn't tell you to shut up. I told the kid to shut up.
Well, yeah.
Stop doing.
So we have a great episode with Sam Tremmel from
Which we will watch. So Chris Kattan and his wife do a podcast called What's Up, Peeps? And they talk to Sam Tremblay. Is that the guy who Chad is friends with?
Yes.
Okay.
Tinfoil hat.
And apparently he was in a vampire show like 20 years ago. And this is the guy that they interviewed for their podcast, which I will get clips of. But first, this is how I found out about their podcast, by watching their live stream.
Euphoria. And
Sam Tremmel.
yeah,
From
he's the one
Euphoria.
that shrink
Here.
wrapped
Did your daughter like tonight at the Listen, yes, I did.
See, this kid won't shut up.
He's in
He was also in True Blood.
No one shuts up, quite honestly.
True Blood.
Yes. Yeah, like 20 years ago, right?
You're thinking of two different people. It's not Sam Tremblay. Or it's not the guy Chad knows. I think.
We know.
No, it's not. We're making jokes. Thank you, Liz.
I'm sorry. I'm just I'm busy.
Thank you.
He turned
Yeah, we hear you. What do you want to talk about?
into the
I'm
wall.
sorry. I just keep myself on mute, man.
He's a great actor. Very smart man. Yeah, we have a lot of great guests coming up. Kenan Thompson will be coming up.
I don't know what this is. Sorry, guys.
One
Thank
of
you,
the
Sean.
funniest guys ever.
Yes, so for What's Up Peeps, our podcast, we've got Kathy from Dance Moms,
Yes.
Madison and Kyler Fisher from Fish Fam on YouTube.
Right.
No one cares about any of these people.
Who could possibly give a fuck about Dance Moms?
I don't
characters?
know. I don't know, but according to Cardiff, he said love. Oh no, Karmic X, not Cardiff Electric, Cardiff X.
Yes.
He's saying we should be watching Love on the Spectrum. Apparently, it's about like.
We are. It's called the Karmic X show.
Well, that's what I was saying. Because I looked into it, and it was about like people with like Down syndrome, I guess, and dating and
Or
stuff.
autism.
And I was like,
It's autism.
or autism.
There is a Down syndrome show too.
Yeah, that's what
There's
I
a
thought.
Down syndrome dating show as well, and it's just
All right, so this one's just autism, and I was like, oh, that I would pay to watch, because it was interesting to hear Karmic say like, oh, you gotta once you see Jeffrey, you're gonna be hooked. He's quite the character, and I was like, I wonder how fucked up this Jeffrey guy has to be to
Yes.
be a character to Karmic X.
and even Jeffrey has never gone on the internet
right,
proposing to a woman who's dumped him multiple times.
I want to marry you. I want to put a baby in your butt. Or
Even
however
Jeffrey.
that would- Yeah,
Even Jeffrey has more backbone
I don't know what the
and
character
confidence
is.
in himself than Karmic X.
I want to put a ring on your finger. I want to walk you. You'll love it. Love it.
We had
David
one.
Spade did a Karmic podcast. I know.
Guys,
I've been on.
guys, we have
Fly on the wall.
guys, we have somebody from Australia.
So I know the kid is watching.
Super annoying.
The kid's watching the text. So I put or the chat. So I put the kid's super annoying.
Brother.
That's
Oscar,
cool.
hey. How you doing?
Australia's cool place.
Our crocodile.
I can do it.
This is my wife, Stewie. Yeah, hey, mate.
Okay, this is.
So now she's trying to out imitate Chris Kattan. This kid rules.
Yeah, she's in the body.
Chris, you always be my favorite.
Again, no one shuts the fuck up. It's amazing.
It's amazing how horrible he is.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Dude, him and his wife do sketches. and they're on their YouTube, like 3-minute, 1.5-minute sketches. Like we're gonna watch all. Today's all Chris Kattan, and I don't give a shit about anything else that's going on. If you want to call in and tell me about something else that's going on in the Dabbleverse, I'll listen. But I'm all about talking about Chris Kattan today.
Sophie, you've had a conversation with Polly on the phone before.
Yep. He's interesting.
They call each other.
Celebrity Big Brother. Let's not talk about that.
Give your mom a huge sandwich if she gives.
She is Hungarian. Yeah.
So I wrote, "Hey kids, shut up."
Wonderful woman.
It's horrible. I do not condone this.
No. It's not like you went to her house and started yelling at her. She's on the internet.
Yeah, she's on the
You
thing.
put the kid on the internet. She's open to it.
Right.
What is your relationship with Will Ferrell like? We have a great relationship. It's been great.
Well, if Josh is telling the truth, then why did Josh say this to us last time? I mean, what stuff of ours would he be giving back if none of our stuff was even ever in his store? Or like, what about this?
I'm happy to go open that stupid cupboard and you can have all the stuff. I want to give it back to you. I'm happy to give you the inventory. If the inventory's the right, I'll give it back. I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
I mean, Josh is on video swearing to God and on everything he'll give us the Legos back. But now, for some reason, he never even had the Legos. But this makes no sense.
The shelves were empty.
So I decided to remind him of all of these examples where he claims they do have Brian's Legos in the store still. And this was his response. Yeah, he did.
So probably the best part about this whole bricks and minifigs fiasco has been the characters, the individuals at that particular company, both on a corporate and an individual store level, that just can't seem to be able to keep their story straight, keep getting caught up in lies. And a perfect example of the type of characters that I'm talking about are, of course, the CEO, Eamon McNeff, who's doing a media tour after, of course, securing a temporary restraining order on Reckless Ben and all parties involved in that particular case so that they can't speak out. And our buddy Joshua Johnson, the guy who conspired with Eamon McNeff in order to fabricate charges with the American Ford Police Department.
Ready and willing to arrest these individuals for Utah statutes for cyberbullying and digital stuff because they're using electronic means for communication and coordinating their stuff.
Well, digital stalking, not stalking, stalking?
It's all of the above.
Okay, so
because they're continuing to use additional critiquing that they're being cute and whatnot. It can't continue, so somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue to do this.
Now we're just trying to walk down on this, as much as we humanly possibly can.
He's going to submit how to screen for charges with our prosecutors, right, with our city prosecutors, in order to get Reckless Ben arrested, which, by the way, is why Reckless Ben is facing multiple criminal cases. This is also the reason why I started a Give, Send, Go legal defense fund for Reckless Ben, which is around $46,000. Link in the top of the description if you want to donate. And by the way, we will have an update on that fund in just a little bit. But of course, what ended up happening recently, and this was due to the fact that internet detectives were going over the information presented in the CoffeeZilla video, has been absolutely devastating for Joshua Johnson and Bricks and Minifigs, because despite the fact that they think they silenced their chief critics with these temporary restraining orders, the fact is, you're in a situation where the more that you talk, the more that it's revealed that you're not telling the truth, and people are scrutinizing each and every one of your statements. And a perfect example of this is that now we have a police report from the Kaiser Police Department in Oregon, which is the location of the store at the center of this controversy. And apparently, according to the information in that police report, Joshua Johnson is making the case that the Legos were there at the time. He knew they were there. He knew they were on layaway. And guess what? He didn't give a damn that they were there, and he believed that he was entitled to take them. This is apparently what Joshua Johnson was telling the police, and this is what we got to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports the Legal Defense Fund. Again, link in the top of the description.
Give us mango and pretzels, guys.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Oh, hello. What are you doing here, J-Lo?
Ari's last show with us. 15 years of memories. 15 years of hosting the show. It's been a blast. From the Creek days to the Cumia days to the front of the Creek. Everything stand outside during COVID. Shane Gillis and I ran for vice president of this corporation. We won.
I think we're still.
We are still.
Have they ever done that again?
Yeah. Tyrant.
Wait, are you advocating it now? I'm the president.
I think you might be now the president.
Yes.
Shit. I'm moving to another country. I've got to give up my.
You're gonna have a UFC event in front of the stage.
We tried that a few weeks ago. They said no. Ari, we're gonna fucking miss you so much. We put the crew put together a little something in your honor. Really? Yeah.
3 for life. You know what my favorite thing in the world is?
What?
The fact that it's 3 for life.
That's right.
The 3 of us for the rest of our fucking lives, boys. This is it. We start together, we end together. 3, 4, 5. He is us.
Balthazar.
Oh, God!
Freaking
That's Ari Shafir.
There's so much wrinkled up meat in it.
cut on your lips. No. Oh, dude. Ari, come on, Ari. It's not cool. That was a lot of hemorrhoids we just got to load up there.
Hello, everyone. This is your daily dose of internet. This police department in Peru disguised officers as World Cup mascots during a raid. The police arrested a 48-year-old man who they knew to be a soccer fan.
Breathe out and let go of some tension.
What are we doing today, Andrew?
Going to see England, and our goal today is to get as many of their players as possible to sign these copies of the Declaration of Independence. Sign the Declaration. Thank you. Thanks, man. Glad you're here. Thanks for signing the Declaration, man. Appreciate it. Hey, welcome to Kansas City. Thank you. Sign my Declaration. Thanks, man.
Show me how happy you are.
My wife is at work and just texted me a package got delivered to the front. And it's her Father's Day gift, so please don't open it. Yeah. Don't worry, babe. I wouldn't want to give away the surprise.
So it turns out a frying pan is actually a very effective weapon.
Bro, those clowns look like they're about to say, "You got a friend in me." Do, do, do.
This police officer was entertaining the Scottish soccer fans before the game.
They're catching butts. Why are they? They're forming some sort of super prime, some sort of optimal prime, some sort of Optimus Prime.
This dream bearer shift happened to take place during their nap time.
My God, where'd my fingers go?
Due to the rising sea level, this house was going to be taken by the ocean. Rather than moving house, they decided to move their house.
You get hard enough way too good. Can you skip? I can. Wait a minute, baby.
In Boston, these Norwegian soccer fans are doing the Viking row on their way to the game.
And what you got?
I got Taco Bell. My name's Tickle Monster, and they wrote Mr. Tickle on my box.
He's Tickle Monster on the app, so he wrote Mr. Tickle. And he just went to open his box. He pulled out his burrito. Read it.
Who's a good Tickle Monster? You are.
This inspirational clip was my favorite from this episode. This student, who was paralyzed from the waist down, managed to walk across the stage for his graduation.
I'm glad I wasn't born at this time. Right? Everything took an effort. I'm not made for winding.
This giant inflatable soccer ball got blown away in the heavy storm. This guy has just come out of an operation, and his dad has come to pick him up.
You sure? That's another truck. You sure you got the right truck?
I see him.
Oh, okay.
Dad! Dad! Dad, I made it! Dad! I missed you!
This camera is known as a spider cam and is used to film sports events like this one. This This guy is cruising in style.
Oh my god.
This baby just figured out how lamps work.
There you go.
This bear got stuck in the tree, so the police department worked together to get it down safely.
Close your head.
This might be the most majestic happy birthday ever.
Da, da, da. Da, and da, da, da. Aw.
Doom scrolling has gone too far. This roller coaster got stuck while ascending, meaning the riders were stuck for several hours. They were later safely rescued by the fire department.
Bro, that's so cool. It's a hot dog NATO, dude.
Kids are getting more and more brutal.
No. Man, how your bro don't got a dollar, bro? How your bro don't got a dollar?
Talks about himself.
Yes, how he knows. So the guest was talking about Kevin Costner for something, and that hit something, triggered something in Chris Kattan's
He wasn't talking about Kevin. He said the name Kevin Costner.
Yeah, okay.
In past, like it was in passing.
Yeah. So then Chris Kattan had to say, "Oh, Kevin Costner, he's a really nice guy. I met him once when me and my friend Will Ferrell were doing this thing where I was an elf, and there was a kid who was on a bronze fox, and they were talking to the kid, and then the kid said, 'Hey, Dad,' and the dad turned out to be Kevin. I don't know what to start. You're right. It means nothing. It was just a way for him to say, 'I met Kevin Costner once.'"
And then Kevin was like, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. It's like, wait,
But you remember that way later.
that is good.
Yeah.
It's like, I know who you are.
Yeah, but he's very nice. Yeah.
Yeah. She's very
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's nice.
Yeah.
But that's great. I'm excited to see
Yeah,
that.
yeah. It's good.
I mean, you're like a really great actor, really nice guy, very well educated. Again, we're recapping the first.
Reiterating. He's very nice.
was probably the single worst humiliation that has ever existed in the history of that program, which is unsurprising given that I've long maintained he's the single dumbest person in all of media. And I don't mean that as an insult, just like as an observation. I mean, I don't mean it as praise, obviously.
Hey, everybody. We have a big deal today. We have big shot Glenn Greenwald with us. He is a journalist, former constitutional lawyer, who won the Pulitzer Prize in 2014 for his reporting on the Intercept on government surveillance based on the Edward Snowden documents. Remember that? That was over 10 years ago. Wow. He left the Intercept in 2020, launched his Rumble-based program, System Update. That's over. The guy keeps moving through stuff. He shuttered it. That show shuttered this past February. That show has been shuttered, and now he's back to doing long-form journalism and commentary, primarily on Substack. He also does a video show there, but it is a hideous set that he has. Hideous. He also writes a regular column for the Brazilian newspaper. I don't know how to pronounce that. Folha de São Paulo, I guess. How do you say it, Glenn?
Folha São Paulo.
Folha São Paulo. Okay, Folha.
Beautiful, Jimmy. Beautiful.
FOIA, which is like the Freedom of Information Act requests.
No, it's Folha. It's with an L. It means like leaf or sheep.
Oh, okay.
Let's just do it in Portuguese lessons, like basic Portuguese.
Oh, that's right. It's Portuguese in Brazil. Oh,
yes.
I've been thinking of moving to Portugal. I've been thinking of moving out of this country. And
Portugal is awesome.
I've heard good things. How could? Yeah. What's so great about Portugal? Tell me.
It's like you get all the benefits of being in the EU, but without the bullshit. You know, like it's not France or the UK or Spain or Germany. So it's just like its own little thing. It's a small country. It's beautiful on the water. Lisbon is an amazing city. There's all these like interior little places that are rural and beautiful.
Oh, okay. Well, we should go. I've never been. I'm going to the Mediterranean in July. Maybe I'll swing by. We'll see what happens. Can we swing by? Can you swing by Lisbon? I think so. All right, Glenn. I want to ask you, do you have any thoughts? I know there's so much news breaking. It's too much news to cover. It's so overwhelming stuff is happening. I wanted to first ask you, you did one of these jubilees, right, where you sit down and you debate 50 people.
Yeah.
And I've only seen clips.
You're surrounded by them.
Yeah. I haven't seen. I know Dave Rubin felt that he was threatened physically when he did his. Did you feel threatened when you did his? Were you afraid for your safety?
They're like a bunch of little twinks and like political junkie nerds. I mean, if you're threatened by that, you might as well never leave your house. Also, you know what's funny? First of all, Dave Rubin was probably the single worst humiliation that has ever existed in the history of that program, which is unsurprising given that I've long maintained he's the single dumbest person in all of media. And I don't mean that as an insult, just like as an observation. I mean, I don't mean it as praise, obviously. But I just, it's totally unsurprising. But I'll tell you something funny to me. I did a little debriefing for my audience because amazingly, a huge number of people watch that. Who don't even watch many other things, but who do watch that. They have a big audience. And I, before the Dave Rubin thing, was remarking on they have this like instant security protocol. Like they take you in, you don't really get to interact with the people that are there because they're concerned there's going to be physical confrontation either before, during, or after. They have tons of security. The minute there's a pause, they take you back to the green room. They escort you back. I was remarking on how excessive the security was. And then Dave Rubin comes out and was like, I felt like I was going to be killed. And he had this like security guy who he calls my guy Joey. And he's like, but you know what? My guy Joey. My guy Joey told me that if they attacked me, he was going to step in and protect me. And it's like, what the fuck is this neurosis? Like, and especially he had liberals. He didn't even have MAGA people. He just had like these little Twinkie liberals.
Yeah, I thought those are the snowflakes that he was debating. I thought those are the Twinkies.
He had like 20 hairy sissons. And he was like, oh my God, I thought they were going to kill me.
Harry Sisson got me too, so he's been off the radars lately. He was dating several women at once, and you can't do that and still be in good standing. By the way, as liberal.
Do you remember that? No, not in liberal circles. That's absolutely prohibited. You have to be a very good feminist ally, only do one at a time. You remember that time when Trump produced that AI video during the protest, and for whatever reason, they said him and like Trump flew over and dumped a huge bucket of actual shit
People
right
love-
on here.
And people got upset, but they get upset about everything. They thank God for Trump.
I don't approve of that. Yeah, I don't approve of that. I watched it like 1,000 times, but I do not approve.
But I do have to say, whenever Dave Rubin's name comes up on the show, how much this might surprise you, but he is a fun fellow to hang out with. He's a lot of laughs. Yeah, not kidding. I'm not saying that sarcastically. We always enjoy his company.
I don't know. I hung out with him. Not hung out, but I had lunch with him a couple times, and I did not find him the slightest bit interesting or amusing. But maybe we just didn't combine as well as you two did.
Oh, that was bad.
Did you? He does stand up, by the way. Have you ever seen his stand up?
I have not. Okay, Kurt, my co-host Kurt.
Kurt, who's a real stand-up comedian.
Yeah, he vows that Dave was not a real stand-up comedian, but I can't say either way. I've never seen him do stand-up comedy, but no, he was. He you know, I was back when I used to smoke pot. I haven't smoked pot for years now, so maybe that had something to do with it.
That explains it. Yeah, you can find you burn anything when you're all high on pot.
Yeah, okay. I just want to play a little clip of your Jubilee, and because I've only seen the clips that are like mind-numbing, and I think this was one of them. Let's listen.
My next round of claim is the Trump administration has been considerably more corrupt than the Biden administration. I don't think there are things that compare in the Biden administration to the level of personal corruption. And what I'm asking you is whether you think going after your political opponents, I'm asking you is whether you think Trump has gone after his political opponents as well. And he's tried to indict James Comey. He tried to indict Letitia James, and even the grand jury threw them out. But I'm asking you about the examples that I listed. Do you think I've accurately described the personal corruption? I'm trying to
even if I grant your
premise, I grant it. I want to know if you think I've accurately described it, because we're talking about billions of dollars in personal wealth. Jared Kushner created a vulture capital fund, an investment fund, in which the primary investors were the Saudis, who invested $2 billion into Jared Kushner's personal fund. The Emiratis have invested hundreds of millions of dollars as well. Donald Trump, his sons, Steve Witkoff, and his sons created a crypto company that the UAE has devoted hundreds of billions of dollars to, and then bought a 49% stake share in. The Qataris have done the same. Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump just created a new drone company that they're now selling to the Pentagon and getting contracts from the Pentagon that will further personally enrich the Trump family. We're talking about a level, billions and billions of dollars in personal wealth that did not exist before Donald Trump entered the presidency, that now exists in his family by virtue of these deals with the exact countries on which he wields the most influence.
There's 2 points I could make. Okay, so first off, right, even let's say I grant all of that. Let's say I grant all of that. No, let's say I grant all of that. That still doesn't prove your claim. I brought up a whole list of things that Biden
How much
has done
money
that's
did
corrupt.
Biden to his family make? But how much
Can I
money?
make my second point?
Yeah,
Can I
go
make
ahead.
my second point? Okay. Are American citizens not free to pursue business activities outside political office?
No, they're
Can
not.
Obama not pursue a Netflix deal? Can Obama not pursue book deals?
Once he's
with
out
other
of
people?
office, he can. Once he served 2 terms and is out of office. This was
Trump in office when this was happening?
Yes, the World Financial Liberty Company was created in the transition after he won the election and before he was inaugurated. 4 days before he was inaugurated, he created that crypto company into which hundreds of billions of dollars of foreign money have flowed, enriching the Trump family.
Whoa! So I think they should call that Jubilee.
How scared I was to be.
But you seem very scared. I think they should call that. Can I finish? They should call it Jubilee. Can I finish? Let me finish. We'll see you June 26th and 27th in Levittown, New York. August 30th, we're doing a live panel select.
15 years old. I'm so glad it's summer so I can finally spend time at the beach with my friends. And it's so much better than staying in class all day. Sometimes when I'm super bored in class, all I can think about is jumping into the ocean and escaping from the boredom of school. Aloha, my name is Mia and I live in Honolulu.
They're all probably. You're right. Schoolies and the Schmoolies, they're all gonna stick together. That's his common sense. I'm still upset that his real name isn't Shmuel Buckner. I was convinced that was his real name. God damn it, you're not supposed to tell anyone that. So upset about that.
One other thing I want to tell you is that I've heard Tracy Morgan complain in the past about Christy Chan and Sherry, because they gave him a real hard time when he was working on SNL. I don't know exactly what he had a problem with that.
Putting that down. If I ever talk to him, Tracy Morgan, problem with Christy Tan. All right, I will ask Christy Tan because I'm starting a budding relationship with him on Instagram, so I will ask him about Tracy Morgan. What else have you noticed? Anything else going on in the Dabbleverse? I know you're fringes. Yeah, the fringes, the Pogo, the provolone clowns, the final bosses. Whenever there's a show with 4 people watching, you know, big laughs. The big dork and the annoying cunt, whatever that show that is.
Yeah, the Big Dork Show. I don't watch that. Those two guys are annoying.
You know it's a girl, right? You know one of them's a woman, right?
Well, I know that they're married or whatever.
You said that about guys.
They're two guys. That's a generic show. Come on. Yeah, nothing really going on. Except for the thing about the shooting, before travel time. Other than that, everything's been pretty boring.
I hear you. All right, Big Black. Thank you. Big Black Newport on Venmo.
All right, thank you, bro.
All right, man.
Good day, guys.
I need you to have your ear to the ground on this ancillary Dabbleverse stuff for next week. I want a full report on what's going on.
No problem.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Big Black. What do you say? I don't know. Okay, so that was I have to go to 11:20 because now Chris is going to talk about hobbies, twins, and chads. Oh my!
Are you okay with that downtime, or do you freak out?
I mean, of course I've gotten used to it because, but it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. You have to have, as an actor, you have to have good hobbies.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
have to, and you have to have kids.
That's what I need.
Yeah, you need a hobby. You need a good hobby.
I need a hobby.
You need a hobby. Like I would suggest working out.
Oh shit! His wife or fiance or whatever is like, yeah, you should do something. You're always around. Don't
Holy
you want to
shit.
what?
This video has 158 views on YouTube.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Holy
Chris Kattan doesn't get nearly the amount of numbers that Dabbleverse shows get.
Holy shit.
The big dork and the cunt, they get way more viewers than Chris Kattan.
Are you gonna take that?
Exercise.
Chris, are you gonna take that?
Yeah, I will take it.
He hears it all the time.
Like I can't defend myself.
He's like, I know, I should exercise.
I should work out.
What's the new tennis?
He spent more money on the DVDs on the table than he's gonna make from this video.
Stop it. This is going to be very successful, especially after we cover it, because then everyone will be going. Please go over to Chris Kattan's YouTube channel and his Instagram and tell him that Chucky sent you. And I'll have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh,
Pickleball?
pickleball.
Yeah.
What about everybody's playing pickleball?
Oh, yes.
I still haven't played it.
YouTube.com/@ChrisKattanOfficial. Thank you, JJ.
It looks fun though.
Blast. It's so
Sure.
fun.
Yeah.
Great.
Great. I'll watch it.
Yeah.
And something else that we didn't realize with all of our research, yeah, we
Right.
were woefully underprepared. We didn't know you had twins.
Yeah.
Fraternal twins.
So
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
15.
Yeah, they're gonna be 15 in August.
And
Yeah.
they live obviously.
Yep. Yep.
And
I mean, unless they don't.
are they good students?
They're pretty good students.
Yeah.
Though they,
I heard an interesting story about you. 15 years ago, you had twins.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, who cares? I mean, I guess. I mean, it's nice, you know. You have kids, you have twins. That's cool. But it's like, are they good students? Who gives a shit?
How's their
they
arithmetic?
let things go until the last minute.
Okay.
So they're
Right.
kind
So
of,
they're normal.
yeah. So they're normal. Yeah. I never call them twins because they're so different. They look
They
different.
really are.
Yeah. You wouldn't even know. I mean, you can see that they're brothers, but you wouldn't.
But
they're
they
black.
look different.
Okay, so something very interesting here that I just caught on. And it's just because you made a comment before. Remember you said you could like see upper skirt?
Mm-hmm.
They changed the camera angle. So now they have insane max headroom. But I think someone realized, oh shit, like the
Yeah, she
camera's
probably was spreading a little bit. And they're like, okay, we can't use this.
yeah, we need to like punch in on this.
Completely different.
Huh.
Completely different
Right, these
person.
are not identical. They're
Right.
fraternal.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
they act
got it.
different. As
Yeah,
well.
I'm stating the obvious. Yeah.
Do they look like you a little bit?
I guess so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one
People
of them?
say that. Yeah, they do.
Aw.
And then one will look. Yeah. And then at different ages, one will look more like me or less like me. And,
Yeah.
So
Changes.
Different
yeah, it
expression.
changes. But it's fun. It's fun having boys.
Yeah.
Do they want to be actors at all, or
One of them really did for a while, but now he's not.
okay?
He won't even answer that question.
Yeah, see, like her son
He
is
won't
15
enter.
and wants to be a model, and
But
then
this just started.
got an answer from AI.
Yes, he did. He asked
That-
AI. Could I?
Oh no, her son is exactly like Joey Catalano.
Ask AI if he could be a model. And again, this is topic for What's Up Peeps.
Yes, what's up, peeps? Yes, her kid asked AI, "Can I be a model?" Much like Joey Catalano said, "Could I be president?" And as we all know, AI is very supportive and will basically be like, "Dude, you can do whatever you want if you stick, keep your mind to it." So I'm sure the AI was like, "Yeah, sure, you can be a model."
So
Could I be a model?
sorry, Sam Trammell's Wikipedia, because I just love to get in the mind of these idiots and how they did their research.
Sure.
The personal life section, there's two things, or three things. Trammell met actress Missy Jagger in 2003 while performing in New York City. The couple's twin sons were born in August 2011, and then he's been in a relationship with Emmanuel Cherokee since 2020. That's it.
Two facts that they brought up.
Two facts that they brought up were
Yes.
from the personal life section of his fucking wicked.
Fantastic.
And he said that my facial structure is apparently perfect.
He's a Chad or a Chad
I was like,
Light.
yeah, I told
Have you
you
heard of
that.
this? This
guys, I'm on my way to pick up Tom Grassi. Oh my god, I'm so excited to meet him. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. God damn it, motherfuck. Get in.
I was still.
We're in the road.
We're in the road. I'm sorry.
My god.
Sorry. Yeah, I can't get out.
Get on the sidewalk, I'll pull up.
Okay, goodbye.
On his fifth stop of his 30 and 30 part deer tour, Tom Grassi landed here in Denver, Colorado, or as God calls it, heaven. Tom and I have been working together for a very long time now. You know that.
Listen, when we were here 3 years ago, Denver was the largest fan event that we had the entire tour, and this might be the largest one we've had so far.
Our football team history, very rich, right? Broncos versus Packers became a rivalry of sorts during Super Bowl 32. Who won that game?
With a thank you to John Elway.
A storied history of great games, tremendous talent, and unspeakable heartbreak between the Broncos and Packers. One that finally peaked in the year 2026 when known Packers fan Tom Grassi challenged me, Brandon Perna, known Broncos guy, to a hotly contested game of backyard football, an event witnessed live by literally hundreds. And it produced just one clear, undeniable, sexy victor. Today, you will witness the new worst football game in YouTube history, and it tells a much different story than the propaganda Tom posted on his channel. This is the real, uncensored story of Tom Grassi in Denver, Colorado, and our game.
What up, playa? What up, cheesehead?
I'm dead inside.
What up, ding dong? What up, tummy fucker?
Yeah.
What up, you piece of shit racist fuck?
Wow, racism we're going into.
Welcome
You
to
know what?
Colorado, baby.
When I burn your ass and break your ankles later today. All right, let's see.
What up, tiny wiener, bitch boy?
I told you that in confidence. Okay, it's a medical condition.
What up, you kind man?
Well, now you're getting a little too
All right,
personal.
handsome devil.
Okay.
Handsome devil.
Thanks, Ian. I've been doing my hair a little bit different.
There it is.
Yep.
Hey, look at us.
We made it to the stadium. We're here. 3 years ago, we were here. The Broncos rolled out the red carpet because Brandon would not stop harassing their front office on Twitter, and it worked. Zooming in on the horse's butthole. And now,
I can't tell a difference. I can't tell a difference.
what I'm going to do to this man in this wide receiver challenge.
This is the cat box. I don't know if anybody else has this problem, but does your cat piss outside of the cat box?
For no reason?
Does your cat do that?
My cat does not do that.
Well, just got that off my chest. Gotcha! You just got crawl spaced. It's a new show.
Yeah.
It's like Jackass, but I just hide the crawl spaces.
Coach.
I like to get into people's crawl spaces
I just wait there.
and just live there for a week.
Yeah.
Okay. This is for Johnny in the edit.
Johnny,
Johnny, tell us.
down. If you want to zoom, you just.
What we need to get is a Vrabel receiving photo at Brett.
Yes.
Yes, get this. This is good stuff right here. Yeah, we're interlocking games like this, and Tyson's at a distance. What's this?
It's because you're a horse girl.
Oh, is this the
Musumini. Got it.
That's cute.
Because for the cutest.
And that is that we saw the end of the career of Russell Wilson.
Every coach who believed in me. He helped shape me into the man I am today. To Coach Carroll.
Just a classic Will Lutz jersey. Authentic. Looks like it's made by Fanatics. Historical landmark here in Denver. You want to pan over here?
There's Costco. We got a Costco out here. You know what we say to Costco? Sam's Club, baby. This is a Walmart state. Broncos, Walmart, fuck Costco. We'll probably hear a lot of those chants at the stadium. Am I ashamed? I had to start my own chant as I walked into my home field in the shadow of the mighty Tom Grassi. Yes, very ashamed, but that's exactly what I did. It's just a way of life, Tyson. And then the curse. You gotta curse all the time. This is just my life for the last 2 years, Tyson.
Now, is there someone who's extremely confident in their ability to throw this football? And give it up for Kane, everybody! It's tough beat for Kane. These throws. What is this? This guy here was saying that I wouldn't catch a single pass against him. So, we are going to be doing this wide receiver challenge live right here.
If I had to write a textbook on quarterback play, it'd be Brandon Burnett.
Has the finesse, and then he has the moves, and he has the hands.
His height, his size, it's like poetry in motion. It's honestly beautiful to see when he's impressed, man.
I like Brandon, man. Competitor. I would say that's the biggest thing with Brandon.
Should definitely be on this list.
That goddamn trash can.
Ever since he's got 3 tires on the stadium, he's run really great crisp routes. And it's ridiculous. I mean, that dude's always making plays. I would go with him. He's a technician. He embodies beauty. Right? He's a rare person. He's a rare player.
He is a special player, certainly, just between the lines, his instincts on both sides of the ball, but the conditioning is just off the charts. There's no way to explain it.
Does it look cool?
The deal was that, I don't know, it wasn't a lockdown. Grassi couldn't get one single ball. He did get one. So, kind of negated that entire challenge. Also, for the kids, big safety.
It's a little hard. Isn't that cute? A little hard. Again, everyone who came out and said hello and asked me to desecrate your Broncos merch and, more importantly, your Packers merch, I am forever grateful.
Tell me what. Dude, yeah, you guys do watch my videos. Oh, yeah. Nice. I never tried to counter it away. Remember when they did this for me? It was so nice of them. It was really nice. Especially the co-op. Believe, baby! Believe!
After 30 videos of the worst, games
place in history. You can only root for the Black Death at this point.
That's right.
I mean, Colorado native. Not a lot of Colorado YouTubers or anything represent the Broncos, so it's good to be here. Happy to wait as long as it takes, for sure.
Exactly what the world needs. Another virus to bring us all down.
Amen.
And it only affects the opponents of the Broncos. God bless Bo Nix. Ah, you were going to say it. At the fan event here in Denver, I finally met the real-life Uma Musume horse girls. While I still don't get it, I respect their dedication to a thing that they love. It's literally what die-hard sports fans do all the time, right? Devote our time and loyalty to this thing we have no control over, wear the clothes and the costumes, show up to the events, and cheer for that thing we love.
God bless Bo Nix and fuck the Chiefs. No, fuck the Chiefs, fuck the Packers.
Racist hate.
We're racist hate? Okay.
We're racist. I don't fucking know what's going on.
And if you're bored by Chris Kattan, you're an idiot. I love him. I'm telling you, there's a lot here.
Pinhead.
Okay. So again, Chris Kattan is very impressed that this guy had to change into different kinds of animals. He brings it up again.
Man, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Just like gave me birth.
Blew up.
That time. But anyway, so Tim Vlad,
It's changed.
so you turning into I can't believe you turned into a wolf.
I turned into a lot of different things. I think the weirdest thing I turned into a fly at one point.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
And then I flew into somebody's mouth and then turned into myself.
Yeah.
So it exploded her head.
Oh, that's fun.
And then so for that they just had to completely cover me with blood.
Oh my god.
Because I was always turning back into myself, and then you're naked, and
You're always naked.
and it's not like you're in a bedroom with
Yeah.
nice lighting. You're just in the woods.
Right.
It's not.
You end up in
It
the
was
woods
never,
naked.
Yeah,
all the time.
always
Just
kind of pasty white.
Yeah, well, Chris can't wrap his head around all this.
Oh yeah, you're naked. Yeah. You're naked in the woods. Yeah, all covered in blood.
So this was 4 minutes after he already talked about how this guy had to transform into different things. Now, let me take you 6 minutes.
And I'm pretty sure when he transformed into a fly, like it wasn't like the Jeff Goldblum fly, where it was he was acting as a fly. I think he just flew around. Like they just prepared a fly.
Right.
I don't think he was doing any acting at that point. I could be wrong.
But have you seen, he didn't have to change? Like, bro, changing. It's rough. Like,
Yeah,
he didn't do anything?
I don't believe it was.
Because that's
like
what
that.
this is.
I don't know. I mean, I gotta go back and watch.
All right, so this was 4 minutes after he brought up the fact that this guy he used to have to change into different animals. Now, 6 minutes from this point, Chris still can't get over the fact that you used to change into different animals.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Yeah, you just don't get that.
You don't get that anymore.
Yeah,
That was like in early 2000s.
I remember like on like you space show, they did the animals.
Yeah,
Or did they?
They did. We had special effects,
Yeah,
you know, like, and I had to do a certain position that would be like.
Wait. So you weren't really changing into the animal? This is special effects? This is blowing Chris Kattan's mind.
I thought HBO really transformed me, but I thought they had animal transforming me
Yeah.
over at HBO.
Like the island of Dr. Moreau.
I don't know what it was.
And then they had to stop.
Yeah, and then there was a whole process.
So you like.
It's like an owl.
Yeah, I had to take.
I
had to.
Yeah. And then you're like,
yeah.
And then they said stop.
Yeah.
Special effects will take over.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, that must have been. Like, what the hell? How did you?
It wasn't real time. It's Hollywood.
Has he ever? I thought he was involved with making movies.
Okay, but let's get in the mind of Chris Kattan here because he was on Saturday Night Live.
So if you transformed into an owl on Saturday Night Live, you would have to do it in real time.
That's
Like
true.
you would improv being an owl. I don't think he comprehends what a scripted, filmed, produced show.
Kevin should have wrote a sketch where Chris Kattan had to turn into an owl. And it would have been he should have been Goat Boy. That's what he should have been Goat Boy instead of Jim Miller. It was pretty close at the same time. I think Goat Boy was a little before Chris Kattan.
Goat Boy was killed this morning by the flames.
Don't think about it. Practice this stuff.
An owl or wear fur?
No, I just winged it.
Like what? Howler?
We gave him nothing for that.
Yeah.
He really can't wrap his head around how this guy figured out how to turn into other animals. All right, so that is a great Chris Kattan. That's his newest episode of What's Up, Peeps. A month ago, he did an episode with Bobby Moynihan. 2 months ago, he did an episode with E.G. Daily.
Who?
The voice of Tommy Pickles and Dottie from Pee-wee's Big Adventure. E.G. Daily.
Oh.
Even I know who that is.
Chad Zulock's friend.
Yes. You're absolutely right. All right, so if we go to videos, part 2 of the Sam Tremel. That's right. That was only part 1. Yeah, it comes. It will premiere at 8 a.m. on Monday.
Oh, we're gonna learn all the same things we learned in part 1, I imagine.
Yes. So they've been doing this What's Up Peeps podcast for about 2 months. I don't know who this guy is, Matty Carter-Ropel, but I listened
from Burbank, California. This is What's Up, Peeps.
I listened to a couple seconds of this, and again, the introduction is just.
Hey, welcome to What's Up,
Hold
my
on.
peeps.
What's the name?
Matty Carter-Ropel. Matty Carter-Ropel. I don't know. He must be a comedian. He looks like who was a champion of the world? The guy who wore that hat all the time. He was on the Tina Fey show.
Oh,
yeah, I can't think of his stupid name.
J. It started with a J.
No.
Yeah, it did.
J.
It started with a J. Like Joey Jeffrey.
Oh. Yeah, what was that guy? He was on Third Rock. Third Rock with the Sun. No, 30 Rock. Wasn't he?
Yeah.
He always wore that hat.
Judah Freelander. Thank you. It started with a J. Thank you.
Right. Okay.
Okay, hold on. So Matty Carter-Ropel.
Yeah.
Let me see. What are they gonna bring up?
Oh,
he was born deaf.
Oh.
You're gonna bring that up very
Okay.
quickly, and was diagnosed with Marfan syndrome.
The hell is that?
And he underwent, I don't know.
Who is he? Is he a comedian? Or an actor?
Yeah, he was in Jurassic World.
Oh, let's see. I don't know.
Today we have an awesome guest. Matty Carter-Ropel is here.
Yeah, Matty.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Oh, yeah. Let's go see. You want to give me the spiel on what's happening with this nursery?
Actually, yeah.
Okay. Let me see if your hair's okay. It's good.
Is it?
I know it's important. I know because you
Yeah,
gotta ask me,
because
right?
it hasn't washed still.
That's fine. No one needs to know that, but now they do. Okay, so turn the light on here. Okay.
Leave it.
It's fine. Give me the spiel. All right, what the hell's going on in this room?
Okay. Well, this is going to be
Nursery.
the nursery.
Okay.
People were saying, you're going to live by the nursery, live near the nursery. Of course, the baby's going to be next to us for a long time. This is just a bedroom. Okay.
Relax.
Relax. So what do you want to know? What
Okay, well, what is this box? What's going in here? What's going in here?
Let's go there.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. What's up here?
That's going to be where the wild things are.
Okay, where the wild things are. Cute.
That's my favorite thing.
Uh-huh.
Andy got us
Oh,
this.
that's cute.
And then what I'm going to do is going to Home Depot, and you're going to go with me today. And we're going to
No, I got the PLO 50K today. You want me to freaking go to Home Depot to buy a lamp?
It's not a lamp.
What? You would go to Home Depot? I got a 50K. PLO. It's a fast structure.
Paint.
You want me to go there now? Is this real?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
We're going to get a mint color paint
Okay.
to put behind
Love it.
the wallpaper that I got that's coming this week.
Okay.
We've got a lot of pottery bar on its way.
Okay.
We got a blue crib weather.
Blue crib. Okay, where's the crib go? Crib goes here. Okay, what's this, a stroller?
That's a stroller, but that's a while from now. But then there's the nursing chair that will go here.
Okay.
And then
What's over here?
have the dresser with the change table on top. We might move the television.
With the television's fine.
It's all on him.
It's not gonna. The television's not gonna fall.
And then we're gonna have a bookshelf with all the little big books and things here.
Baby books.
And then his name, which we won't say above.
Okay, the name up there. That's
The
cute.
name is amazing.
Perfect. We have a great name. Everyone's been asking what the name. I can't
We
tell.
can't say.
We'll tell
Because
you.
someone will steal our name.
Yeah, it's too good. It's perfect. And so are you. You're perfect. See, even in this light.
Even in the bright light.
Yeah. Even in this light, you're perfect.
What?
I know, right? Check you out.
Do you like these?
I do. They're cute. Babe, you're gonna have to learn how to do this. Go. Here. Yeah. Dude, can you do it?
You're talking about for a
You're
child?
gonna have to learn how to do it eventually.
He can learn to tie his own shoes real quick.
Yeah. I'm gonna teach you. Look at you. You're good at this.
Am I gonna do it around these, or you like it? No.
You gotta go.
Do you want it around those?
You gotta go a little higher. They're high tops.
I know, but I don't know if you. Some people like them like this and like
No,
hanging out.
that's what am I like 14?
I like that.
Going to the mall,
I like that look. You don't?
like
You
super
want them
out
tight?
tongue.
Yeah, I like the super.
I like some support when I'm
Okay, I'm
walking.
gonna give one a little bit of tie out. Okay. Like
That's
that.
fine. So you just did one of them.
Mhm.
Okay. That works.
So it's
Good
like
job.
he wants to be loose looking on your ankle.
Okay. Good job. I'm gonna do the other one quick. I got work to do. I'm not going to no freaking Home Depot. You crazy? 50K PLO.
Well, I guess I will just be doing all the baby stuff by myself. because
How about this? How about
You
this?
don't
I
want
got
to
an
be
idea.
involved.
How about this? I got an idea. I'll just pay for it.
You mean we?
Yeah, that's what I
I'll
meant.
go
That's
f
exactly what I
yourself.
meant. Hey, bleep.
Can't believe you'd say that.
Hurry up and do your job.
Can't believe you'd say that.
It's a joke, you
I'm
dumb.
buying $20,000 worth of baby stuff today now.
What? That's fine.
Who cares?
Who cares?
I'm buying so much.
I always tell you whatever you want.
I
You know?
Because I've been looking at that lamp that I've looked at for 5
Oh,
days.
how much is the lamp?
And I said I've tried to find a knockoff of it. I've tried to
How
find.
much is the lamp?
Just tell them to spend it on a lamp.
Babe, how much?
It's not as much.
Tell me.
You'll say it's not much
Just
at all.
tell me how much.
I'm just trying to be.
Because I want to give you an out. How much is the lamp?
2,000.
Okay, we're stuck 700,000. Okay, do you think 702 is the mark? Where it's like, nope,
So you know
nope,
what?
702. That can't do it.
Why don't you mention that today?
What?
That's how much you're stuck.
Yeah.
Because nothing matters now.
Nothing really matters.
Nothing matters now.
Okay.
No?
Thanks for the shoot time.
Yeah.
All right, today we've got $50,000 volume, Tottenham at Omaha. We will be there after the first 2 hours playing 150 blinds. There are 2 guys on the team. This tournament brings back some memories. Specifically, I will say this. Before I was good at PLO, I had good instincts, but fundamentally I was a bit lacking. And I actually won online, won for 5K, and I've done pretty well, but fundamentally got a lot better after teaching the talk, very good. Back then, I remember the Fred Buster deadline, I was the three-hander, Jeremy Austin, no home. I think I had home 5. We were 4 to 5, or all 5. Yeah, pretty much. Like 4 or 5. And I think I lost all those. Not that right at what we're doing with Tommy. He's playing poorly, actually. Very well. A couple hands I called. Three tightly with him. One very small. He's got the weight. Yeah. Yeah, really good. Come a long way. So I feel really good about it. I'm going to play this one. It's a Peters 25. I'm just going to play it in a moment until otherwise required. Fast structure, 40 minute levels. Play 12 levels today. I can eat with day 2 red right from the start. So I'm not sure how many people do this. But again, like I said, I played really, really good for the 25K. The last 9 doors, probably could have used. You know what? I called the raise once with Eastman said it's double suited. It's not good in a light. So I don't use 8. What else? Well, you already talked about the next one. I don't think I was really mentally prepared to through. The lesson there maybe is like after a deflating bust of 25K, if I can go home, go home. And I could have. But lesson learned. I think that's a good lesson. I did nap, for 2 hours, but again, came back in. Still wasn't quite all right, so go in there. Expect a tough field. Got more buy-in. Be alone. Just be alone, ladies and gentlemen. It's the jam. Times must be tough if Gus Hansen is in the hallways asking for $1 bills from people. Hang on, here. Here you go. Ready?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Here, go pick it up. Here. Okay. He gave you more than once, too. This guy. See ya. All right, we're on our way into the 50K. But before we do, we have one question, and one question only. What's bothering you today, Alan?
I'd say you're gonna be upset. So.
You're mad at me?
Yeah.
What did I do?
All right. So you finagled this day 2 registration.
I didn't finagle that. That wasn't me.
I know. Gave him an extra hour.
I didn't do anything.
Actually, the old system it was bad because there would be this whole group of people that would come in.
Yeah.
And then you have to reseat it.
So you have a solution, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So now what happens is that whole thing is just pushed back an hour. Where
during the break.
Yeah. So here's the solution.
Do it 11:45.
12:30. Yeah.
12:45. Cut off registration.
Yeah. You put the bags down. It's 70 bags. It takes 5 minutes.
Anything good happening in your life?
No. I lost. I lost the absolute worst beat of my life.
No one cares.
I was 99.3% in the round.
You should have bet the turn. All right, Andy. So here's the deal. I'm going to join the 50K PLO, but I was told ahead of time that upon registration I can request any table but Alex Fox's.
Oh, so he's on Alex.
They okayed it. Huh? He's in this tournament, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a small restraining order, but I can be in the same tournament. Just can't be at the same table. So go ahead.
Oh, well, of course.
You're trying to move me? Wait. No. Can't. I'll tell you why. I can show you. I have a restraining order. It's against this gentleman, and we can't be within 500 feet of each other. It's bad things will happen. You cannot move me to this seat. I have an actual restraining order that's written out, and I'm going to show it to you on the screen right now. I do. A restraining order against him. He's following me around every turn, calling with hands with the best hand, doing all sorts of things that are what? Oh, I know. Don't you worry. I'm going to show you the restraining order in 5 seconds. All right. This is in low, right? Yep. You got 623,000. Teammate did the right thing. Looking at horse picks. Yeah, we're going to talk about that hand on the break. An interesting concept in PLO. We've doubled our trips, like I said. Really good start. And this hand is pretty straightforward, but yes, I do. It's pretty straightforward hand. But I'll tell you, I'll leave it. All right, without further ado, 2,500 is the big line. Pot size bet is 10-5, yeah? 10-5? Yeah. Oh, so it's 10-5, okay. All right, so this hand, like I said, 2,500 big line. Early position pops to 11K. Coon calls. Cutoff calls.
I call him the button with 7, 9, 10 jack. I have the jack of spades, which will become relevant. I have one suit diamonds, but again, irrelevant there. I call. It ends up being 5 ways. Okay, so I've got a decent pot. Now this is a hand, you know, if I was double suited and I had the 8, 7, 7, it's just too strong up to re-raise pot. Because we're deep, right? So if you re-raise pot and someone has aces, that's fine. You know, you're going to get it in free, you're going to see a flop for a big pot. But I think 7 is, you know, single suit and the 7 not being an 8 or a queen. We don't need to do that. So I call. Now the flop is very good. King, queen, 9, queen, 1 spade. Checks over to Coon in the cutoff. And he bets 20,000. Or sorry, he was the high. He bets 20,000. The cutoff calls for you. So not a professional player. Okay? So your choice is this. You raise this flop with just jack 10. You have no backdoors. You don't have a backdoor diamond on there. Or do you call? I think the best play here with no additional equity is to call for lots of reasons. One of them being, you know, if the board pairs in the turn, you can get away. If a jack or a 10 comes in the turn, you potentially get away against higher straights and stuff like that. So you don't lose a big pot. And you can also, if you get it in here, you can be free roll. Get free roll. What if your opponent has jack 10 with like a set or 2 pairs, you know, or backdoor flush draws? We don't have any of that. So call is good. I'm quite confident in that. Now, your turn is the 8 of spades, brings 2 spades. Like I said, I have a jack 10. So now Coon bets against it. The other player folds, it's up to you. Now here's the thing. What is Coon's hand? Coon's hand's going to be 10 jack as well, right? Straight. Or, if he's betting twice, his bluff, he's never betting anything but straights or bluffs, okay? No set, he never has a set, never has 2 pair, never has just, he's either got, I'm telling you, guaranteed, jack 10 like I do, or jack jack or 10 10, maybe with some additional outs, like 2 pairs or flush draws or something like that. So he's got the blockers to the street. He didn't get raised in the flop, so there's a very good reason for him to think that, you know, he can bluff this one through. Right? So, what do? We don't raise. We also don't raise for another fun reason. If he does have the 10 jack, we block the jack of spades, so it makes it far less likely that if a flush does come with spades, that he made one. So what would we do? If the river's a 3 of spades and he checks, well, now we know his hand is most likely jack 10 as played, right? So, we bomb trying to win half the pot. So we're going to try to bluff him off half the pot. That's the intention with just the call. In addition, it also allows him to continue the story if he does have jack, jack, 10, 10. I raise, it's, you know, the jig is up. River's an ace, which is a non-consequential card in the spot. Coon goes for it all in. I obviously have nuts and call, and he shows like jack, jack, king. So he turns spades and having blockers. So interesting concept there where, you know, your opponent is either going to have the nuts or the blocker hands. You don't have a free roll. Like if I had extra outs on the turn, I have the actual spades, and I had a set, I would raise, because now I'm just trying to get the money in good against the same hand and free roll. However, in this spot, I don't have any additional outs, and my opponent is so polar in terms of no middle ground hands. Like I said, nuts or blockers. That's it. Often in PLO, those situations come up where you can narrow down value to the nuts and the bluffs to blockers. Simple as that. All right, Clemens, the fans need to know, okay? You need to know the following question. Right? I see what's going on here. Now, the question is, was this on purpose or a painting accident? Oh boy, all the way around? Oh my, so like the whole body. Because legally mean people could not, and nails too? Is that a tattoo?
It's like polish.
Huh?
It's just polish.
So one day you woke up, LSD, mushrooms, I don't know.
I just thought of them in my own style.
It's a vibe. I like it. Let's go. Joining us late in the $50,000 buy-in because he was a little busy winning the $25K. So what happened? You're a hoodie guy, and now you won. You're going all fancy with a jacket, huh?
Have to try to change something.
Why would you what change something? You just won. Go get your hoodie, you dummy. This isn't gonna work. I'll bet you don't win this tournament now, and it'll be because of the hoodie. Congratulations, sir. Things are going well, ladies and gentlemen. Chip leader pretty close. 1.5 million, 5 starting stacks. We've got 2 hours left to play. I do have one interesting, could have been potentially crazy interesting, still a very interesting spot I'd like to share with you all. If interested, which you are because you're watching. So we're going to talk about a hand, and then we got 2 hours left, and that's the end of the day. It's a nice, easy one. I like these ones where we get done by 9 o'clock, live a normal life, go home, relax, come back to work. Mañana. Okay, let's talk about the hand. All right, in the following hand breakdown, I'm going to talk about a concept where there are spots sometimes where not only, like ace is the best hand pre-flop PLO, depending on what you have with them, typically. Well, ace is the best PLO, right? However, there are certain spots pre-flop where you are much better off not only not having aces, but having any ace at all. Where, generally speaking, the spot where it looks very likely that your opponents are going to have ace, ace, king, king, ace, ace, king, king. Any 4 cards unrelated to that, lower than that, becomes an equity favorite substantially. Okay? PLO can be silly that way. And in this hand, we're going to talk about a spot where we're potentially looking at exactly that. So at 5K big blind, Laturo limps for 5K. I'm in the cutoff, and I have 8, 9, 10 queen with a suit. Early position, I might limp this, whatever. Late in position, you want to have some races that are not just ace, king, ace, ace, king. And this is a nice rundown hand. So we raise from the cutoff to 22K. Fox in on the button makes it 85K. Okay, the small blind, Anatoly, instantly jams 1 pair. Like super, right? It's just like an ace on his face, right? So now you think to yourself, fullbacks to me. Here's one of the issues. I believe the sizing allows Foxy to re-raise all in. Okay? But if he does that, what's that hand? It's only aces. He's not going to. I mean, maybe he would do it with like kings. Just let's say I don't think he would do that with kings. Just get it in pre-flop YOLO for we're both big stacks and stuff like that. So if I make this call, I run the risk of Foxen re-raising and basically us playing for it all. With me having 8, 9, 10 feet against looks like aces over there. And if Foxen's doing that, most likely aces. So what does that mean? Foxen, if he were to do that, would be making actually a mistake. He's better off just calling. Because in a 3-way pop, that other player in the hand, it looks like my hand has the highest equity, which, it will. So Foxen doesn't. I call. I decide to call, risk it. Listen, I call, Foxen jams, we have to go. I make the call. And the flop is like, now there's no dry set, there's no side flop. There's no point in bluffing at any point, myself or Alex, because we know that guy has aces. He can't be aces, what's the point? King 6-4, check, 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 or check, check. Turn a 9, backward spades, I don't have, check, check, river queen. As the queen hit, the guy with the aces jumps up and starts leading, because he knows that queen is coming like that. So I'm not in great shape either, potentially, Foxen has a jack plan here, so I'm not looking to bet anything, of course. I check, Foxen checks. The gentleman did have aces, as we expected. Foxen had ace, jack, 8-4 double suit. Okay? So he was drawing actually hit off the turn. So we won a nice little pot there. In a spot that could have got crazy. Like I said, Foxen was there, I expected that. He's not, I don't think he's just doing that with king. Because again, well, maybe, but again, who cares? If he has a king, it doesn't matter. We don't have a king in our hand, so our run is still going to be good. So everything's gone good since then. Picking our spots, got a good situation. We'll continue on all the way to the 2 more hours and finish. All right, so this is a true story, right? I'm walking around the neighborhood with my dogs. A new neighbor comes by in a golf cart, recognizes this and all, so we start golfing a little bit. He says he plays with the poker, I don't know. And then we golf some. Nice to make friends in the neighborhood. And now this guy, up and down guard, come here, up and down guard, come here. Are you chip leader of this 5-card PLO? Okay, so here's the thing. He's going to show up after not playing poker or whatever, win a bracelet, and then say like, I don't know why you guys what's so hard about that? Just come and win every hand. It's like, I didn't even know you played PLO 5. Well, yes, I don't. Well, yeah. Welcome to the World Series poker, everybody. He don't, but he don't win. Good luck. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're cruising. We've got 2 hands left in the night. That's good. 1.8 million. Doing really, really well. Under the gun pots it. In this small blind, I ace king 10 3 double suit, diamonds and spades. I'm trying to really get it in against under the gun. I decided to just call. Which I could get rid of. And the top one's king 9-5, 2 back doors ahead. So there's I check, he gets pot 106. He only has about 250, 300 back. So I just call. See what's on the other side. Turns a 5. It does have this kind of rippity stuff. Yeah, rippity she has a drippity rapidy type thing. You know, I charge him, and if he's got me, he's got me. So I put it in called. He actually got well, we have the same hand, ace king. He also queen jack. What does that mean? That means I had no outs to in the top, and we stayed at 10 jack or queens, and we did because we did. So a couple more hands here, and then we go home. We're gonna have some PF Changs, a little Mongolian tofu, some green beans on the side. You know what I'm saying? What are you doing over there? This guy, that camera in my face. It's so
I'm
nice.
talking about this big head, man. I just made aces of spades.
Who cares? Yeah, you know. You got money now. You got it. Again, it's an early night, 1.75 million is in the bag. That's good, right? Right, Jeremy? Jeremy, oh, that's good. I'd let you say that. That's up there with the chicken. Right, one bullet. One bullet. Everybody have a great night. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Compared to the other shit, that's what I'm saying. Like, this could have been on SNL.
No.
No?
This was a bad pass.
Pretty bad.
Hey, wait! Oh, don't cut the black.
But Ray DeVito could clearly have been in the skit.
So you're right.
Chris, yes, Ray DeVito could have been one of those friends.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't cut the black. Hey, voiceover guy, you're still here, right?
Chris, I gotta go, okay?
But you can't go. You're all I got. Oh, come on, man.
Oh, now we need credits for the skit.
He put everything into that.
Oh, yeah.
He put everything.
But again, that's
that's where the Bob and Lou character came from. I don't have time for it. I'm so tired from doing the tag game skit.
See, that one had 202,000 views. And then it looks like the wife is here now. That dropped down to 93,000 views. Then he got 322,000 views on how to have a great day even when daddy's drunk. But yeah, he really tried to go with this fake tan sketch thing. And I guess his current fiance or wife was a part of it. She has her own skit. News anchor meltdown, bring your kids to work on the set of local morning news. So is that her? Yeah, that's her. Again, it has to be 4 minutes.
Good morning. You're watching WCFU Live in Spring Grove. I'm Barbara Stone.
And I'm John Nick.
This is the.
Fatality.
What?
Sorry, I'm just laughing, but this is the theme music to Who's Left, a weekly recap. Last week's News Right podcast.
Oh, is it the same
royalty?
royalty?
It's the same royalty-free news music I used.
It occurred at the South Holly County Fair cow chip throwing contest when a contestant was hit in the eye with a large cow chip. He was raced to the hospital and suffered a massive stroke.
This is the third fatality to occur in this week's South Holly County Fair. The fair is to last another week. In other news, the world's largest iguana, Bob, is visiting the Spring Grove Zoo today. Children are strongly urged not to get their hands near Bob's mouth.
We don't want to repeat of last year.
No, we certainly don't.
Local postman Gene.
Okay, I can't do that. I can't do it.
No, I want to know Gene's. I want to know more about Gene.
Stewart is still awaiting trial.
Oh yeah, the whole idea was bring your kid to work day too.
For allegedly opening boxes from various lingerie companies
And she was a news reporter? Something they call her?
Yes. Like a low market news reporter. I did read that. I did not know that she met Chris Kattan through an interview and left her husband, who was the cameraman at the time, for Chris Kattan. I want to interview him. How do we find him? I'll find him.
Into the contents.
I want to watch all these sketches with him. He goes, this is what your wife fucking wanted to do. She just had to be creative. And how do you feel that she brings your kids into every fucking thing they do? I would be so pissed off that guy.
Exactly. And stockpiling the contents in order to sell them on eBay after he wore them.
Thank you, Barbara. You might want to
They're just reading this script.
explain why a small child disappeared. Next to Barbara. Today's Bring Your Kids to Work Day, and even though it's not mandatory, Barbara has chosen to do so anyway.
Well, don't hit me for having a family gun.
I don't. It's a news station, and I just think it's unprofessional. Exciting news for the residents in Spring Grove. Looks like there'll be a Cracker Barrel opening in October, just in time for Halloween. He's up here. Yeah. Barbara,
It's horrible. It's horrible. It's all horrible. Anyway, that's what Chris Kattan has been doing. Hopefully they do more live Instagram shows because that like this was a full showcase of all the entertainment that Chris Kattan has to offer you. He does Instagram live streams. He has a podcast now called What's Up Peeps, and he also does sketch comedy with his fiance. So it's fantastic. So this is something that we have to watch and keep our eye on a little bit. Real quick, let me go over here. Let me go to these, and then we'll play Joey C announcing his presidential candidacy, and then we'll let everyone go and have some kind of weekend.
Oh, you really want to end on a dud?
I want to end on a high note.
No, it's
okay. I don't know. Why are you acting like a big shot toward the Dabbleverse? I met you at DabbleCon 1, and you were so humble. You act like you're the cool. You're not.
You are. You're too big for your britches.
Cool. What? Because I said the Dabbleverse has been boring? Fucking eat my shit. I'll fuck you where you shit. Next time I meet you at DabbleCon, I'll fuck you where you shit. I am not getting invited to DabbleCon 3, by the way. I have already accepted that fate.
I've already told you.
Yeah, and so I don't care. So they can have DabbleCon 3 wherever they want. I will be heard if it is by a KFC buffet. I forgot to mention that before. I have no plan.
If there's a KFC buffet in the same time as DabbleCon 3, you're not making it.
Yes, I won't make it to DabbleCon 3 anyway. Labyrinthmic dating on the downs low. Yes.
All these idiots watching in the World Cup. Let's instead talk about Chris Kattan and this kid who won't shut up. Great strategy, boss. You'll get your Saturdays back in no time.
Thank you. Yes, that's the whole point of this. It's to ruin your experience and to ruin the show completely.
Don't kill the time slot, though. I'll take over Saturday mornings if you don't want it, but don't burn the time slot down.
What am I looking at? Just a matter of time. Oh,
that's the guy from...
Is that Sam Tripoli?
Yeah, Sam Tripoli.
Chris Kattan's wife? So, Chris Kattan is in the wheelchair.
Listen to this. I just did a quick search. There was a post on the Live from New York subreddit 3 years ago. So it's like this Saturday Night Live subreddit. Chris Kattan had something up on like some charity auction where you could bid on this.
Like mango suspenders or something?
No. It was an invite to dinner and a reality show. Come join Chris Kattan and Maria Libri at their home for an 8-person dinner party. All food and cocktails will be provided, including a dinner prepared by whoever. This experience may be part of an upcoming reality television series, and guests may need to sign an NDA on-camera agreement. There will even be celebrity guests calls via FaceTime during the dinner. Who could it be?
How long ago?
Just 3 years ago. He was trying to get him started. I guess trying to do a reality show. Who's coming to dinner? Guess who's coming to dinner?
Oh, because I was trying to see if they had any kind of, if they made any kind of sketch based on that dinner, but I don't see anything. The only thing I see of like a dinner is Chris Kattan's sketch 3 years ago. That tastes awful. And it looks like it's just him and his wife, and they're at a restaurant. So I don't think that's it. Lord of the Rings, like you never heard of What do you want me to do next? Message from Chris Kattan. What? Wait, hold on. No, I found something else. I love this. I go watch this up there.
Hey guys, Chris Kattan here on my new channel, Hey Kattan. I've been thinking about where to go next with the channel and figured there was no better place to go than you guys, my fans. So I want to know what kind of content gets you excited, what makes you tick, and most importantly, what do you want to see more of on Hey Kattan? So do me a solid, post all your amazing ideas in the comments below. Interviews, behind the scenes, shorts, sketches, you name it. We want to hear what you want. Also, if you aren't already a subscriber, now
You could totally be in the Davenport.
I'm thinking of moving back to New York. Call my 1-800 number and let me know if you.
I'm moving back to New York in 4 years after all these annoying kids get out of the house. Where should I move?
go ahead and click like and subscribe on the button below, okay? Yeah, you. Everything we make at Hey Kattan is for you guys. So we really want to make this a community, and we can't have that without subscribers. So ask away, all right? Subscribe, and let's have some fun. All right, everybody?
When is he gonna learn? When does he learn that you can ask for money directly?
Oh, I know. Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, can you imagine once he starts seeing like super tips or super chats?
Yeah, if he would just do a live stream or asking for super chat.
Yeah, we need Chris Kattan on super tips.
He's right. That's the message you gotta send him. Hey, did you know that you can get super chats on YouTube? Sending money?
Yeah.
You heard of super tips?
I'm sure they know about it. So he said his channel is called Hey Kattan, but I don't think that's the name of his channel. But
It
he
probably
probably
was.
changed it, right?
Changed it, yeah.
Because I was gonna say maybe there's another channel out there. But really, all he promotes is his Instagram, and like I said, that's where I saw him live. Like, I don't think he's ever gone live on YouTube. He's only gone live on Instagram. And I think it was just that one day, quite honestly. But I don't know. Keep an eye out. And if you see Chris Kattan go live on Instagram, please record it, because or else it'll go into the ether and we'll never find it ever again.
Yeah, he rebranded at Hey Kattan.
Okay.
2025.
Cupcake Network. There's a KFC buffet in Oklahoma, so much closer to you than Georgia. I know. I told everyone that there's one in Oklahoma. Very excited about the KFC buffet in Oklahoma. Pete Santoro Jr., my mailman never delivered mail in the rain. He never thought much of creeds, but I digress. Really? I couldn't get delivered in the rain. Tim Bollinger, I feel like Chris isn't capable of enjoying these fantastic boobs such a way. Just like pouring out of her fucking breath in the fucking video. Scary mugshots. What's the referral code for the chair? I don't think I have a referral code for the chair. I do have a referral code on tukisuit.com if you're looking to buy a Tesla. There is a Tuki Tesla code. And someone just informed me they bought a Tesla and they did not use the Tuki code.
Oh, really? You have a code?
Yeah, and I don't know what it does. I think it gives me like free superchargers.
I just bought one.
Nice. George Captor, Chris looks like Eric the actor. Am I wrong? No,
No.
We've been saying it the whole show. You built the stage.
I go door to door selling corn chips.
I go door to door selling corn cakes.
You want no part of going up against the boss in Fatter Day, stupid Muppet.
I'll go up against him any day. Stop it. All right, real quick. Joey C went to Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. Whatever the fuck that means.
So both him and Alex Stein.
Yes.
Alex Stein did an Alex Stein bit. He put on makeup and sang a song about gays. Yes. I don't know if you want that clip. It's Alex Stein doing Alex. I don't get Alex Stein.
Me neither. I'm with you.
It was funny once. Like,
yeah.
Like,
I get it. Like, it was very original. But now it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, we're still screaming about Pride Month. Okay.
And I know Alex watches all the Davenport shows and stuff like that, so
But I don't know if he's even a fan. I don't think I've ever heard Alex mention Tukey or Carter. He's always mentioned other people, so fuck him. That's what I.
Well, yeah, I think he mentioned me once.
Oh, fuck him. But yeah, I don't get Alex Stein all that much either. But he seems nice.
Yeah,
It's good to
yeah,
have him.
I don't get the bit. I think is. Again, it's like Stuttering John. Like if Stuttering John was still out asking crazy questions today, it's enough. We got it. Not.
You need something new.
Yeah. But Joey got on the docket. I believe these are town council meetings. Anybody can put their name on.
Yes,
and they have to let you talk. They have to give you your 2 minutes. You put your name on the list. It's freedom of expression and your tax dollars at work. Blah, blah, blah.
It's what's destroying our country.
Yes.
And giving everyone a voice.
And I was watching a lot of this. Like people are going on there talking about drones in Israel, and like it's actually
things that aren't even.
Yeah, it's fucking some town in Florida. Like they have nothing to do with what's going on in Iran. But people are. This is their opportunity to get the word out. I guess the only people that they. Everyone else in their life that they talk to hang up on them. The town council has to give them their 2 minutes, so they do.
Right.
But
what a waste of time.
Yeah, but Joey went on to use this as an opportunity to campaign president of the United States.
Morning. Joey has lost a lot of weight. You only have 2 minutes.
My name is Joseph Samuel Catalano III. And first, I want to thank each and every one of you for giving me a few minutes of your time to introduce myself.
There's
I live
Alex.
locally in Tampa, and I'm not a career politician. I'm not backed by any major political party.
Wait, so they let Alex stay after all that?
No, Alex hadn't gone on yet.
Oh, Alex hadn't gone on yet. Okay. That's why I missed, because I didn't see Alex's performance, because I skipped right to Joey.
Oh, do you want to got it?
Not really.
Okay.
I'm more interested in what
It was
Joey
something. Like it was more funny watching the people in the background kind of react to it. But
yeah. But it was him like singing or something.
He was singing. Yeah, it's great to be gay and putting on lipstick all over his face.
I agree with that.
You'll have put it in your butt. Fine.
And I'm certainly not standing here claiming that I have all the answers for everything in life. What I am here is I'm an American citizen who woke up one day and asked a simple.
Alex is just jumping over chairs.
Yeah, he's got to get. Well, because he realized he's not in the shot.
Oh yeah. He's just like wearing boxer shorts or something. Rochi says that Alex went on before Joe.
Question.
Oh, so he's already on?
Yeah.
Why are so many people feeling ignored? Over the last year, I've traveled, listened, studied, and spoken with people from all walks of life. I've spoken to veterans, small business owners.
Like, it's amazing to me that no one even goes up to Alex and goes, "Sir, you can't climb over rows of chairs like that. Like, you're gonna have to leave."
I think there's people watching where people are sitting in this.
This is amazing to me that this monumental waste of time happens once a week in every town, like in the country. This is insanity.
Retirees, young people trying to build a future. And whether there are Republicans, Democrats, or Independents, I keep hearing the same thing. We feel like nobody's listening.
So this is funny.
Holy shit! They cut to a shot of his bumper sticker.
No, so they have. You can present, right? When you are presenting, you can hand them something that they can put up on screen. Usually it's a chart or a graph, or pictures of whatever. And Joey handed them a bumper sticker. And I guess they have to put it up.
Well, I think that projector is like what is next to his audio. So he put that there.
Oh, he put. Oh, it's an overhead projector like your teacher had at school. I didn't notice it. Okay. Catalano, 2028 president. Honesty.
He'll spin it around. He'll figure it
out. Honesty, integrity, real leadership, real solutions, a real future. This is real.
That's why I'm here. I'm running because I believe American people deserve another voice, another choice, another seat at the table. Not because I think I'm better than anyone.
The kids do.
I care enough to step forward and try. A good leader must listen. A good leader must understand that people are important, even when they disagree with them. That's the kind of leadership I believe America needs more today. I know what struggle looks like. I know what setbacks look like.
You know what retarded looks like.
I know what it feels like.
What stab wounds look like. I know what stab wounds look like. I know what the face of your own offspring looking to murder you, look into the black of their eyes looks like.
Because I've had a lot of them in my life.
Oh, and by the way, can you pause it for a second? In 3 hours, when Joey finally wakes up and sees this, don't send me an email to turn the phone lines back on like you did the last 2 weeks of the show. Like, he emails me 3 hours after the show is over. Turn the phone lines on. Fucking idiot.
Also, the audio on this is a little low, but that's just it's the audio from.
Aloha, I'm Tia Num. I'm 21, and today I will be surfing Le'aki, also known as Diamond Head. So in the 1800s, British sailors mistook crystals for diamonds at Le'aki, so that's how Le'aki became known as Diamond Head. So here at Le'aki, there is a sacrificial heiau called the King Heiau, used to worship god Ku, and here they would make human sacrifices to Ku.
Yeah. WATP podcast. These are all major podcasts. And these internet trolls, and nobody does nothing about it. They call my wife's phone at 4 o'clock in the morning and tell her on the telephone and leave recordings that they want to physically hurt my wife and hurt my 3-month-old grandbaby by raping them. And nothing's done. Nothing's done. I gave this to the police department, and all the evidence that I gave them got lost. This is crazy. Where does a person like me, who I retired from what I did for 27 years, and I was fortunate enough to retire at a young age, okay? And I'm a very vocal person, and I wanted to do something good with my podcast, which I have. And I'm forced to sit out now because these internet trolls and guys like Stutter and John, and they just destroy everything. And there's nothing to be done about it. And I'm in fear of my life now, and I've never been feared of anything in my entire life.
Approach you was the one thing that finally got to me.
So this is impressive. Actually, this is insane because he's not talking about running for president. So I think this is when Joey finally had enough and said, you know what? These people aren't going to help me. I have to run for leader of the free world in order to get people to stop making fun of me on the internet.
Like, honestly, if Joey just ran for town council, like where he's in Tampa, where he's in Tampa?
Yes.
If he just ran for town council, city council in Tampa, like legitimately, he would have a shot.
Yeah.
The way he do bullshit, he would legitimately have. He could actually had an actual campaign that actually had a shot of becoming a town councilor and moved his way up.
Yeah, but it's weird. He doesn't. This is before that. I thought this was when he first was talking about running for president. But I'm realizing now that Joey realized there was no help here. He can't because he's a convicted liar, Mr. Election. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Joey has said that many times. He can't run for a lesser office because he's a felon.
Somehow the only office that allows you.
Yes, he can run for president, which is insane. He tried running, but he got stuck in the parking lot. Thank you, Romeo.
So I pleaded with this council to start looking at it, and then I got people taking my voice, my photo, and making AI stuff and making millions of dollars with this.
Oh yeah, I was going to do Supertits.
Supertip.gg/com if you want to use Joey's voice. Also, I shut down the phones. Thank you very much, JT. I'm sure you saw that. Thank you for all the calls today. But yeah. This is when he was mad that everyone was using his voice and his wife's voice.
And there's no protection for me with this AI, all this AI stuff. For me, they're using my likeness, and they're making money. I don't get a dollar of it. And I can't even find an attorney that knows anything about this AI stuff. We have to be thinking of the future. I got grandchildren that are wonderful, very smart. Where's our future for our children? You know, I'm 60 years old. We don't know if we're going to be here tomorrow. Nobody knows that.
He said he's 16 years old.
That's a fact. We cannot wake up tomorrow. And I want to make a better community for the children.
Is that a threat, sir?
So I implore you guys to start looking into this area.
Employ you? Hold on. I employ you?
So I implore you guys to start looking into this area of the podcasting and the AI stuff and these trolls that should be put in jail or mental institution. I want to thank you for hearing me today, and much respect to everybody. God bless you.
Anyone else here today would like to address the board on matters on today's agenda?
All right. So there's
nothing. There's like, okay.
They're like,
it's
all
on
right.
It's on the record.
Yeah.
We heard you.
That whole mental institution thing sounds pretty good. There's
more mental institutions. That's right.
So Joseph Catalano continuing to press along with this presidential campaign. We're very excited. Thank you guys, and thank you, Tommy Jordan. This is a picture of me. Great to meet you. You are so nice. Fucking losers. El Harible, why are you acting like a big shot towards the Dabbleverse? I met you at DabbleCon 1, and you were so humble. You act like you're too cool. You're not. So there. Yes, I am too cool. I'm too cool for all this. I was the Marty McFly of my school, okay?
Melton was taken off of Ozempic because he was gaining too much weight. Ha ha, assault. Vitality left. Cover.
Melton feed Ozempic.
It's pieces. It's in pieces. It's in pieces. Melton is still dead. No matter what you say, nothing will bring him back. And we all just have to live with that. But yes, everything you say about Melton is true. All the stories you've heard, everything is true. He's been beaten by the tether. And the rest of us. Alright. I can't talk anymore. Love you all more than a friend.
So you like borders now? Oh, girl, shut up. You like borders now? Yeah, that's very interesting.
Our campus, not your campus, our campus. What you need to understand about stupid college students is all of a sudden the things that they advocate for and the things that they defend go out the window when they are met with logic. 1 minute borders don't exist, and then when it comes to defending their stupid positions, all of a sudden you're on our property and we own this place, and now borders exist. Make it make sense.
I am offended that our children are not receiving affordable gender reassignment surgery along with hormone blockers and access to abortions. This alone is a threat to our democracy. As Justin Trudeau always says, it just shows that you people do not care about our children, and that these are the same people who refuse to obey the science and get fully vaccinated. It's science, people. Science.
There are probably a few of you who are confused watching this and thinking to yourself, wow, this person is crazy. And I don't blame you, but this is actually a joke. He's a YouTuber who does things like this, and he's actually joking. But yeah, if it was the case that you were deceived, I don't blame you, because I wouldn't be surprised if this was real and the person was actually acting like this, because this is how they basically act anyway.
I mean, countries aren't real. They're created. They're not actually things that you can. They're human created. They're not real.
What about the Israel-Palestine situation?
Honestly, I think that it has to do with a lot of history and a lot of other countries intermingling in things that they shouldn't be.
So do you support Palestine?
I support the people who live there, yes.
Wait, but if countries aren't real, why can't the Jewish people, the Israeli people nowadays, why can't they come there? Because there's no borders, right? Anyone can come wherever, by your logic. So why do you support Palestine?
Because if you're going to come to a country, you have to be respectful of the people that are already living there.
There's no borders, so there's no rules, right? By your worldview.
Yeah, but it's okay, let's talk about our country.
Why even need to say anything to these stupidity? Countries are real. They're made up. And then when it comes to the thing you're trying to defend, all of a sudden countries seem real, and history and all these other factors that you want to place in it, they'll forever show us that they're just stupid. Before we get back to the video, make sure you guys like the video as much as possible, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also mainly hit the notification bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. Also go and subscribe to my new Facebook channel. It'll be linked down in the description below, so go and subscribe there. Let us get back into the craziness. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to trust me. There is no brainwashing going on. They just like to do these story time hours where a drag queen shows up, and they always seem to show up where there are kids. But I can guarantee you right now, there isn't any brainwashing going on. They're just allowing kids to explore different things.
Is America the greatest country in the world?
Definitely not, no.
What are a few countries better?
Canada.
What makes Canada better than America?
think I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah, I'm good.
Sure, anybody think about themselves, they'll realize how stupid the things that they said were, because she couldn't give us any example of what it is that Canada has that's better than America, but apparently Canada, according to her, is better than America, yet you can't name anything.
So literally saying, Charlie Kirk shot in the neck, which Nazi ordered it.
Disgusting.
Yeah, really, isn't it? Now, even if you don't agree with someone's views,
You don't want them dead.
well, these guys clearly do. A bit like Extreme, what they're chanting there. Chanting about what, like, Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk saying he's been shot in the neck. Then which Nazi ordered it?
Obviously, we've got a lot of things on there. I'm trying to think about that.
Yeah, you can see who's in the comment and then afterwards.
Because if we try to rig someone now,
Oh, so I understand
we're
that,
going to
yeah.
so
Oh, yeah.
like a legal team that says something to each other, and then obviously, like,
It's a bit offensive, that, isn't it? Really offensive.
you guys can do quite a lot.
Yeah.
So obviously, like, I went to the cops recognize it. It's the same with that, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
We do a lot of the art, so if people cross the line, then we tend to spec them up and arrest them.
It's not really like freaking chanting, it's got no, like, productive kind of values and stuff. It's deliberately offensive.
What you all need to know is this is the community of love, acceptance, and inclusivity. They love you so much that they want you to be assassinated because you believe that you can't make things up in your head and then force other people to believe that those things that are made up in your head are actually real. So yeah, if you don't believe they're fairy tales, according to them, you should die.
Tell me why you're at Pride.
Because I'm transgender.
Do you want to share anything about your journey?
It was very tough.
Does your family make you feel supported?
Yes, a lot.
How old are you?
I am 7.
And how old were you when you discovered your identity?
I was 2 or 3 when I first noticed that I didn't feel comfortable with being a boy.
How did your child discover this identity? How did this come about?
So ever since she was little, she was always the princess. Always. She sort of like every once in a while would mention ideas of like wanting to be a girl, of feeling more like a girl. And then I think that she started asking to like socially transition about a year and a half ago, and her school's been fantastic.
Your family, your friends, everyone like makes you feel supported and loved.
Except for my friends. I didn't tell them that yet.
Oh, wait, do you want to be on the internet talking about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope to be famous one day.
What do you want to be famous for?
Probably my songs or like famous drawings. It wasn't even really a change. Like she's been expressing herself as a girl since she was old enough to get dressed. I think that being the parent of a trans child is totally different than what people think that it is. I know you hear a lot about how we're going to have our kids go into surgery and how we're forcing them to make these decisions. The opposite is true. You know, I'm up all the time worrying about how the world is going to react to my kid. I would rather have her change her pronouns 1,000 times than have to write her obituary. I wish that people who have already decided that they hate us and that we're child abusers would actually talk to us. I feel like that would make such a big difference. But you're right, like the assumptions that people are making are the worst kinds of assumptions, and nobody wants to hear, you know, what our truth is, what it's like to actually raise a transgender child, is just so remarkably different than what I would have experienced or thought.
What do you say to the people that accuse you of doing Munchausen by proxy?
So I think that the assumption for that is that, and I hope this is taken in the spirit of what it's meant, is that means that we wanted to have a transgender child. And I love her no matter what, but I don't think any parent wants their child born into something in which they know that they're going to struggle. It goes against the idea of parenting for me.
Now, a lot of you would have watched this video and thought to yourself, but this is satire, it has to be a joke. And I'm here to tell you that it is indeed not a joke. This 7-year-old boy who apparently knew he was transgender at the age of 2, and his parents, of course, because kids definitely know what they're talking about, decided to agree with him, and apparently, as they like to say, support him on his journey, his very difficult journey as a 2-year-old believing he is transgender. Now, I hear a lot of people say that they're not being brainwashed or anything, and then I see a video like this, and I would like to say otherwise.
Public health has evolved dramatically since the original bathhouse bans, which were issued in raids, fear, and shame around HIV. Together with new strategies like PrEP and U=U, we have the tools to reduce HIV transmission. And so our task is not to eliminate spaces where people have sex, but to bring people out of the shadows where we can give them the tools that we have in place. Research has shown that pushing sexual activity into less visible spaces does not eliminate the risk. It makes outreach and education more difficult. Licensed venues can become our partners in public health. Other cities have led the way in this direction. We are not breaking ground here. We're trying to catch up with what other places are already doing in this area. On a personal note, I'll also say I also don't think it's the role of government to sit in judgment and decide what kind of spaces can be important to different cultural groups. Bathhouses are an important part of queer history and our current community, and as a body largely composed of non-LGBTQ people, I hope you'll defer to the will of the queer community that these are important spaces to our community. And so thank you, Councilmember Chavez and the rest of the co-authors. Please pass this ordinance.
Now, I do want to walk out, but at this point, I don't even think it's worth it. What in the blue hell did we just hear? Yo, happy Juneteenth. Today, I better not catch a white person enjoying this holiday. Y'all ass need to go to work and be getting that money so that y'all can pay us our reparations. Okay, so if I catch a white person enjoying today, I'm on your ass. I better see every white person at work give to that money so they can pay us our reparations. Okay? Besides that, all black people take off today. Don't go to work. Enjoy this holiday. This is not meant for the white people to work today so they can give us our reparations. And we get to go have fun and enjoy our day. So tell your boss, I'm not coming into work today. It's a holiday. Okay? For us. Happy Juneteenth.
You know, it really annoys me that all these stupid holidays are on the month of my birthday. Why is Pride Month in June, and why the heck is this thing also in June? People, help me. It's really getting annoying. And what in the blue hell does this guy have on his face? I don't even know what that is, and we're supposed to take this guy serious.
I am a virgin, so I am looking for a virgin wife. It's very, very difficult. And I'm 25 years old. It leaves me having to date quite a bit younger.
Don't you just hate it when that happens? When you are forced to date barely legal girls, it's the worst, right? Because you need to be with somebody who's a virgin. And it's not enough to be with somebody who is willing to wait until marriage or has dedicated themselves to that. You definitely need a fresh virgin for some reason. And unfortunately, that just leaves young girls like, damn. And like I said many times before, I have zero issue with people who want to wait until they get married. More power to you. I personally wouldn't do it as somebody who was divorced and did not experience sexual compatibility. I actually do feel like that is really important. But if people want to wait, that's totally fine. But when you have somebody saying, listen, even if somebody is willing to wait because of their past, it's just not going to work for me. And unfortunately, I'm going to do it really young to get that virgin. I think that that's where you lose me. And I feel like this has less to do with God and your morals of wanting to wait. It has more to do with wanting to be with a woman who is pure and untouched and a lot of other misogynistic things.
Yikes. Once again, feminism showing us it's all about choice and not forcing people to believe in certain things. Somehow, some way, she got him having to date younger to it being just barely legal because, of course, they don't read between the lines and they always have to make assumptions about people. She has to assume that somehow, some way, he's actually just a pedo and he just wants younger women because he wants them to be young and pure, even though it's the case that this man has actually dedicated himself, his time, his life to not sleeping around as well, which is a great thing. But of course, the feminist who is all about choice is angry that he is making a specific choice. But yeah, feminism is apparently about choice.
Restore's supporters have decided that the best way to attack me is to attack the Survivors, the organisation that I set up to support grooming gang survivors and also to investigate the grooming gangs. There is very little good support out there for survivors at the moment. A lot of them are very isolated. Obviously, they've been let down by the police, by social services. Often these are very traumatised people, and the mental health industry has often given them diagnoses that help the system to manage them rather than actually deal with their trauma or help them with their trauma. So there's very little out there for them. And so when I started looking at how we could investigate the grooming gangs, I quickly realised that we're going to have to set up some sort of support system of our own that would enable us to help these people as well as just do the investigations. So we are still looking at in-person groups, but survivors themselves were saying that actually a lot of survivors don't like to go out to go to groups. They would rather do it online, a lot of them are online a lot of the time. and they would rather have an online forum.
Of course, strawman the position and attack something that wasn't being said because you know what you were doing was totally incorrect. They're not attacking the supporters, they're attacking the fact that you had membership for supporters and also victims. If I have the screenshot of it, I will post it here that she had that. And because with people like this, they don't know how to take accountability, she's not going to take accountability. She's just going to continuously make stupid videos like this, saying that people are doing things in which they're not actually doing.
So I'm in the African American History Museum in DC, and I'm dead ass. I haven't even explored the exhibits yet because the first thing I fucking see is there are children here who are on field trips, and there's an exuberant amount of white children wearing Make America Great Again hats, Trump hats, big red fucking hats, and it's fucking trippy. How is this allowed? I'm already an emotional ass bitch. I'm already here being emotional that I'm able to be flown out to DC by Trending Up, but I come in here and all I see are kids with MAGA hats on. Why the fuck is this even allowed? No, teach your children to do better. This is not the shit I want to fucking see when I come into the African American History Museum. Our MAGA hats everywhere. We're just going the fuck back in time, and it's fucking depressing. And it's the younger generation turning into Nadia Lewis and being hateful little shitballs. What the fuck is going on?
Oh no, the horrors. There are people wearing Make America Great Again hats. How will you ever live? Oh no. 1 minute you want people to learn about the history. You see people going to learn about the history. And of course, as usual, you still find something to complain about. You're a victim. We get it. You want to be a victim so bad that when you see people wearing a specific apparel, you feel the shivers in your body and you're just so scared to be around these people.
Respectfully, I don't want to hear you talk about how you understand what POCs have been through or how horrible slavery was. I want you to go through your family fucking archives. Okay? I want you to go through your family heirlooms and take out every fucking thing that would attach them to their slavery, to owning slaves, and to the crimes that they committed. I want you to get all that documentation and put it out there. Okay? And if there's anything that attaches black families to land and shit like that, I want you to put that at the forefront so people can get their reparations. I've already heard it 1,000 different times, okay? I need you to pull out the historic fucking archives that are on your guys' property, your land, your property. Bring it to the forefront. I want to see what it says. I want to see how many relics are still out there. And then I want you to burn it, and all of us will have a bonfire over it. Or we can put it in museums. 2 options.
Everything has to be an acronym for these people. POCs, LGBTQ, ABCDEFGs, everything has to be an acronym. You can just say the word and people will know what you're talking about. But of course, bullnose ring detected, opinion rejected.
I don't understand why you think you have to go on a mission to convert other people to this way of thought. If it works for you and you and your husband are happy, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's great.
Any happy marriage that's working, like you say, you have to have shared values, you have to have a shared vision. If that's the vision for the two of you, absolutely, I have absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. I have a bit of a problem with you setting up seminars for other women to convince them that they're doing it all wrong.
But they must be interested.
And it must be
They
nagging, argumentative and difficult if they have their own
Let's
opinion.
ask Laura, with the women who want to take your classes in being a trad wife, what do they tell you is the reason that they're interested in this?
They want to help their husband to become successful. They're tired and they're burnt out. They want to come home. They don't want to go to work anymore. I don't sort of knock on people's doors and say, you shouldn't be living like this, come and live like me. It's the women that are ready to come home. Those are the women that take my courses. And they're tired and they love their husbands. These are beautiful women that take my courses. These are women that are respected, they have traditional values, and they've lived the modern life, and they don't like it.
What happens if your husband makes a decision and it's wrong? You know, that the career he's trying to build doesn't work, or that he makes a decision about a mortgage and it's the wrong decision. And, you know, what happens if you can't actually place all your faith in him getting absolutely everything right? He's only human after all.
He is human, and I have grace. We have grace for each other. And, you know, if he was to make a decision that turned out to be a mistake, that would be something that he'd have to carry on his shoulders, which men can carry. Whereas women, if we make a mistake and we ruin our whole family, women carry this guilt around with them, and it's really, really painful for women to go through something like that. But men can carry those things. So if he made a mistake, I would support him anyway, and I would take care of him and love him through that, because I know that him having that on his shoulders would actually be very painful for him.
Ignoring it because her face looks very quizzical, and how do you know a man could carry it? How can you make that statement? Like, I mean, I'm just listening, kind of shocked by it all, because my children, and I've got the son and the daughter, if I ever turned around to them and said, "Oh, you know, let's wait for a man to come along and do that for us," they would be like, "No, we can do this. We don't have to wait for anybody. We can." And I'm bringing up a daughter who I'm like thinking is a strong, independent woman, and I'm like, look, I know it's a challenge to try and do it all, to try and be a mum, to try and be a wife, to try and have it for it, but we can do it. Women can do it.
Feminism has to be one of the stupidest ideologies to ever exist, because they talk about how feminism is just about allowing women to have the choice. You should have the choice to choose whatever you want. And then a woman who wants to hold to traditional values comes along, and all of a sudden you shouldn't be pushing that. And why are you making videos and pushing this ideology around? And yeah, that's feminism for you. Wanting women to have choice, and then when women use said choice, you shouldn't be able to have that choice. Yeah, you got it correct.
Immigrants contribute more to our social funds than they receive. So they don't receive any.
Yeah, that's disputed. There's massive amounts of dispute there as to the net economic benefit of illegal immigrants. And if you're accounting for certain things like, you know, are you accounting for a lot of these illegal immigrants, they just go to the hospital for their medical treatment and then they never pay their hospital bill.
Deporting all of the immigrants, or the majority of the immigrants in the United States, would actually lead to between a 4 and 6 something percent decrease in the GDP. To become a communist. In the GDP, which is similar to that we saw that in the 2008 economic recession.
Is GDP the only metric that matters if you're doing a analysis of the prosperity of a nation?
No, and that's a silly question.
But that's what you cited too. You're like, well, the GDP would go down. I think people would be willing to take a perhaps marginal economic hit if it meant that all illegal immigrants were deported from the United States. Like, for example, in order for us to put away, we have to have a robust criminal justice system. We need to hire investigators and police officers to investigate, and that costs money. I don't really care what the cost is, you know, as long as we get justice. Do you know how many illegal immigrants are in the United States?
No, I don't off the top of my head.
Let's say it's at least 10 million. I think the numbers are higher. Do you think all the illegal immigrants are homeless?
No.
They're living somewhere, right? How much do you spend on rent?
I spend $1,520.
Rent is expensive, isn't it? These illegal immigrants, they're not homeless. They're living somewhere. That's housing stock that could otherwise be freed up for citizens.
I cannot lie to you guys. I just lost brain cells watching this video.
Who gave them the permission to record me without my consent?
They don't have to have that.
By law? According to the law?
Yeah, according to the law, I'm recording you right now.
They don't have to seek permission
Do they need permission? No, they don't need. Okay. Do you have any other questions?
I disagree with you.
So you call the police because of the fact that you think people recording you in public is illegal. The police then tell you it's not illegal because, you know, we have to listen to you guys. You decide to disagree with the police who knows the law, and you clearly don't. Maybe you need to do more layering.
Oh, fuck ICE, fuck ICE, fuck ICE. Also, fuck ICE. I don't know if I've told you this before, but fuck ICE. Also, fuck ICE. As well as fuck ICE and fuck ICE.
Wow, what a profound message from a definitely upstanding citizen. I mean, look at this person.
He shot her because she was queer. He shot her because she was queer.
somehow make this about sexuality because he definitely knew her sexuality because you can just look at someone and tell their sexuality. You might be onto something. Before we get back into the video, if you guys have enjoyed the video thus far, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and hit the bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. And let us get back into the video.
All right, Megan. You can have it. You can have the whole damn thing, the whole damn country. You and friggin' Trump, that whole administration can go to hell. I've had enough of you guys. You know, all I ever do is come in and ask questions. And you guys are just as mean as snakes, man. As mean as you can friggin' be. We've had enough. My wife and I are selling our place. And we're moving. We're gonna friggin' move to Mexico, man. I'm so tired of you guys. My wife is in the house right now, bawling her friggin' eyes out because of you guys. What the hell's the matter with you? Where's your humanity? You can have it. I'll tell you what. Mark my words on this. Trump's going down. That whole administration is. And I'll watch it from afar.
Yeah, let me record a video telling you all how much I want to leave the country when I more than likely won't leave the country. But if you do, just read his comments and take their advice.
If you hate him too, just sit with me. I hate him. I don't like to hate people, but I hate him. Can you just sit with me so I know that I hate him.
Well, doesn't that suck?
Bro, that officer called her a fucking bitch after he shot her 3 times. If you have not seen the new POV that has just come out, and it looks like it's from the POV of one of the actual fake, I don't know.
these people who are at the No Kings rally are the same ones who are saying, oh, we have to hold hands with Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney because these are the real patriots, even though we only agree with them ideologically. Or who defended Obama when he was embracing these radical theories of presidential power. And so to watch them now suddenly find their voice about the limits of presidential power and the No Kings protest, when in reality it's just masquerading as this more noble thing that's really a Democratic Party protest, it's just an utter fraud.
This idea that, yes, Donald Trump is singularly corrupt. It's very hard to convince people that, yes, Trump is corrupt, but so are the Democrats. They just won't buy that. They see, and that's why you see these No Kings rallies. Now, I had on, Jeffrey Sachs, who I have utmost respect for, but he was saying that he was glad to see the No Kings protest, people standing up against a dictator like presidency in Donald Trump. And, I always make the case here that those No Kings protests, they're not protests, they're just rallies, because if they were a protest always has a demand attached to it. And there's zero demands attached to the No Kings rally, and that's how you know it's a psyop by the establishment to take that revolutionary energy that is real under Donald Trump and funnel it right back into the two-party duopoly. Would you agree with that?
So I'll give you an example of a real protest. There are several of them, but I'll just give you an example of one. A real protest was the protest movement that erupted across American college campuses after October 7th in protest to the Israeli genocide in Gaza and the U.S. financing of it. Why was that a real protest? Because there were demands attached to it that were very serious, and we wanted to stop funding and arming the Israeli war in Gaza and to stop funding and arming Israel in general. And also, it wasn't a protest designed to masquerade its real intentions, pretending it was one thing, but in reality just being kind of a partisan protest. It wasn't a two-party system. In fact, it eventually became a protest movement that rejected both parties and that publicly played a pretty significant role in the 2024 election by having a lot of people who otherwise might have been inclined to vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refuse to do so on the grounds that both parties were equally complicit in this moral crime that had crossed party lines. There have been other protest movements that have been crushed, like Occupy Wall Street and even early versions of the Tea Party before it was swapped by the Republican Party. Some of the protest movements of the 1960s, those are real protest movements, and the way you know they're real protest movements is not just because they have attached demands to them, but also because they end up getting crushed by the state. And the thing that I hate so much about this No Kings protest is, I started writing about politics. I stopped practicing law and started writing about politics in 2005, largely in response to the civil liberties abuses of the Bush and Cheney administration ushered in the name of the War on Terror, which was accompanied by this whole litany of these very radical Article 2 theories about how basically the president is limitless in what he can do, really without like creating the president as the monarch, like these theories that Cheney had been working on since the 70s. And those extended into the Obama administration, and these people who are at the No Kings rally are the same ones who are saying, oh, we have to hold hands with Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney because these are the real patriots, even though we don't agree with them ideologically. Or who defended Obama when he was embracing these radical theories of presidential power. And so to watch them now suddenly find their voice about the limits of presidential power and the No Kings protest, when in reality it's just masquerading as this more noble thing that's really a Democratic Party protest, it's just an utter fraud. There's nothing even interesting about it.
And so how do you respond? Because now everybody I've known for 30 years in Hollywood calls me a Trumper because I told the truth about the Democratic Party, and I'm certain you get the same kind of flack. How do you handle that?
I mean, look, I have been going through this for a long time, and especially if you're somebody who has fixed principles, like people have been debating for 20 years now. Like, what is my ideology? Which is my party? And am I on the left? Or am I libertarian? Or am I MAGA? Or am I this? Or am I that? Ultimately, the reason why that happens is because you don't attach yourself to a particular political party and enslave yourself to it. If you do that, like I'm a Democrat, okay, that means
everything that Trump does or anything the Republicans do, I'm against, and everything the Democrats do, I'm in favor. Like I recently heard Kyle Kalinske say, he said, the worst Democrat, whoever you think is the worst Democrat, is 1,000 times better than the best Republican. So you have Democrats who support what he claims to think is a genocide. You have Democrats who are pro-genocide. And then you have Republicans who are against the genocide, like Margaret Taylor Greene or Thomas Massie or whomever. Well, lots of Republican people who are conservative journalists and pundits as well. But because he is fixated his identity in this very banal partisan Democrat versus Republican box, where the worst Democrat is infinitely better than even the best Republican, you end up on the one hand saying things that are completely incoherent, like I think there's a genocide, but I still think people who are in favor of the genocide are better than people opposed to the genocide. But there's never any confusion about who he is. He's a Democrat. He's a liberal. He's a member of the left liberal wing of the Democratic Party. He's loyal to not any fixed ideas, like opposition to genocide, but to the party, and so there's no confusion. If, however, you define yourself differently, if you're not enslaved by or captive to a particular political party or politician, like I'm a Democrat, that means that whatever the Democrats do, I'm going to cheer, and whatever the Republicans do, there's always going to be a question, wait a minute, he was against censorship or civil liberties abuses when Bush did them, so I thought he was a Democrat, I thought he was on the left. But then when Obama did that, he was criticizing Obama, but if you're criticizing Obama, that must mean that you're a Republican. And that's where all this confusion is, where it comes from. It's just like a very simple-minded, binary way of looking at political values and conflict, and an inability to see them through any more of a sophisticated or complex lens. And so if you're somebody who thinks Russia game was bullshit, as I do think from the beginning, and I know you did too, or who hated the Democrats' liberal kind of support for the NATO war in Ukraine and pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into the coffers of Boeing and General Dynamics in order to fund and arm neo-Nazi battalions in Ukraine, or if you dislike the, kind of censorship industrial complex that emerged after 2016, these were all things that liberals were doing, and you were criticizing liberals for diverging from their doctrine, and so the simple-minded people will say, oh, you must be MAGA, you must be pro-Trump, because they don't have any fixed principles, so they can't understand other people who actually do.
I was gobsmacked at someone like Kyle Kalinske, who was there with us on the Russia Gate. He was there with us on Forced to Vote, and then he just seems like a lot of people just flipped all of a sudden and just became that thing you're describing, partisan. Which to me, there's nothing more simple-minded than being a partisan, and I was shocked by it, especially from someone like Kyle Kalinske, and now he's just a full-blown, as Aaron Mate calls it, blue MAGA. And what do you is it because these people like that are just as shallow as they can possibly be, and they really don't have any principles?
I mean, if I'm going to be as generous as I can, I guess what I would say is that there probably are people who just by being immersed in left liberal culture really did come to believe that Donald Trump is some never-before-seen, wicked, curse sent by Satan, and that the only thing that matters is stopping Donald Trump, and that means attaching yourself to the Democratic Party. Like, perhaps there's a genuine belief that is the way to understand politics. Now, for all the reasons I said, I think that's unbelievably simplistic and binary and primitive, but it's possible that's genuinely how he sees the world, that, like, Donald Trump is the only thing that matters, stopping Donald Trump is the only thing that matters, and since the Democrats are opposed to Trump, automatically that makes Democrats better. I personally think things like genocide are unique evil, and so if there's a Republican who's opposed to it, the Democrat who's in favor of it, I'm obviously going to think the Republican, certainly in that extremely important instance, and probably overall is a better person. But if you don't think genocide is the worst thing, if you don't think destroying middle-class economic security or the security of the working class is the worst thing, you actually just think Donald Trump is the worst thing, then that's going to be your worldview. I should also say, and I know you know this, I'm not suggesting this is what motivates him, but it certainly motivates a lot of people, and it could subconsciously motivate anybody. The easiest way to gain a large audience and to make a lot of money in independent media is to plant your flag in one of the two partisan camps. I'm MAGA, I'm a Democrat, or like, from the Bernie AOC wing of the Democratic Party, and you'll get a big audience. You'll have a lot of people watching your program as he does, but they're all like-minded people. You're not taking impact, you're not reaching anybody who doesn't already think the way you do. They're coming to get daily validation of their pre-existing views, and there are a lot of rewards in independent media for people who are willing to do that. That's, in fact, what most successes. A huge number of people have gotten very rich, from Rachel Maddow and Heather Fox Richardson and those Lincoln Project scumbags on down, to just adopting the most extremist anti-Trump view over the last decade. And I'm not saying this is what motivates him, but he's certainly one of the people who has benefited greatly in a very material way from kind of adopting that very partisan way of looking at the world. And I think those are corrupting incentives, even if you're not a corrupt person. Like, we're just human. We get that positive reinforcement, that daily dose of dopamine from people telling us how great we are, from having our audience numbers increase, and we think we're doing something really important and big. And that can subconsciously affect how we claim that we understand the world.
Yeah, I mean, I was told by, my liaison at I'm lucky enough to have at YouTube that if you picked a side, you would get better numbers and you would have a more successful channel. And I'm like, well, that's not what we do. And he's like, yeah, I know. I'm just letting you know. That's why other people get more oomph in the algorithms. We'll see you June 26th and 27th in Levittown, New York. August 30th, we're doing a live panel celebrity show in Burbank, California. That's a Sunday, August 30th. Tickets always go fast on that. And then we'll be September 18th through the 20th. We'll be in Chicago, Illinois. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
I'll put up $14,000. Just be ready to pay $10 million if he wins first place. Sean Deeb said, okay.
It's the Poker News Podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 977th episode of the Poker News Podcast, presented by FanDuel Poker. I'm Chad Holloway, joined by Mike Holtz and two special guests here at Level 9 Studio, Katie Swift, Grosvenor Poker Pro, and a man I met at the Irish Poker Open. Phil, is it Held or Healed? Healed, but we know you as The Tower.
Everybody does.
Yeah, and I'm excited to have you in the studio. You interviewed me at the Irish Poker Open.
We
and
did
now
indeed.
I got you here.
It was a cracker.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it. It was really good. I really enjoyed it. It was good. Nice to meet you, and nice to be back in Vegas. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, likewise. And Mike, you're meeting these two for the first time. So.
Yeah, pretty sick. Love it. Love the accents. Awesome stuff. I wish I could talk like that.
We've tried accents on the show before.
It's
never pretty.
What on earth did you say? You know?
we have a good show. We're going to talk about Phil Hellmuth and the 1.4 markup for his son P3, and Sean D getting involved in that. We're going to talk about a couple hands. One, Dario Sammartino shared. Two identical hands, same cards, same flops, and what the story is behind that. We'll talk about the Colossus heads up being dealt backwards and kind of the what ifs or implications of that. We'll talk Poker Hall of Fame changes. I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts on the European side of the Poker Hall of Fame. We're going to talk about the Goliath, Grosvenor's big poker tournament that's taking place right after the WSOP on the other side of the pond. A huge event. We'll talk about some recent bracelet winners, share some book giveaway, and of course thank our sponsor. So Katie, Tower, let's start with that. First let me get your take on, from being on the European side of things, fans of Phil Hellmuth?
Always.
Yeah?
Always.
I got a chat with him because he tried calling me, I missed it, and then he just texted yo. And I know Phil well enough, like when he's reaching out to me, so I'm like, call me back if you want. And this was, hey, you might have seen this bet that is on social media right now. So this was minutes after they booked it. He had tweeted, Hellmuth did that. I told my son, Philip Hellmuth III, to P3 as we call him, to charge 1.4 markup in the WSOP main event. If you think that's unfair, then put your money where your mouth is. I'll put up $14K on my son. You post $10 million, first place. Talk is cheap. You must post the $10 million. Sean Deeb ended up taking him up on that. Before we get to that, we'll get all your thoughts. If you want to start with you, Mike, but 1.4 markup.
All right, check this out, right? Well, I gotta decide. You know how, I don't know about you guys. In America, at Thanksgiving, you always
crazy uncle there, that's like being wild and saying crazy stuff, and like he kind of like makes it a fun time for the nephews. He's kind of like the cool guy. I need to be that for. You said his name is P3. We're not doing that. He wants to because Phil Hellmuth is his dad and has convinced him that's cool. That is the least cool shit I've ever heard. I need this man to smoke a joint, and I need him to think about his life for a little bit. He's over 21. He can gamble. He clearly can. He should smoke a joint, think about how corny P3 is, and eliminate that completely.
Has he got a middle name? Can he use that?
Of course he can. I mean, I don't know. Is it Victor? I'm going to assume Victor or something like that.
What was it? So Phil Hellmuth's middle name is Jerome. I don't know if what P3 says.
No, that's Phil Ivy's middle name.
No, it is Phil Hellmuth as well.
Oh, it's both their middle
I don't know if it's Phil Ivy's. He went by Phil Ivy.
Racist? I think it's Phil Ivy.
He went by the fake name No Home Jerome.
That's
when
what
he
it
played
was.
underage and Borgata and stuff. But Phil Hellmuth's real middle name is Jerome. I was surprised by that fact. It's part of the game we play. Which Phil is it? The trivia game.
Wow,
So,
interesting
you're a part
stuff.
of it.
As far as the bet goes, it's got to be bad, right? Like, I don't know. Does he have any results? Phil Hellmuth the third? I can't imagine.
I'll look it up.
He came 10th in something that
Let me look it up. What you guys?
Yeah,
I mean, as a one-off, it's not got longevity, is it?
Yeah, 1.4 seems really high. I mean, that's like generally. I mean, that's what I'm charging, and I like the people that are buying for me. So I don't know.
Just want a bracelet.
Yeah.
That's yours.
Yeah, exactly. I would expect that my buy is worth it. I don't know if Phil Hellmuth Jr.'s. I've never seen him play, or the third, whatever it is. I think it's ambitious. It's ambitious, but Phil's got the money. You know what I mean? He doesn't mind adding an extra $4,000.
The charge kind of thing if you're traveling from overseas, like 10,000 miles.
For the main event, yeah. I don't know. I think the markups might even be too high for everybody.
It's not like 1.3, is it?
Yeah, it's around that.
Yeah, it really depends.
I mean, there's different. I know people that have got have sold out at 1.6.
Oh, I know people that sold at 2.0.
1.6. I mean,
I mean,
if it sells out and someone's going to buy it, then
exactly. Yeah.
That's the part is the market. People can ask whatever they want, right? Whether or not it sells out, let the market determine. I do think 1.4 is a bit high, but if it sells out, at the very least, this is a great. He's always been great at it. The marketing tool aspect of this, right?
That's for sure.
Hellmuth's created a great story out of nowhere, something that the ESPN and probably Poker News will be following throughout the main event. What's that?
Do you think he said it in jest?
No.
And then it's just like
I wonder if sometimes people say things to actually catch the attention of the media and create a story,
100%,
kind of blow it up and do these,
I can tell you
things.
from speaking to Hellmuth on the phone, he was legit upset with the lack of respect, we'll call it, from Deeb and others coming at him and questioning him in the situation. I do want to give a quick defense for Philip Hellmuth III. In two regards, he didn't ask for any of this. Like, he just listened to his dad, right? He wasn't out there boasting or anything. So now he's in this. It's good exposure for him. He's trying to build a name for himself in the poker world. And I am looking at his Hendon mob, and he is off a 10th place finish in the WSOP circuit monster stack event. But more interesting to me is looking back at last summer. He's got 3 WSOP caches from last summer. He finished in 3 big field events. So he finished, I mean, this isn't a huge deep run, but he did cash in 1189th place in the monster stack that year, which had over 9,000 runners. He finished 51st in the $800 deep stack, which had 4,481 runners. And then he also finished 824th for a cash and a 6,000 field in the 600 deep stack. So like he's making it into the money and somewhat deep in these big field events. Might translate into the main event. I think this is his 3rd year he'll be playing the main event.
Yeah, and I think to be fair, if like you were looking at online, like there's like staking forms and stuff, and if you were to look at this resume without seeing a name and you just compared it, like, hey, should I buy this person 1.4? You're gonna get laughed out of the building, right? So I mean, I don't know. Maybe he could definitely be 1.4. There's been plenty of people who've never played live poker before they come to the main, and like there's online crushers. Like some of these guys were like, if they're done massive pressure online. The main event, I mean, like, yeah, you're going to be giving away live tells and stuff, and you're going to have some issues, but you should be able to do pretty well. So, like,
you might just get people buying you because of the name.
Exactly.
Just not the name and novelty.
Yeah.
Just not P3. We don't want P3.
We can't have
We need
P3.
to.
P3 is a protein snack. It's a protein snack. If you
UFC. The bet itself is Helmuth is putting up 14,000. You know, the mark, which is reflective of the markup. So if his son doesn't cash it all, he owes 14,000 to Sean Deeb and Jason Moe, who's the other person putting up. If Helmuth the third cashes, then they owe the difference of it, right? So if he cashes for 20,000, they owe the 6,000 difference. If he wins it for 10 million, that's the upside. So Helmuth, as he rightfully says, is putting up 14,000. They're risking potentially 10 million if his son wins the main event. So it could be a huge sweat.
I think it's gonna be pretty sick. I think it's gonna be a great story, and I look forward to seeing how. Because I actually kind of now, am I rooting for P? Am I a P3 fan? I don't know. P3. No, he's P3. You're right. That's on me. I've changed my mind. That's P3. Guys, P3.
Phil Helmuth did take to Twitter and released a little video in which he addressed the bet and the haters. Check it out.
$10 million to $14,000. I woke up this morning. My Twitter feed was slammed. Articles written in Poker News about this bet I had with Sean Deeb. What happened? My son Philip posted at 1.1 markup. And I said, Philip, the main event is 1.4. That's what you got to charge. Philip plays poker 300 days per year. No limit hold'em only. 300 days per year for the last 3 years. He has a ton of talent, and it'll be his third main event. 1.4 is more than reasonable. So here comes the markup, please. Oh, no, it's not. I said, look, I'll put up $14,000. Just be ready to pay $10 million if he wins first place. Sean Deeb said, okay, I'll take 1,400 of it. And there's a guy that will always pay his debts that'll take the rest of it. And I said, okay. So I'm putting in $14,000. If Philip cashes for 20,000, they owe me 6. If Philip cashes for 10 million, they owe me 10 million. Okay. Now this hit a little bit close to home because they called me out the markup police. I made the customers at Stakings $200,000. At least $180,000, but I think $210,000 selling pieces. I owned a piece of the site, so I kept doing it. It cost me $200,000, so I got criticized by Sean Deeb and these idiots who said, "Oh, markup's too much." Meanwhile, I paid the poker world $200,000 in cash, so I can't win because I'm getting insulted here by the biggest voices. So look, put your money where your mouth is, and Sean Deeb did. So Philip at 1.4 is a great deal. So Sean doesn't think it is. We bet our money, and I'd like to have Philip every year at this. So let's see what happens. My max risk, 14,000. Their max risk, $10 million.
So there you have it, Phil Helmuth. We'll keep an eye on this one, especially come main event time. Also be covering his main event entrance in full for Poker News. Not on this show, Mike. Don't worry, it'll be for the Table Talk podcast that I host with my neighbors. Let's talk about, there's been some hands, as always, at the WSOP this summer that are making headlines. One of them was tweeted out by Dario Sammartino. There's no video for this one, but he said that during a tournament, the automatic shuffler dealt the exact same hand twice in a row. Every position at the table got the same hole cards, and the board was identical, same ranks, same suits. Went into some more details on that, and this, of course, started a little bit of a firestorm on social media. Mike, I know we talk about hands pretty much every episode this summer, but this one definitely unique, a little different, and what the hell happened?
Yeah, so the Shuffle Master, Deck Master, what's it called?
Yeah.
You know, yeah, it's got two different settings, Shuffle and Sort. So the dealer, who clearly was inexperienced, I know, shocker, WSP's inexperienced dealers, crazy. They clicked Sort, and then the cards came out in the exact same order both times. I mean, it's just like if you look at everything, it came 2, 3, 4 spades, and then the burn card would have been the ace, and the turn's the king, then the next burn card's the queen, then the river's the jack. So it was all just sorted in an exact suit order. Obviously, that's unacceptable and like completely ridiculous, crazy, should never happen, especially the World Series of Poker. But I don't think anything nefarious is going on. I think it's just, dealer just clicked the button, didn't realize what was going on.
Yeah, it's, I mean, Lonnie Harwood was there. She tweeted, confirmed the events that happened, right?
Lonnie
Harwood.
Lonnie
Hui, yeah.
We?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not.
Lonnie Harwood, she got married to Phil Hui, who is another one in our game of what Phil is it? But
Which Phil is it?
She said it was in the 10K mystery bounty. The floor was called. They did change the shuffler. That they played a hand with the red deck, then with the blue deck, then the red deck again, and it was the same as the hand 2 hand prior. So it was the red deck on both of them. I think a lot of people were surprised. I don't know if you guys knew this. Like, these shuffle machines can sort cards.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we don't use them. We hardly use them. I mean, there's only one card room in the UK that use them, and that's obviously the Vic in London, which have 40 cash tables. It's the biggest card room we've got.
And only for cash.
And only use it for cash. We don't use them for tournaments at all. Anywhere.
Interesting.
I don't think we don't have tournaments big enough to warrant shufflers day in, day out. Whereas obviously the Goliath that we do is still only like 1,500 people per day. We're talking 3,000 on a regular basis in every single competition that you have with the World Series and other events as well. So we don't have card shufflers as such in tournaments.
The one I want to talk about is in the Colossus. We mentioned that tournament in last episode. 16,269 runners in this one. Huge field. It was won by Justin Smith for $550,000, defeating Miles German. Heads up, got $367,000. So almost $200,000 difference between first and second. And I mentioned that because this hand took place on the very first hand of heads up play. Check it out.
Thanks for the memories, Victor Chong. His heads up play is now underway. Miles German will be first.
Oh.
And he's got 2 8s. Here we go. And Smith's got a hand that's good.
Oh, wow. First hand.
All in a call on the first hand of heads up. Smith has German covered. Like looks versus brains, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
You've had that against me all night. Damn it, just kidding.
It would be really something if we spent all that time playing down heads up.
He's doing it. He's packing up. I don't like Smith's chances. Go knock that bag out of his hand. That's the only shot you've got. Oh, I love this. Looks like Justin's got more support on the rail other than just Ryan at this point. And German could possibly be packing up for the last time. Clean flop for 2 8s.
Why isn't German packing? What's going on?
He's done. He's too good at it at this point. He's too efficient.
I know.
This is dangerous.
If the fire alarm goes off later, he's going to be the first one out of the building.
It's good.
It's a heart on the turn. Smith with 17 outs.
I win. Any heart?
For the win.
Come on.
Tell me about it. Juicy Diamonds. Let's go, man.
Smith's so close he can almost taste it.
He's holding his heart. Ish. It's a heart on the river. And this Colossus is over. The new Justin Smith has been crowned.
So there's the hand. I don't know if you caught it. A lot of people didn't in real time. Ridley initially tweeted it, and then it caught fire in the poker world. So he said, call me old-fashioned, but shouldn't the button be dealt last? Indeed, that's the case. Heads up play, first hand. The dealer dealt the cards to the wrong players, and the hands would have been reversed. German would have doubled up. They would have been essentially even in chips, and who knows how it would have played out from there. Instead, Justin Smith gets the win. This one was pretty big. I know
Massive. It's a massive spot for both of them.
Right.
And, you know, it's dealer error, but people are saying on social media that, you know, the players could have spotted it, should have spotted it, should have said, spoke out. I think when you're in that spot for that amount of money, you know, nerves kick in, perhaps they're not familiar with heads up as much, maybe not as experienced playing that, engrossed in the moment and kind of, you know, absorbed in their own play rather than having to watch the dealer and what's going on. And everything happens so quick in the moment that you're not always aware of it. So even for pros, so don't think it's really on the players to have to watch the
They never watch
dealers. You know, it's
you turn it around. He doing having a bite to eat. And I mean, you cards. You don't look at every hand, look at every card dealt at the correct time. Really.
I mean, you do have to watch the dealers an awful lot at the World Series. I would say that you can't just be absorbed in your own game. You kind of, you obviously observing all the players around the table as you would naturally do in poker, but the dealer almost becomes an additional factor that you have to observe all the time anyway. So I'm not sure that should be happening, on a huge final table and a heads up.
All in, baby. It's King Solo.
Obviously, because it's streamed.
Keep it low, keep it low, keep it low, keep it low, keep it low.
The sponsor should instantly shine up. You've dealt it the wrong way. I'm guessing senior floor doesn't check and stand over the table and watch everything.
They generally do, especially the first few.
I was just thinking it was the first hand, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was the very first hand. So maybe senior floor, who was our tournament director of that tournament, should have overlooked the very first hand, and then once it's done from there, leave it to the dealer.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So either senior floor or the TD at the time, the spotter, the dealer. It's just.
To me, there's 4 levels, if you will, in responsibility. Dealer number 1, right? The dealer should be taking it, but then you should have the 4 right behind it, verifying these crucial spots, and then the 2 players, and that's minimum, right? In this particular instance, I know some people on social media asked because it was the first hands ahead of play, meaning the third place player had just busted, so was there a dead big blind or button? No, not when it's heads up. Right? Yeah, it's inconsequential. And then as for the actual rule, as Matt Savage tweeted out, like once the hand starts playing out, there's significant action. It stands.
Absolutely.
I've seen some other people saying that WSOP should reimburse German somehow, some way. Like I'm telling you, I've done 20 of these already. WSOP is not going to do anything like that ever. It's a bad precedent for them to set.
And by the time everybody's seen it on the 30-minute delay or the 45-minute delay, whatever it is, it's already happened and it's done, and you've already celebrated. You're already offered steak. By the time you've done.
I mean, I do think the WSOP. I don't think it is bad precedent. I think it's good precedent to set that when you make massive errors as a corporation, like you're responsible for your employees, and you should set a precedent of compensation for things. I think that he got screwed over an equity spot that's worth maybe. He says a $200,000 heads up, and they would have gone back to even. Maybe that spot's worth 90, 110K. It's like an insane amount of money. So I don't know. I would hope that if something like that happened to me, that I'd get taken care of in some sort of way, not for 90,000, but maybe a main event seat. Maybe I get a Binion Steakhouse meal a couple times or something. Maybe we just apologize and say we're sorry. We're working on training.
At the very least, that should happen. They should hold their hands up and say, "Do you know what?"
But also, there's a bracelet involved.
Yeah.
You know, they don't come around too often. I know what's happened to them. But, you know,
we stole ours, really.
It's a tough spot. Like, and I do empathize. The dealers, are human. They do make errors. They're dealing, tens of thousands of hands over the course of the summer. It's the same like with the poker news reporters. Like they're writing. Literally, a poker news reporter will write a book at the end of the summer in terms of their updates and the amount of word count and stuff.
Yeah.
They're gonna make errors. They're gonna have spelling mistakes. They're gonna get little details wrong. And so I, empathize with the dealers, kind of in the same. It's just, man, there's been some big spots this summer where they've been happening.
Oh, well, I think I think that poker news would have somebody watching over an inexperienced person.
Yeah, we do have shadow editors and stuff, and we do tend to catch those errors.
So I think, and again, I love the senior floors at WSOP. I'm cool with all of them. Like, I don't know who it was that had the error, but we gotta watch the first hand. I mean, you have to.
1969, Martin Luther King was assassinated. We went into apology mode for more than half a century now. And we're done. Dunzel Washington. I saw, that guy who does the autopsies, was it forensic audits? Caleb something?
Oh, yeah.
And what's his name?
Michael Baden?
Caleb Hammer. It's kind of
I thought you meant Michael Baden.
No, he's kind of a fat-looking guy with glasses and a little mustache. Funny guy, interesting guy. He's kind of woke, but he's seen his right wing because he
he demands accountability, which I guess is right wing. But he had some guy on there who said, "Yeah, I was at work now recently, and I realized I had fatigue because he didn't say fatigue, he said black fatigue." And he goes, "My black coworker was telling me I'm racist, and because I said you're not oppressed. Our boss is black. You make more money than me. You're black. Like, where's the oppression here? What's going on?" And the guy called me a racist. And then Caleb brings in his black friend to sit there next to them. I've never seen him bring anyone in. So now you bring in your black card or some shit. And
what's that for?
What I found interesting about it was the guy wasn't like doing what we've been doing for 55 years, which is, look, this is all getting blown out of proportion. He kept going. And this was a normie. This wasn't Nick Fuentes or something.
Right.
This is a guy who works in tech. And he just goes, "No, I think I was right. And I am." And then he says, "I've had black girlfriends." And the guy's like, "You can still be racist if you have black girlfriends." And we used to capitulate to that. And he goes, No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Take that. No, that's not a thing. You don't snuggle with someone.
You're fucking her while you heat up a slap into her shoulder.
You like that.
Jesus Christ. Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
Hello, I'm Gavin McInnes.
Good.
And then he even said, like, the whole, and then these dumb racist things they can say, I have black friends, and that gets them out of jail. It does get you out of jail.
It does.
It is a reasonable thing to say. And you know what? Fatigue is not a white thing. Go talk to black cops. America has officially had enough. This year, 2026 is the year we went, all right, that's it. I'm moving out. Like, it's over.
Fuck.
You're moving out. We're done.
Yeah, pushing back. And
Fuck, John.
black people are noticing this too, because we see them trying to push back harder with their usual complaints and nonsense that we've seen over the course of the years, because it isn't working.
Right.
And they're just trying to push it harder, which makes it not work even more. And you're seeing a lot of white people who aren't afraid to go on social media, and they're not yelling the N-word. Some are. It's pretty entertaining. But some people are just spelling it out like, yeah, I'm tired of going into a fast food place and having to deal with thugs and people yelling and throwing shit. This isn't how we're supposed to live in a civil society. And, they're not afraid to say it and put their face to it, which is
a very pretty girl. She was like 22, and I think it was at a Carmelo Anthony thing. And she was just like, "Oh my God, these are just been out right now. It's crazy."
Oh yeah.
And the fact that she's pretty is relevant because pretty girls are the in crowd, without exception. There's no loser pretty girls in high school or college. Sorry,
right.
It's not a thing.
She's associated with Elijah Schaefer.
Oh really?
Yeah. She's an Elijah Schaefer girl, and from what I hear, that could have been some kind of fucking work. Like, people dug into her past, and she's had black boyfriends, allegedly. I don't know. I just thought the same thing. I saw a pretty girl saying, like, "Oh, God, been out over here." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's awesome." But, so I don't know what the facts are, but some people are trying to say that there's some ulterior motive here on her part.
Like she's trying to make the right look bad?
Yeah.
She's too pretty. If she's saying racist things and she's pretty, racism is pretty. Sorry.
I've seen some very attractive girls speaking about racial issues, and it's very surprising. You start watching and you expect this liberal take on something, but you can kind of tell because they are very pretty and then at the nose ring and all that shit. And then when they start saying, like, black people have to realize that it's been enough. We're sick of it. We're fatigued. And you're like, oh, I start looking, diamond rings. Where can I buy a diamond ring for this keeper?
Who's that guy? We had him on the show. He's on the network right now. He did a debate with Roger Stone. I was there. It was when we first started doing that free speech, the left versus right. He's young, Michael Eric Dyson or some name like that. Look up Roger Stone on our site and you'll see him there. And he was on Piers Morgan, and someone was Mark Lamont Hill. That's it. He was on Piers Morgan, and Lily, who's also on the network, yeah, was. They were talking about the dreaded N word, and Piers Morgan says, "Well, you have no problem saying it." So that people would say you're a racist, and Lily's like, "Maybe I am. I guess I am. Sure, I am." And he goes, "Oh, are you going to say the N word?" And then Mark Lamont Hill goes, "Stop! Don't, because she's going to say that, and then I'm going to be the only one who suffers." And what it really was is, it's like the Wizard of Oz, like going back behind the curtain. Right. Mark Lamont Hill was like, "Don't stop! Don't go behind the curtain. There's nothing to see here. I don't want you going behind the curtain," because they all realize that that magical word is now just a stupid word. It's fun.
There's the power in it.
Cracker. It's
So what
it's
happened?
sand.
She said it, and then
Sand
the,
through your
the world
fingers.
didn't come crashing down, and now another person might look at her saying it and go, "Hey, let me say it," and
Yep.
now it's out of control.
I mean, say you said Kevin Hart is so small he should be a bonsai tree. 5 years ago, you're fired. You'll never work in this town again. Now, it's the Kevin Hart roast. And did you notice that the black community, especially like old Gen X, young boomer black community, they would not let it go. It was weeks and weeks of stupid idiots who have names like doctor because they have a master's in psychology or some shit that they never used. And they're like, "We need to get pastors together to write a letter to Netflix saying we're going to boycott it." Like we talked about last time, because they don't understand that they're not 50% of the population. And
No,
a boycott
doesn't
is
make any shit bit of difference.
completely meaningless. Yeah. So
That's going on. Yeah. Oh, continue.
So the Netflix thing, the Kevin Hart hysteria, I think was very culturally consequential because it was the black community flailing, freaking out that no one cares about this shit, and it's a multi-trillion-dollar industry, the outrage industry, and it's over.
Yeah, it really does seem to be just puttering and sputtering down the road now, and no one really cares. It's not this big, like, gasp and pearl clutching when somebody says something that up to just even a couple of years ago would have been considered a firing offense, racist, horrible thing to say. And again, you got to credit that brand new trillionaire, Elon Musk.
Absolutely.
With the X. I mean, I read shit on X that I would never post. I'm considered the fucking one of the faces of racism in broadcasting in this country, and I would never post some of the shit I read on Twitter, on X. But it's a great thing. It's good. I laugh my ass off sometimes at how some of these people are just blatantly IGG R. Like it's amazing to me. I'm like, how is this account still up? Because they're not ripping down accounts just for using a word.
Well, X also showed us out at the fucking Popeyes and all that shit. And the woman shows us a cop going, "You're not going to your clarinet lesson." And we were all brainwashed with that. And then we see reality, and he's like, "I don't have my license and registration." He starts shooting at the cop. And I think body cam showed us that cops are not racist. And that was just a given for generations.
X gave us all the access to all those body cam videos, and we're seeing what the truth of the matter is when cops pull over a black person or go into a house party where there's black people. It's so, at the very least, it's so disrespectful and abusive toward the cops who are doing their job. And there's just, they demand respect, and they give none. There is zero fucking respect. And we see it. We see it all, and it adds to the fatigue, or now it's exhaustion, black exhaustion. I've been reading that a lot. Like, it's transcended fatigue, and we're just fucking exhausted at this point.
And when anyone says anything from 3 years ago, 2023, it sounds...
state park to get to.
I just got into law school. My name is Kyle Goldman, and I'm looking forward to serving you for the next few years.
You're in one of my favorite sketches of all time, the basketball referee sketch. It was Kroll Show. I was doing this character, Ref J.
I think maybe even Dirty Jersey Rat. Dirty. What's the nicest thing you've ever bought a lady that you were trying to score with?
Good question.
Oh, rodeo burger. I mean, I pay for hookers, so that's pretty nice.
Money's on the table.
Let me rephrase that. What's the most money you've ever? What's the most money you've ever given a hooker for one time?
Oh no, we're not going to get into that.
Oh yeah, please don't. As your attorney, please do not.
1,400. 4 digits?
No,
5 digits?
That.
5,14.
Sir, please do not. My client will not be answering.
No, I don't. Yeah, now that
My client will not. I should be helping him because he would never do this for me. But
How
my
much?
client will not be doing it.
Yeah, no, let's not. Yeah, a lot.
How much are hookers in Vegas? Like,
Depends on what kind you want.
Yeah, it goes from streetwalker to like high-end escort. That's why like,
okay. Here's
I know 4 digits of currency. Huh?
Spur, how much did you pay for the fucking blonde you were hanging out with? Because she was definitely a hooker.
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, but
What are you talking about?
Hey, that blonde bimbo that was hanging out with you. Not Annie.
Girl,
That
right,
was-
you tag team there.
Yeah, I know you're not talking like that. Amy wouldn't give it. Well, man, that's fucking. I don't know. I didn't pay anybody because I don't have any, so you know.
Alright. Well, I'm sorry, folks. This came out in a weird way. I'm sorry you found out about it this way.
How much does it cost in Vegas to have sex, missionary sex with a 7?
Jesus Christ, Albert, this is a family show. I mean,
Pervert.
Huh?
Who's gonna pay for just the
No, I'm just trying to get. I'm
The
trying to get
basic
a baseline. I'm trying to get a baseline of like the rates.
I don't think anybody ever advertises missionary as a price. To be honest with you.
No, I'm saying like, you don't want to do anal or anything. You just want to have normal sex with a 7.
No, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
It's the same price as like doggy though. I don't think it's
You guys have to wait.
No, it's not that, Jay. It's like
He just
you
needs to
get
know.
like a half hour or whatever.
how much is missionary. I'm like, I don't think that's
I've never thought about this, but in my head it was just like maybe there's a menu. It's like doggy style would be like an extra.
If you're going to
I don't know how these things work.
price, dude.
J-Bo, have you ever had a hooker?
Not yet, but I'm gonna. My age is getting up there. I'm gonna get one of these days. I'm probably gonna have to get to that point. I promise you, one of the key
No,
words.
so I can answer the question though. Like, Spurt understood.
So, well, no, and I'll tell you like.
Just because of the missionary, it's like who puts that? Like who goes? I'd like a
That's
hooker,
why it's
please.
fun.
Missionary.
Because I don't know if you realize this, Jim, a very vanilla sex life, but people like to have sex in a lot of different ways. So that could be experimental and weird. So yeah, it's just like just trying to get a baseline of how much hookers cost.
if you don't want to get robbed or beat up or something,
Okay,
it's not the way that, and it's gonna be minimum
300.
7.
7?
yeah, well, I don't know who you're hanging out with.
Okay, so then I think that's
That is right.
$3,000 of a hooker.
How much do you charge? Yeah, did you?
Well, that's I'm not gonna. I'll leave alone.
I know what you're up to. You and Rochi both.
But what am I up to? I'm just legitimately curious.
I'll be honest. No, don't even give him that. At least he's got the money that he can fucking blow on women like this. I don't.
Not anymore.
Okay.
No, he's very. Listen, don't listen. He's very wealthy. Do not let him do this bullshit.
No, bro. Last 3 years, I need some core.
He's bathing and fucking.
Oh, he bought it.
What sort of investment did you make?
No, we're not gonna get it. I'd rather wait.
Jay's definitely famous.
No, no,
Don't allow it. I'm hot on your ass. I know what you're up to.
Me?
Yeah.
Connor.
You're up to your bullshit tonight.
This is
No.
everyone. I
Let it
swear.
out.
This would have been the same
I
thing
have enough
anywhere
going
else.
on. I don't need this right now.
Okay, this is why BYB can't have nice things.
Exactly.
I mean, we're paying women to have sex with us in switches, MacBooks, $700, but we're all paying one way or the other.
I'm pissed. I just bought a brand new MacBook. Hit me up, Kevin. Tortellini.
You just scamp a tortellinis.
Whatever his name.
Didn't Dunia like try to buy an iPad or a MacBook for?
Well, we don't talk about that here. That's one subject we're not allowed. You know the rule. I told you the rule. We don't talk
Jay
about
just said it too. You are on one. Look at you. You're out here trying to make some trouble for everybody.
Yeah.
I was up there.
Anthony just started watching the show. You can't run them off already. Come on.
Oh, she's gonna rep Juneteenth. I see what's up.
Don't joke about Juneteenth.
JT. We're calling it over here.
Celebrate.
JT.
You would ask this kind of question the day I took my hat off. That's real.
I'm Juneteenth all day.
I think you got set up, J-Mo. Definitely.
Everybody's coming for me. The day I laid down everything.
I love you, J-Mo.
Probably nobody.
I love you too, J-Mo. J-Mo, we took your shirt off. Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna take my shirt off. Why?
Okay.
Shirt
Hey,
off.
what the hell are you up to? Get out of here.
But the other day, his confidence was way up there, but today it's crushed. So.
I got no confidence, Alba. How dare you come in here and treat
I'm trying to help you.
No, why? Why you want me to take my shirt off? You trying to flirt with me, you fucking queer? The answer's no. Go back to band. I'm married. Get out of here, slut.
Connor, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ava.
What can I do?
Well, I mean, she wore that shirt for me. But...
Oh, she wants my body, but not my hairline. Story of my life.
No, that was Ava that asked you to take your shirt off, so don't.
I know.
Don't
That's what I'm saying. She wants my body. She's not impressed with my hairline.
Connor, $5. Ava, KB, can you both stop fighting over Panhandler, please?
It's embarrassing.
I don't think KB was putting up any resistance, to be honest.
She's like the Borg.
I think it's a lot harder for Panhandler than she did in this program.
Resistance is
I don't know why. He's very gassy.
I love him.
Yeah, well, Pan's not worried about it because he knows you bang chicks too, Ava. That's
Right.
pretty cool.
Well,
Banging chicks is awesome, am I right?
Not for Panhandler, though. If she were to take a... Because you've heard between me and Panhandler, she seems to be pretty keen on Panhandler.
She has dad issues. Of course she likes Panhandler.
Well, who doesn't? Come on.
And who wouldn't? You know what I mean?
Going for that?
He's tall, he's been through things, he can afford hookers.
Well, I could. I can't anymore. That's why I'm hanging out with you idiots on a Friday night.
Yeah,
Right, I know. Right, I'm well
I'm not paying you. So next time you go on MLC and he asks you the question, I will send in a super chat saying, I didn't pay him, Kev. I didn't pay him. I'm gonna rat on you so fucking hard like Stevie Boo did to Dave today.
Oh.
And hey, Adam. Hey, dude, Rat. Dirty Rat's a good boy. He is. Check him out on the YouTube channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show, episode 500. What a journey it's been. J.D. Vance, our vice president, out there launching his presidential campaign, going on every podcast, not this one. He's not reached, his people have not reached out. But he went on The View, and he's on Diary of a CEO, and he's on Ross Douthat's podcast at the New York Times, because Vance is plugging his new book, and the title of the book is God Chose Me, written by J.D. Vance. God Chose Me, the new book by J.D. Vance about how the process of God selecting him to lead the country. And I want to read a little bit from J.D. Vance's book, if you would be so kind as to allow me. And I have it here. You don't even need to look it up. I have it. I have it right here. You don't even need to look it up. You can follow along with me at home. I have it right here. And this is from J.D. Vance's new book, God Chose Me. And this is about J.D. Vance reconnecting with his faith, and how God has chosen him to be the president. God, of course, used Peter Thiel as an emissary to select J.D. Vance. Anyway, this is, so we have here an excerpt from the book, God Chose Me by J.D. Vance. Here we are. After sacrificing Charlie Kirk to the entity Baal, I began to think about my faith. Long nights in the vice president's residence, pacing, thinking about if the sacrifice to Baal would be enough. Long meetings in the Oval Office and the Situation Room discussing Baal's incessant appetite for flesh. When will Baal get enough, I would ask while drinking my morning coffee. Or at night while I sat there and my wife, expressionless, stared at me and refusing to speak. Does Baal care about America, I would ask? Is Baal a fan? Could I get a meeting with Baal? Could I sit toe-to-toe with Baal and in its ancient tongue convince it to stop killing? very, by the way, as an excerpt from a book, it's very interesting because it's J.D. Vance communicating with the deity Baal. Well, of course, many people are going to say, well, that's not technically in his book. It's the essence of the book. It's the essence of the book. And I'm allowed, by the way, to take poetic license because that's the thing I like about J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance would sit down with Baal and try his best. Vance is a striver, you know? And when you're a striver, there's no end. Striving doesn't have an end, by the way. So there's nothing that he wouldn't consider or do to get where he wants. And I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing, but that is just a fact. And Vance knows that MAGA is ending. The MAGA movement, the party that Donald Trump threw when he walked down the escalator, is ending. And I think it ended with that UFC fight. I think that was the last party MAGA was going to throw. You had motocross, you had UFC fights. That was a fun party, but it's the final. I think it's the final party. I think in the same way that Imagine video during COVID, Hollywood didn't know it then, but that was the end of them. Like, that was the finale of Hollywood. They didn't know. They thought they were making a video trying to, I don't know what the hell they were trying to get people to do, stay in their house or shut their mouths or whatever, or feel, you know, some sort of way, you know, or, you know, they wanted to do this, you know, thing to calm people down or inspire them, whatever was in their mind. That Imagine video was the end of Hollywood. It was the finale. It was the series finale of whatever Hollywood was from its inception in the early 1900s to that Imagine video in 2020, I think. That was the end. And in the same way that I think the MAGA movement's final party was the octagon on the White House lawn. That seems to be a fitting symbol of the finale of the MAGA movement. As a cultural force, that was the most fun. It's not going to get more fun than that. Take a look at that. Take a look at this. Is it going to get more fun than that? You've got the flyover, the jet. Yeah, there it is. This is it. You're not going to top this as a party goes. You are not going to top UFC on the White House lawn. For the die-hard MAGA people, this is what they got. They were promised a lot of other stuff. But this is what they got. This is the party that they got. Some of them were there in person. You know, people made the pilgrimage. Some of them watched it, streamed it. Yeah, play some more. Give us that one right there. What a great, there it is. This is, I want you to look at this very closely. This is kind of the finale of MAG. This is what it is. Take it away. There it goes. Yeah. There it is. Dana White, Trump. I mean, listen, as finales go, this was pretty big. This is a spectacular, you know, what are you going to do? You can't top UFC on the White House lawn, and then one guy comes out and goes, Michelle Obama's a man. Could it get better than that for these people? This was the finale. This is the penultimate conclusion of MAGA. It's a UFC fight on the White House lawn with motocross, and then one of the fighters goes, by the way, do you want to say anything? And he goes, Michelle Obama's a man. And that is the finale. But they don't know it yet. Here's the thing. They don't know it yet. In the same way that when Hollywood did that Imagine video, they had no idea that they were on their way to being like irrelevant and hated. They didn't get it. They were just doing this video that they thought in their you know, sunburnt brains was going to help. it was actually the finale for the idea of celebrity in this country being like something that's respected. We still are obsessed with the idea of celebrity, but we don't view them as these godlike figures. We actually like to pump them up and then tear them down. We like to shred them. That's part of the deal. And the beginning of people turning on Hollywood was that video, and this will be the finale of the MAGA movement, and they don't know it yet. So JD Vance out on the podcast circuit with a new book called God Chose Me, and it's about JD Vance being selected by an omniscient God to lead our country. I think, from what I understand in the book, and I haven't read it, I have not read it. From what I understand in the book, God appears to JD Vance in the White House and tells JD Vance, you gotta go along with the Iran stuff up until...
I got you, Richard. Oh, bro, and I want shut the fuck up. And it's a special Richard. And
you have to, at that point, release a book about your finding your way back to faith. He goes, I know you married a woman who doesn't believe she's from a completely different religion. I get it. But he goes, it's important. This is God appearing to J.D. Vance at the vice president's residence going, just stick with Trump right now. Say he's a strong leader. Go out and say Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. And then a few months later, after we've lost the war, then come out and say it's actually Iran is well within its rights to defend itself in its own country. After we have attacked them. That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard. People like me were saying that before the war. We were going, yeah, well, these people want some defensive capabilities. And J.D. Vance, if you could pull that up, J.D. Vance is now saying that now. It's very funny because if you remember a few months ago, if you have that, if you have that capacity to think back, you will remember that the tone coming out of the administration was that, like, the Iranian regime poses a unique threat to the security of America, Israel, Western civilization, that there can be no negotiating with Iran. I mean, this is why we had all those fake negotiations and then attacked them every time. So when God appeared to JD, this is all God said, predicted.
are Jews so goddamn smart? And you told me this once, like
genetically.
no, but there's a thing about the disproportionate amount of Jews who've won Nobel prizes. It's really spectacular.
Is
that right?
European Jews.
Our culture, European Jews.
Oh.
Our culture values education hard.
Yeah.
And we're just like, look, we're not great athletes.
Well, you got a fire under your ass too because of what happened. So you're like,
Yeah.
you got to make hay while the sun's not holocausting.
They were winning Nobel prizes even before that.
Fire under your ass might not be the best way to
Fire in the oven. Sorry.
Three situations.
All right, you're not finishing those beers.
Are you really keeping up with Shane with beers? Is this
drinking.
the idea?
I'm just drinking.
You have 3 beers in 10 minutes. This is not you.
You're doing good. You're doing good. What, guys?
This thing disappears in my hand. Look at
That's
this
perfect.
little that is.
You
So
got
perfect.
crazy gorilla monkeypox hand.
Yeah.
You gotta climb the Empire State.
Yeah, you got fucked up proportions, dude. For real, you look like a gorilla up on stage.
Someone in my ancestor fucked him up.
You're a silver hack.
I'm obviously not a fucking bomb expert, but I talked to one.
You should see your act.
I told him I'd give him $5,000 if he did.
What is the amount of alcohol in a Bud Light?
It's low. It's like 3.5.
I think it's some.
What you guys did at Tower 7 was a little out of pocket.
You guys were
that was crazy. We could have. We did. $5 grand, dude. You can do it.
Is a bet?
Hey, pretty good.
What do you got? 8 in? You get 8 in?
I was ready to quit at 4. I'm like, oh no, dude.
You're
We're not
doing
doing
great.
this.
I'm impressed.
It's scary.
JD, where the fuck are the Bud Lights, dude?
Jesus,
Dude,
Jamie.
he's got to be wrecked.
Oh, these fucking Jews.
Yo, for real, Ari's got to be wrecked, dude.
Think he's puking or?
No!
He's running the media out there.
Bro. He might be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 10.
It's the party of summer. Another beer?
Ari's
Sit
faded.
on the couch.
Ari's on all planet.
Harder than it looks, right?
Hip hop.
You drink these many Bud Lights.
Ari's belligerent.
Everybody's sitting around being like, I can drink that many.
I
Here's
know.
a pedestrian trying.
You're a warrior.
So belligerent.
I hope you're not a boil. You're gonna cut the wrong dick.
He can talk so good with all that booze in his system. That's
So
what's crazy.
well.
He always around
Yeah.
10 pounds at least.
Yeah.
What was that? Fat?
No.
Was that a fat
10
joke?
pounds.
He said 10 pounds.
1, 2,
Don't be
3, 4, 5,
sensitive.
6,
What a
7, 8,
nasty
9,
joke,
10,
dude.
11,
I knew you were
12.
going to get nasty.
Shane, don't be what you hate in other people.
Oh,
Don't
you
be
Asians.
Shut up.
Well,
Trump's got
if you had a guess,
Stormy Daniels was
Stormy
alright.
Daniels said it was a bell.
Hitler's the best one.
He's the goat.
You guys start starting this podcast 2 hours in and then put the.
What did you say?
You gotta
Listen
start
to Slurry
putting-
McFuckstick
I'm doing it
over
right
there.
now. You gotta start these podcasts 2 hours in.
You sound like Beaver's hat.
Who's right?
Don't bring anyone love into this.
I got mega dosed this weekend.
What?
Yep. Fucking Diaz. I'm such an idiot. I'm such for trusting him.
Yeah.
He's an ass. I was in Miami. He was in Miami. I called him. I go, I'm gonna be in Miami when you're there. He's like, oh, come by, hang out. I go, yeah, let's fucking hang out. I go see him. By the way, when I talk to him, he's like, oh, I got these little. He says it in like a week earlier. He's like, I got these 10 milligram, like little
cookies. And I go, oh, great. I go, that's my favorite. Just so you know, everybody has different tolerance for smoking, for edibles. Everybody knows, if you don't know, Joey has an inhumane tolerance for both.
Yeah.
I've always been a lightweight with edibles. I'm happy with it though, because for me, a 10 milligram cookie is like having a glass of wine or something. Like I have like a mild buzz.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah,
That's how I like to roll.
And there's no calories. That's the best part.
I have exactly, and I have it, and I can watch TV. I can be social. I enjoy it. I enjoy that dosage. He tells me this is what he's got, whatever. So we do my show in Miami at the Olympia, which, by the way, beautiful place. Thank you everybody that came. I had a beautiful time there, as well as in Melbourne at the King Center with Mike Cronin. So we had great shows. I go, let's go see Joey. I'm sitting here like, oh, he's so much fun. He always makes. I'm like telling him pretty stories about Joey. We get there, and I get to his show. His late show's about to start, and I'm like, hey man, it's good to see you. I introduce him to the people I'm with, and then like, oh, do you have those 10 milligram cookies or whatever? He's like, yeah, it's in my jacket pocket. Go ahead, go over there, get my jacket. I pull out. There's this thing wrapped, and then there's a little container with pills. And he's like, yeah, take one of those. And I go, I look at it because like the letter, like the wording on it is confusing on the bottle. I'm like, what is this? He's like, the 10. And I go, really? He's like, yes. And I keep looking. I go, is this 10? Okay, I'm showing it. I'm like confused, but I'm also asking him. I'm like, is this? Because I don't want some wild ride. He's like, it's 10. Jesus Christ. He opens it, pours 4 into his hand, goes, whoa. And I go, oh, okay. Like, this can't be like a mega dose.
Right.
So then I give one to Mike. I take one, put it back, and I go, cool, I'm going to go watch your show now. Like, I'm at Joey's show. It's going to be so fun. I go out there. My sister's at the show, my older sister. We're watching the show, and, like, I'm enjoying it. He's fucking just annihilating. And the crowd's going crazy. It's fun. It's a fun environment. But, like, 30 minutes in, I start to feel... Here's the thing. If you take light doses like I do, sometimes those really mild doses will affect you a little differently. Like sometimes you barely feel it. Sometimes it feels like it normally does. And sometimes it feels a little stronger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's the same dosage. So I was like, I'm feeling it very mildly. And I'm like, you know what I'm going to do for the last 10 minutes or so of his set? I'm going to go back to the green room. Because in that way, it won't be all chaotic and everybody stands up. So I go back to the green room. I feel it. I'm like, oh, okay. And then like a few minutes later, I feel like it's a little bit stronger. I'm like, yeah, this is, I'm just feeling it. I haven't eaten one in a while. And then the show wraps up. I still feel like just kind of high. And then he comes back and we're talking. I still don't know anything yet. And then I text my sister. I'm like, come back to the green room. She comes back. I start talking to her. And then I'm like, oh, shit. Like, I'm fucked. I could feel it. Like, I could feel it. Like, and I can also feel that, like, the task, the burden of talking to someone feels heavier. You know what I mean? Like, I'm talking to her, and I'm like, can you wrap it up? Like, and she's like, she's saying things to me, and I can tell she's looking at me, but she doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
She's like, you seem tired. I'm like, I am tired. And then I go, I gotta sit down. So I sit down, and like, you start to feel it more.
Oh.
Thank God I have Sean with me. He's been shooting like a lot of those behind the scenes things and the videos. And he's like, do you want to get out of the green room? And I'm like, nah.
Yeah.
I walk outside, and then I'm just talking to people. I can feel it, and I go, we gotta get out of here, man. We gotta get out of here. We get out of there. Joey comes with. I'm just out of my mind. We get on a flight. On the flight, I fucking wake Sean up because I'd passed out.
Thank God. That's
well,
good.
I mean, I could feel my eyes pulsating, my body vibrating. I wake up Sean, and he's like, what's up? I go, how come we don't, why don't, our existence exists why? Like, what is the point of our existence? And if we're not examining that question, then why aren't we examining that question? And then I go like, what are words? Words just come out. And he was being like, I gotta tell you, I was high. I was that high, like, for freaking out.
I believe he will be the youngest heavyweight champion of all time. That's the greatest heavyweight champion we've ever had.
Can Tyson finish this? I think so.
I'm the master to pinpoint. My shots are so accurate and so precise, but when they land, they're so precise. I can't help who you are. You have to go down.
You ready? You got it. It's the hardest I ever been hit. It is the hardest you ever. Right, it's on my hook I am, man. It's 3 times I've ever seen him over. Do a giveaway. Oh, the legs are going.
March 6th, 1985. Empire State Plaza Convention Center, Albany, New York. The main event was world-ranked contender Kevin Rooney, but the buzz in the building wasn't for him. It was for an 18-year-old amateur prodigy on the undercard, a kid with a 15-2 record who'd been hidden away in the Catskill Mountains for years, drilled to perfection by the legendary trainer, Cus D'Amato.
That's it. See, ain't no way he's gonna hit you that, right? And remember, it's always good to throw the punch where you could hit him, he can't hit you. That's what the science of boxing is all about.
Cus had taken Mike in when he was 13, raised him in his upstate New York home, and told anyone who listened that this kid was going to be heavyweight champion of the world. Tonight, the rest of the world was finally going to get a glimpse of what Cus had been building.
Remember, from the side, you can let that punch go with the worst kind of intention because you know he can't hit you back. So you can throw the bomb with all the power you can generate.
The man chosen as Tyson's first professional opponent was Hector Mercedes, an 0-3 fighter brought in for one job: last a few rounds and give the kid some experience. Tyson walked Mercedes down like a man who already knew how this ended. One minute, 47 seconds. That's all the world needed to see. Cus D'Amato sat ringside watching years of work pay off in under 2 minutes, and word started spreading through the boxing world that something special had just arrived in Albany. Back at the Catskill gym the next morning, there was no celebration. Cus didn't believe in celebrating opponents like Mercedes. He believed in process. Mike was back on the bag, back on the mitts, back to drilling the peekaboo style Cus had been perfecting since the 1950s.
You not only got to throw punches, you got to learn how to miss punches. You know what I mean?
Because Cus knew something the rest of the boxing world didn't yet. At the pace they were planning, Mike was going to fight again in 5 weeks. And 5 weeks after that. And 5 weeks after that. Just 5 weeks later, the same building, the same cornerman, the same routine. Trent Singleton walked into the ring on April 10th, 1985, and walked out with one of the shortest professional fights of his life.
It was no great. No, the Cubans weren't there, the Russians weren't there.
Tyson came out throwing punches with bad intentions from the first bell.
Listen, in white, Trent Singleton in the blue with the gold trim. We're in round 1. Well, we didn't get much of a chance to see Tyson.
To his credit, Singleton got back up, but Tyson smelled blood in the water.
Athletic Commission rules, and already, from what little we've seen, Mike Tyson in his pro career, down goes Singleton again, a left hook this time. Actual motion machine so far. This isn't going to go too long. Trent Singleton in all sorts of trouble. We're already in round one. The referee humanely has seen enough.
And again, the referee had seen enough. 2 fights, 2 knockouts, and Tyson's entire pro career had so far lasted less than 3 minutes of actual fighting. By now, word was spreading fast through the upstate New York fight scene. 2 pro fights, 2 first-round knockouts, total ring time barely over 3 minutes. People who'd been watching amateur Tyson for years were starting to whisper hype about the teenage sensation.
His third fight against Don Halpin, a more experienced boxer, was his first real challenge.
But Cuss wasn't interested in hype. He was interested in matchmaking. And for fight number 3, he wanted Mike to face someone who wouldn't just fold. Someone who'd make him work, make him think, make him solve a problem in the ring instead of just demolishing the man across from him. May 23rd, 1985. 6 weeks after the Singleton fight, Tyson was back in Albany for his 3rd professional outing. And this time, his opponent had other plans. Don Halpin was a tough journeyman from upstate New York who stepped into the ring with one goal in mind. Don't get blown out like the first 2.
In a 27-fight career, significantly, not one of those 9 wins has been inside the distance, so he is not going to hurt.
And to everyone's surprise, he actually managed it.
We know from what we've seen so far, he is not a fighter who throws a lot of jabs. He likes those. Just puts out a little left feeler and then comes in swinging behind that. Halpin, nicely tucked up, good technique. And these body shots, it's very rare that you will see a fighter stop with a single body shot. What they do is they sap your strength. They will wear you down in later rounds. Left foot forward, as indeed is Halpin. It's probably asking a bit much in a young fighter's fledgling professional career to put it with a southpaw. See a different side of Mike Tyson's life. It's almost as if his corner have said to him, listen, 27 fights. Tyson has had just the 2. So feel this man out. Give him a little bit of respect. Then you can exploit them. Tyson, known to be slower even Singleton. Tyson exploded out of his corner for those 2 fights. This, a much more calm, a much more measured approach from this young man. New York City, now fighting out of Catskills, where his mentor, Customato, has been raising him in the fistic arts. It looks as though, you know, that Halpin's going to get for a round. Tyson, down on his heels. We saw him up on his toes. Extend this a little bit. Don't be in a rush to finish. Good opening round. Good opening round for both boys. Halpin, to his credit, it's come to fight. He's testing his throwing. But Halpin, he's no mug. Good first round. Things expected of Tyson.
Halpin was doing anything to slow the teenager down. It was the first time in his pro career Tyson had been forced to work past the first round. And you could see the frustration starting to build.
Exactly what he's capable of doing. We can see he's a superbly conditioned Joe Frazier sitting me down and telling me what Muhammad Ali's weaknesses. When you watched Ali next time, you realise the truth of what he was saying. So the perfect heavyweight has not been born because that was a jolting little left hook that shook Halpin right down to his heels. He backs up, tries to hold. Tyson clubs him off again. Tyson just jinking side to side. Good upper body work from Tyson, looking for the opening. Going back to what I was saying about Ali, never missed with a jab, but he is a bit good. And he's starting to get through to Halpin now. Southpaw there for a minute. Leading with the right hand, right foot forward. Good right hand again from Tyson. Hasn't quite got his right. Full of trouble waiting to happen. And who knows what would have happened if he just might be seeing a man who could go on to great things in this.
But unfortunately for Halpin, he was just delaying the inevitable.
White trim. 2 completed rounds. Tyson has taken them both quite easily. But Halpin, Hector
to Mercedes and Trent Singleton, the two opponents who folded inside the round of Berry, haven't managed to do. Worked this man out, open up a little bit now. Snakes out of right. You saw Tyson's head go back there. Score one helping. Once again, green confidence, isn't it? A young man in his third pro fight, effortlessly switching between orthodox and something, as I've already said. He's not going to hurt him. Halpin has never stopped whether he's ever decked anybody. So he's not going to hurt Tyson. So got a couple of new moves. There's a big difference between the gym and the ring, as any pro will tell you. And he hurt Halpin there. He backs it up again. And every now and then, when Tyson gets through with a shot, he really shakes Don Halpin. Tyson himself just holds on. He's backed up himself on the ropes, turns him well. Wily old pro, the chin tucked in, but he gets clipped with a right hand then. He will now starting to double up. Hooking off that jab, again fighting out of the southpaw stance, which he's favouring increasingly more in this fight. Pretty quiet. Reacting to the good punch, because, to be quite honest, having seen 2 one-round wins, I'd expected this to follow suit. I'd expected Don Halpin to be another sacrificial victim. Round 4 then. Oh, good shot. That's a short. Tyson switched back to orthodox. Maybe Kevin Rooney has said to him, "Okay, boy, you've had your fun. Now time for business." Measured by Tyson. And Albany to like, good right hand, help him down. You create early in the 4th. Can Tyson finish this? I think so. That's enough.
Halpin got up, but in doing so, signed his own death warrant.
Yeah, here we go. Now this is the punch, the left hook that drives him across the ring. The fight was over then. Bang! That was the punch that...
3 fights, 3 knockouts, all in the same Albany Convention Center, all filmed by Cus D'Amato's own home crew, because nobody else thought it was worth covering. But the tape from those fights had been making the rounds, passed between matchmakers, promoters, TV producers, and one of those tapes ended up in front of someone at ESPN.
First of all, I'd like to thank Tyson for putting in all the hard work and reach me to the goal that we're trying to approve right now.
For the first time in his professional career, Mike Tyson was about to be broadcast into living rooms across America. June 20th, 1985, Atlantic City Convention Hall. ESPN was broadcasting their heavyweight tournament that night, headlined by Jesse Ferguson versus Tony Anthony. And the undercard featured a teenager nobody outside Albany had really seen yet. Mike Tyson's national television debut. Ricardo Spain was introduced to America with a 7-0 record. Though, as we now know, the producers had inflated it. His real record was 1-0. Fact-checking a fighter's record in 1985 was almost impossible, but it didn't matter. Spain looked the part. Sharp, fit, confident.
1 fight, 1 win.
18 seconds was all it took, and from that moment, the boxing world was hooked.
And the last one, Don Halpin, went over 4 rounds. And Tyson, we've already seen in his brief pro career, hit by a steam hammer. And Ricardo Spain has already found out, boy, that was quick. It's a very clean look at the eyes. The eyes are a giveaway. Oh, the legs have gone. This is all over. Yes, it is.
I'm in the gym and I'm boxing 10 rounds all the time in the gym. And I'm boxing with good fighters, contenders. And if I could box with contenders and hold my own, I'm most definitely sure I could come in here and box 10 rounds with any man.
Sounds like you gave your best work in the gym.
Most likely, yes.
If you enjoyed this video, watch Tyson at 19. It didn't feel real. Thanks for watching.
It's that time of the day again where we get to see more craziness, and that craziness is in the form of protesters doing what they do best, which is being stupid. I'm not going to talk too much. Let's get into the video. Every time genitals have to be mentioned. If and only if they have this much passion against unborn babies, but no, they don't. It's animals that they have this passion for. That's who they'll be shouting and making protests for. But when it comes to babies that are in the womb, all of a sudden, my body, my choice. Well, clearly his body, his choice, and he feels he can do it. So do you? And of course, once again, with the feminists, they have to body shame. Yet they'll be the same people who will complain about body shaming when it has nothing to do with genitals. They'll mention small dick because what does that have to do with anything? But then at the same time, they'll say you shouldn't shame people on their bodies, and it's always the thing that you can control, like the fact.
People want to eat food. If people want to eat vegetarian stuff, that's up to them. You have no right to go around and say to all, oh, this is. And you have no right to do this to them. But I don't do this to them. You do. You pay someone else to do it on your behalf. But at the end of the day, as I say, agriculture has been around for thousands of years. I don't care.
Now, arguing the fact that people have done this for 1,000 years isn't actually a great argument. I agree, it's actually not a great argument. But yeah, it's an animal. I can eat this animal, and you have nothing to say against it. I don't even know what you're fighting against. Morality is subjective anyway, so if you feel it's bad, cool for you. If he doesn't feel it's bad, so cool for him. This is kind of making me really hungry. I might actually eat some beef today. I'm not even joking. I actually think I have some beef that I'm gonna eat with some eggs so I can get more protein after my gym session this morning. So yeah, I might do that.
Hey, I got y'all pizza, bro. Y'all want a pizza here?
If you played any zombie game or watched any zombie movie, that's exactly how they were acting over him giving them pizza. Yeah, there's no surprise here. You love the rainbow colored hair, and yeah, that's how they're gonna act. I'm really curious as to what was on the screen of the TV. I couldn't really see it properly, and I'm curious as to why she was being thrown out. It's more likely the case that she did something stupid anyway.
Hi. Yeah. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Yes. All right. I am here today. My name is Charlie Wilcox, and all I have to say is that we are in a place that is the place. Yeah! Yeah! When I look at the uncooked salmon, I would love to eat the uncooked salmon. Yeah! When I have some pickled sphincter, I eat the pickled sphincter. Yeah. You know what? What did I do, bro?
Do you realize how much of sheep they are? They didn't know who he was. He was just saying a bunch of nothing, and they were celebrating after he was saying it. Although this was a funny video, it actually really does show you how much psychology goes into being able to control people. Eventually, someone out of the crowd said, "Who in the blue hell are you?" And then all of a sudden, they all start booing. But just a minute ago, you were all cheering when he was talking about uncooked salmon, and now when one person decides to stand up to it, now all of a sudden you're all booing again. Although this is on a small scale, this shows you what's going on in society right now and how easily manipulated they all are.
Pronounce your name for me?
Yeah, it's Christina with a CH.
With your face covered. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, because there's been a lot of really responses to protesting under this administration, and we don't really know who's going to show up or what's going to happen. So it's just a protective measure.
Yeah. Not a very good protective measure if you're going to even spell out your name.
You try to get in. You're trying to get in.
Shit, if Puff Daddy invited you to a party, you're going to be honest. You're going to say that you wouldn't go to that party.
Dude, I've said no to stuff that involves butt parties. I know what goes on at these butt parties, okay? You do that, you sell your soul. All these people, anybody you see on the TV pitching AstraZeneca or whatever, they've sold their soul. It's over. And once you get to that point, there's nothing. Where's the joy in your life? What are you gonna? I mean, you get money, sure, but who cares? You're a lapdog for these freaks.
You're right, but Sam, let me tell you something. I was watching. I don't even want to get into that. I want to get into this show. I think you are right that this Hollywood, the system trying to make it, and once you are working for Adult Swim, you're basically owned. So it's better to be independent and free like you are. And I think that you've been able to cultivate a following. So really, you are Juneteenth. You're free at last. You were a slave, and now you are free. So.
Good, how are you? I'm good. So yeah, I heard you got your license. I did, yeah, back in March. And then I finally got my car last month. So, is it a lot better, like just staying everywhere? Yeah, it's more convenient and like I have like more freedom, I guess. Yeah. So I can just to the beach. Aloha, I'm Zoe. I'm 17 and I'm from Waikiki. Aloha, my name's Taylor. I'm 14 years old and I'm from Kenmore. Have you been surfing? Yeah, that's been like I'm not in the Halloween contest today. I wanted to do it, but I was in the I know. I missed the sign up, but I guess there's beach entries. I didn't know that. I don't surf there enough to just like go beach entry and yeah. Drop $50. Yeah. How was final was easier? Yeah. I failed one test. But I'm still passing my classes. Yeah, it's hard. But it's okay. Oh, this is actually pretty decent. should talk about it. Yeah, we should. It was so fun. It was really fun. Actually, oh yeah, it's been sunny. It's been so hot. And it's like been really cold. Like I don't go in the sun more. I don't have. I'm like I'm so. I miss summer. You know. These are my two friends. Aloha, my name is Cameron and I'm 15. Aloha, I'm Monica and I'm 14. Oh my gosh, look, look at our lips here. Guys, they're in India and there's only 1,500 people left. I know. So we have to like stay away from them.
Some people have been complaining about some things at the World Series of Poker this summer, but poker pro Josh Aria came to its defense saying it's not all bad things and he's had a good experience. So we asked him about it.
Everybody bitches about the dealers, and all these 10Ks, these top dealers are top notch. It's always a pleasure and very relieving to come to these bigger buy-ins and mixed game stuff where the dealers are great. Getting to use the app to register for events. And the cashier, how fast I was in and out. I enjoy competing. I love coming out every day, and it just reminds me of being younger. I know it's tough. I'm having to force myself to take some days here and there, but other than that, I mean, I love the World Series.
Your shirt! Give me your shirt! Give me your shirt! Give me your shirt! I got your shirt! Somebody! Give me a goddamn shirt! Give me that! Give me that! Give me that! What the fuck? Give me a time! Jesus!
Was my clothes got stuck in my car door and the driver took off, and he's also now texting me to Venmo him, which is completely inappropriate. We're so excited to share this with you guys. Thank you so much. Enjoy the movie, y'all.
Ping pong? I'm pretty good at ping pong. Me too. Yeah. Okay, well, that's a challenge. I think it was. Indirectly. Yeah. Let's make a bet. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, your ass. Forehand or backhand? I don't give a fuck. Lighthouse. Lighthouse. Assault on Precinct 13. Assault on Precinct 13. Sallow. I'm sick. Shout out to Pasolini. Let's go. The wise. The setup. Shaw Brothers horror, incredible human legend. But the setup is one of the greatest boxing movies, one of the greatest directors. The setup. The Road Warrior. That's
Fuck off.
Road Warrior. With a setup. Road Warrior. Road Warrior. I want to say The Simple Dwarf so bad, it's so perverted and crazy and insane, but The Road Warrior. Freaks. Todd Brown and Freaks. I'll go with Freaks. Masterpiece. Way too ahead of its time. Let's go. Dawn of the Dead original. It's my childhood. It's it was the game changer for me. Yeah, Dawn of the Dead original. George Romero. Good music. I go with Joe Jackson. Not Joe Jackson. I go with George Romero. Dawn of the Dead. Baghdad or Chinatown? Chinatown. Chinatown or Dark Knight? Chinatown. Chinatown or Blade Runner? Chinatown. Chinatown or Lords of the Rings? Oh my God! One of the few movies that could beat it. Beat Chinatown is Lawrence of Arabia. Lawrence of Arabia. David Lean. Lawrence of Arabia or Sport? How do we put Lawrence of Arabia versus Porky's? Shout out to Bob Clark. Porky's 80s master, not a masterpiece. You know, Lawrence of Arabia, of course. The winner is Lawrence of Arabia.
Oh my God! Dude, we have 90 seconds on the clock.
So excited.
He has appeared as the Flash the most in the comics.
Barry Allen.
Yes, he was the police major who oversaw Amsterdam in season 3 of The Wire.
Pass.
He was the Steelers QB from 1995 to 2002.
Cordell Stewart.
Yes, this arch enemy of Superman is a cyborg from the planet Kolu.
Brainiac.
Yes, this man holds the Steelers career record for sacks.
James Harrison.
No.
T.J. Watt.
Yeah, too late.
Oh,
One
sorry.
DC comic was a major crossover event that cleaned up various timelines in 1985.
Crisis on Infinite Earth.
Yes, Andre Royo played this addict. And yes, in 1987, Green Arrow relocated to this American city.
Seattle.
Yes, he was the Steelers' best linebacker of the 70s into the early 80s.
Lambert.
Yes, who was Frank Sabaka's rival who kickstarted season 2?
The major D.
I would say pass.
Pass.
So the supervillain hails from the planet Korugar.
Pass.
This man is the Steelers' all-time leader in field goals.
Chris Boswell.
Welcome to Mama Shit. Start by cutting the
Iran has suspended its entire 60-day negotiation period with the U.S. over the direct violation of the MOU's first clause. It's in the first line of the MOU that they have to stop all fighting, including in Lebanon. And it's the first sentence, and they did it. Oh, by the way, Jill, I don't want to bum anybody out, but Benjamin Netanyahu tweeted out, as instructed, the IDF struck powerfully 150 Hezbollah targets in Lebanon and eliminated. So they're still bombing. So as predicted, that Benjamin Netanyahu, the bloodthirsty Zionist maniac, is not going to stop slaughtering Lebanon. They're trying to ethnically cleanse the south end of Lebanon of all the Shia Muslims so they can do their Greater Israel project and so they can occupy it, just like they want to occupy Gaza, just like they want to occupy Syria, and they are, and just like the West Bank, and now it's Lebanon, and then they're going to Turkey, and then Egypt, and then Saudi Arabia. That's the Greater Israel. They're doing it, and so that's what this is. And of course, he's doing that to kill the peace deal, right? And in fact, well, I don't know if you know, the IRGC announced closure of the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israel's attack. That just happened. That's from today, June 19th. The conditions of the ceasefire in Lebanon and the withdrawal of U.S. forces from the area have not been met by the United States. ships approaching the strait will be targeted. So who broke the ceasefire again? It wasn't Iran. It was the United States and Israel. And here's another one from the Hormuz letter. Iran has suspended its entire 60-day negotiation period with the U.S. over the direct violation of the MOU's first clause. It's in the first line of the MOU that they have to stop all fighting, including in Lebanon. And that's the first sentence, and they did it. Right? So with Israeli attacks on southern Lebanon constituting a breach less than 24 hours after the MOU was electronically signed, Iran's negotiating delegation has already been preparing to depart for Switzerland to launch the first round of talks before Iran made the decision to suspend the entire trip. Iran will also not unilaterally fulfill its commitments, and until Iran is fully assured Israeli attacks on Lebanon have stopped and the U.S. has practically adhered to the first clause obligations, talks remain canceled. So that's where we're at now. Israel didn't. They pulled it off. They fucking killed the peace deal as of right now. They've done it.
Well, you got to hand it to them. I mean, they were smart enough to electronically sign it. They didn't show up in person.
Yeah, right? Because you show up in person, Israel's going to bomb you. Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
You know, Jimmy, I just wanted to correct you. I think it's MOU, LGBTQ, plus.
So I just can't get over how effed up that is. And as predicted, they did it. And hopefully, you've seen J.D. Vance and you've seen Donald Trump giving verbal reprimands to Netanyahu and Israel. And the first thing James Lee said when he came over today, he's like, hey, do you think any of that's real? Fuck no, it's not real. It's theater, and it's not real until Donald Trump cuts off the missiles and the weapons and the bombs and the money. That's when you'll know it's real. Until then, it's not real. And Donald Trump ain't never going to cut them off because he knows that AIPAC owns the Congress and they can destroy him, or they'll just Charlie Kirk him because he knows this. And so that's why they got him. They got Donald Trump somehow, and he's controlled by them. It doesn't matter if it's Epstein files, like that one Mossad agent said it was. It doesn't matter if they got dirt on his kids or if it's the money. Who knows? But they got him somehow, and he's never going to cut Israeli off from the bombs or the money. And so I guess we're fucked. I don't know what's going to happen. I guess the Strait of Hormuz is going to stay closed. We're going to be paying $10 for a gallon of gas pretty soon, and the whole world's going to go into a global depression. So winning. Oh, it's so tired. You're going to be so tired of winning.
This is a really funny comedy show.
It's a little of both, okay? We'll see you June 26th and 27th in Levittown, New York. August 30th, we're doing a live panel celebrity show in Burbank, California. That's a Sunday, August 30th. Tickets always go fast on that. And then we'll be September 18th through the 20th. We'll be in Chicago, Illinois. Go to
Get some pretty freaking cool shirts. So that's a plus. You get a loser shirt or winner shirt. A lot of food.
What about me? What am I going to eat?
I don't know. You've been looking it up,
They
though.
have a lot of stuff. I have to see the bag when I get in there, but so many things look good.
Some good food in there, guys. So we'll let's see what she's gonna get. Hopefully, I can get a win. We'll both leave full, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You ready to do this?
Ready? I'm actually very hungry.
You want a cheeky boot?
A cheeky boo! Boo. That's so cute.
So this is their Godzilla challenge. Take a look at this burger. It is, like I said, a hot mess, but in the best way possible. 12 smash patties. They're quarter-pound burgers, so they're not technically a smash patty. Cheese, bacon, pulled pork, smoked sausage, onion strings, barbecue sauce, nacho cheese, and jalapenos all over the top, and served with 2 pounds of their fries. 25-minute time limit to do this. Hoping to become the third winner of this challenge. Let's do this. Okay, guys, we're gonna get this thing started. 25 minutes begins in 3, 2, 1, and I think there it goes. All right, start the fry. 2 pounds of these things. Well, it just wouldn't be a challenge without a mountain of fries, and thankfully I've avoided that the last few challenges. But today is a different story, and with the short 25-minute time limit, there is no time to waste. So let's get into it. Here's the smoked sausages. Today, I'm keeping the works to a minimum, and the goal is to finish most of the burger patties early on before they get too dry. But like most stacked burgers, they simply hold on to the heat for far too long, and now I'm forced to change my strategy and move over to the fries. Try this again. With 12 quarter-pound burgers stacked up, it's already a huge burger, but they said it wasn't enough. Now there is bacon on each burger, smoked sausages on top, and a pile of pulled pork on the bottom. And to top it off, the flash-fried onions, jalapenos, and barbecue sauce. Well, it makes this feel a lot more like a barbecue challenge. It's kind of the best of both worlds, if you ask me. Six burgers left. That's halfway. Well, halfway through the burger patties anyway, I still have a mountain of fries, and of course, there is still a lot of pulled pork and fried onions at the bottom of the basket. Now, right now, I am genuinely concerned that I'm not going to finish in time. I'm pretty sure. I hope so. Not gonna lie, I think the little girl across the countertop has a bit more confidence in me than I do at this point. I just don't seem to be making any progress on the fries, and I'm eating a few with each bite of the burger so I don't get stuck with the whole bunch of them at the end. But maybe if I combine the baskets together, the fries will stop regenerating and I can just move forward. I got one for this one. Yeah, this one is proving to be a true challenge for me. You know, I wasn't expecting this coming in today, and now I understand why I was tagged so many times in this one. I'm still chipping away at it, but I am far from out of the woods just yet. Survive and advance is today's motto, but this could very well be my second loss of the year. All right, 4 minutes, y'all. Let's try it.
This is where I just got to dig deep and get my hands dirty. Now, with the burger done and most of the fries out of the way, I can see the finish line, but the clock is not being very kind to me.
Fuck.
All right, this is one of those challenges that was very deceiving. The amount of fries, along with the short 25-minute time limit, made for a much tougher challenge than I had ever expected. Now, I'm going to hop off here and let you see if I can squeeze out a win. Thank you to Courtney and the staff at Cheeky Mondays for letting me come out and give it a shot. And, of course, I want to thank you for watching and hanging out with us once again, and we'll see you on the next one. Not the most convincing win, but I'll tell you what, that was a lot of food in a very short time. Wow. Okay, guys, so for winning that challenge, I'm going to get the $50 meal for free. I'm going to go up on their wall of fame as a third winner. But check out this shirt. This is the real reason you want to do this challenge. Look at this shirt. I love challenge shirts. I'm trying not to get it in the food. That is an awesome, awesome shirt. But you also get a really freaking cool shirt if you lose. What'd you get, Amber? They give Amber a shirt too. She's the star of the show, guys. You know. But she wanted me to do this, so this is not from us. It's from the restaurant, and I am to give this to you. So you get a couple free kids meals. Yeah, that's for you all to get some. So yeah, you want to say hi?
You want to come say hi?
Come on here. That was from Courtney right there. She's the one that did that. So. She's gonna get the kids meal for coming out. We appreciate you for. Yeah, what's your name? Brandon. I like that. It's a very cute name. Thank you for coming out. We appreciate that. Now you get to get some more food, right? Well, thank you. I do appreciate you very, very much. She was giving me pointers. She said, "Shut up, dummy, and eat." She didn't say that, but she was. virtually identical.
Fighting out of Fresno, California, Josh
New dressing room got questions for you guys. Any questions for you, Joe? All right, tonight. Clean, fight hard, fight fair. Let's go.
Josh Koscheck has some good hands. George St. Pierre, I think, has an advantage in the kicking department, though. Oh, good takedown for Trey Dillon of the world-class wrestler. St. Pierre got a hold of Koscheck's legs. He's going to try to shake one over to the side and pass over the top. Good job by Koscheck and keeping him in his guard. Koscheck's got a hold of the leg now. Let's see if he can utilize that to stand up. And he does. And we'll see if he can take George St. Pierre down. St. Pierre stopping it so far. Wow, that is an explosive takedown.
Koscheck coming off of the win over Diego Sanchez. The first time Sanchez had ever been defeated in his mixed martial arts career. Primarily just the end of round one.
Talk about an intense young man right there.
You know about a guy who hates Josh Koscheck.
Look at that face, man. That dude wants some revenge.
Coming forward. Almost faking that Superman punch and then going with a straight left.
Again, the takedown attempt again successful. Wow. He's got a Kimura. I mean, you can still get the Kimura in half guard. It's still possible.
And Koscheck escapes. And then after that premier edition,
he's got it again.
Koscheck remaining very calm in this very dangerous position, though. St. Pierre really working hard for this submission.
Well, it'd be very, very dangerous. Okay, now he's free. Josh Koscheck, we've never seen him on his back this much in a fight before. And he scrambles up to his feet, and he rolls. George St. Pierre holds him down.
Nice job done by GSP. And looking again to crank the arm and crank the shoulder of Josh Koscheck.
Very dangerous for him.
St. Pierre looking to return to glory. St. Pierre really trying to crank right now.
The key to this is to keep the arm close to your body and use your whole body. Don't hit anything with your arms.
Wow! Great job done by Josh Koscheck to avoid. But he will definitively lose round two. He really disguises the Superman punch and then comes forward with the left.
Yeah, he's really good at mixing up his strikes.
There you go. See, he disguised it and gone with the left before so many times. That time, natural Superman punch, boom, delivered and landed.
Fade away inside leg kick. Good jab and good leg kick. George St. Pierre turning it on. Koscheck just keeps winging that right hand. Oh, coming home. He's got a leg.
Just the fact that
Josh Koscheck's had his legs this long hasn't really taken him down.
wow, how good is that?
That's some explosive athleticism right there.
Good elbows.
Just a little over 30 seconds to go. He's got to do something. Very impressive performance from George St. Pierre with a very difficult opponent. He falls back for a leg lock.
This fight is over.
They've got to be happy with that performance. I mean, George St. Pierre taking Josh Koscheck down literally at will. I mean, that was a big statement.
Like you said, they love him and why not?
George St. Pierre had a Kimura attempt on Josh Koscheck. The only thing that saved Koscheck is that he was locked in half guard here.
Declaring the winner by unanimous decision, George
They like to have a show. I gave a good show tonight, and I want to do something. If they come in Montreal, my people will go crazy. It's on, yeah!
animals in the open ocean drift in currents. Jellyfish cross entire oceans, feeding on whatever happens to tangle with their tentacles. Some can go to a meter, even 2 meters across. And when, by lucky chance, they encounter a patch of sea rich in plankton, their numbers explode. It's such a successful strategy that jellies are one of the most common life forms on the planet. But among the jellies, and looking somewhat like them, is a rather more complex and sinister creature. The Portuguese man of war. It floats with the help of a gas-filled bladder, propped by a vertical membrane. With that serving as a sail, it maintains a steady course through the waves. Long threads trail behind it, some as much as 30 meters long. Each is armed with many thousands of stinging cells. A single tentacle could kill a fish, or, in rare cases, a human. But among its lethal tentacles lurks a man-o'-war fish that feeds by nibbling them. Whilst this fish has some resistance to the stings, it must still be extremely careful. Most other fish are not so lucky. A tentacle has caught this one and reels it in. It's already paralyzed. Specialized muscular tentacles transfer the victim to others that digest the catch, liquefying it with powerful chemicals. Eventually, all that is left is a scaly husk. This voracious man-o'-war may collect over 100 small fish in a day. Shake his hand. He's still alive. You got that NBC bitch wasted? Always, man. She knows.
Test.
Let's get this out before you guys. George is fighting in front of his hometown, his home fans, and the pressure's on him. You know, I have no pressure. I'm coming out. I'm gonna have some fun like I always do, and I can guarantee you that I'm ready to fight for 25 minutes if I have to.
Hashtag's a dick. Let's just face it. I mean, the guy's a dick. He's not a bad guy. He's just a dick, and there's a big difference. You just got one more for George.
I would like to just say I'm a prick, not a dick. So let's not use that.
I've never been so excited for a fight of my life. And tonight is happening right here in Montreal. And I'm ready to kick his ass.
I'm not in this sport to be the good guy. I'm here to win titles. And tonight, I'm coming for George's title.
UFC record crowd of over 23,000. The love that they have for this man, and not just in Canada, all over the world. He's a true martial artist, but Josh Koscheck is a man on a mission. He's got knockout power in his hands, and he's one of the best wrestlers in mixed martial arts. Weigh-ins very intense 24 hours ago. Look at the intensity. George stepped up to Josh and put his fist in his face. Earlier tonight, the arrival of the French-Canadian welterweight champion, George Rush St. Pierre. Also arriving here earlier tonight at Bell Center, the challenger, Josh Koscheck.
I fought Koscheck before. I know his strength. I know his weaknesses.
George St. Pierre's going to see a different fighter. The old Josh Koscheck, he didn't know anything about fighting. This Josh Koscheck, he's coming to hurt people. I don't like losing to nobody, okay? Especially a French guy. He's got everybody fooled out there, thinking that he's the class act, you know, walks on water. He's not going to be walking on water. Hit you right here.
No problem. Let's see it.
Right on there.
Yeah. Is that what happened? You got under my skin, which is a good thing.
This guy can't beat me. There's no way. I'm going to knock your ass out.
Yeah, that's right, Montreal. How about that? The champion 29, the challenger 33, GSP will have a 3-inch reach advantage. It's time! Fighting out of Fresno, California, presenting the challenger, Josh Koscheck. George Rush St. Pierre. All right, gentlemen, we've been over the rules. Protect yourself at all times. Follow my instructions. Gonna keep it clean. Touch it up. Make it official. And what's interesting is that Josh Koscheck has said that what he wants to do is keep this fight up. Let's see if that's the case. Koscheck will walk. Josh is pressing forward, and as he does, George gets him again. Koscheck avoids that time. There's the big swing. Oh, he tagged him. Got him with that second jab big time, Joe. Can he stop it? Yes, he stopped it. And George eats a knee from those jabs of George St. Pierre. Yeah, that's a stiff jab. Oh, and again it catches him. Inside leg kick again and jab. Too quick so far, Joe. St. Pierre getting the jabs all over. Josh is blinking now. His eyes are watering. It's landing on his nose. Now it's Koscheck thinking about a takedown. George stuffs it. St. Pierre. Josh is trying very hard for this takedown. Still able to avoid. Does he get it? Yes.
Eating him up with that jab, baby. Beautiful.
Listen, all the way out, all the way in. Okay? This is why Josh Koscheck's eye is swollen. It's the crisp, technical striking of George St. Pierre. That snapping jab. Superman jab. Now George is teeing off on him, Mike. He's putting a lot more pop into these shots. He landed that jab again hard, right on that swollen eye. He threw a kick to the body. Hard kick to the body by George. Caught him again. Hip snap, quick back. That one wobbled him. And he'll try to press. Oh, he landed a combination by Josh Koscheck. He landed a hard uppercut, Mike.
You're waiting way too much. You gotta come at him and put 2, 3, 2 together, all right? Put them together. You gotta keep that hand, you gotta keep that right up, and you gotta let him go.
And right out looking to establish the jab as the champion. Nailed him with that right hand. Again with the inside leg kick, but he comes up high. You know, George's strikes, one of the things that's so good about him is the same reason why he's such a good takedown artist. It's his ability to cover distance so quickly. Trying to get control here. But GSP able to win on the feet. There's the jab. Koscheck and St. Pierre tie up one more time. Oh, the gloves. Man, not even close. Not even close. He's opening up now. Kick at the end of the round by GSP.
Circle and jab. And make sure you keep your hands up. Circle and jab. You understand me?
The Superman jab over and over again, finding Josh Koscheck's face. Get that Chris Kringle dude out of there. He's flying. Oh no, get out of there, dude. Herb Dean. Yeah. Herb Dean knows what's up. Yep. You got that right. Get out of there, Chris Kringle. Big takedown by GSP. He's on the back. Koscheck. Trying to stay out of trouble here. St. Pierre with a tremendous pace here in this grappling contest. Knee. He kneed him in that eye. Come on. Oh, clipped him with the left. Nice counter left hook. Pushed aside. There's the hook you talked about, Joe. Didn't lead with the jab, but connects with the hook. He's been hit so many times in that eye. He's so concerned. George just lighting him up now. George pushing the tempo here. Oh, there's that left hook. The thing is now, he's only seeing out of one eye, so his distance is going to be screwed up.
You're in shape. Push it. Last one of your life, Carl. This is the last one.
Man, they're trying to work on that eye, Joe. Just jumps into it, extends his reach. This is easily the most jabs I've ever seen anyone land in a mixed martial arts fight. No question about it. There, he tried it again. St. Pierre. This might be the best GSP we've seen. Head down. He's got his back. Koscheck trying to get up. 1 minute remains in the fight. This fight is over. That's it. Great show of class and respect after 25 minutes of battle inside the octagon. And the real question after this performance might be now what? Yeah. What's next? Who's going to challenge this guy? I mean, who out of all the 170-pounders truly stands out? And that is the story of the fight, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps the most jab-heavy performance. And still, the undisputed UFC.
Congratulations, my hat is up to him because he came here in Montreal in a hostile territory,
to fight me, so I think you deserve a little bit of props, everyone. The champion, ladies and gentlemen, George St. Pierre.
yourself?
My name's Taylor, 14, and we're at Queens today. It's pretty empty. We're gonna try again. Such day this morning. I'm so glad it's summer. I finally get to surf and that was school. I just did the surf in the summer contest yesterday. It was pretty big, but I had so much fun.
You just finished your 9th grade year?
Yeah, I did. It was a lot of fun. Finals were hard, but it was worth it. Now I'm summer. And then at the end of the year, we have I-term, which is like a trip you get to choose. And I went backpacking in Nevada for a week, and it was like a really fun way to just start my summer off.
Cool. Did you get to see the volcano?
Yeah, so I go through a lava fields and down to the ocean. It was really fun. No trips right now. I think we might go like outer island or something, but we were going all last summer in California, so we kind of just want to stay home and surf. There's gonna be a bunch of contests here at Queens, like the little ones they put on like Moku, and then the church. There's a bunch of little ones here, so I'm excited. This is from Manila. I love their suits. I surf them all the time. Yeah.
Tell me about your new surfboard.
This is a new like little Fiala. It's a brand new American model. I customized the colors and everything, and I got it in early March, but I haven't had much of an opportunity to get on it yet. So today looks like a perfect day.
Great. So, which number board is this?
This is board number 3. Yeah.
So you have all these different boards. Do you use one for a certain wave condition over another?
I like this board better. They're smaller, they're better for nose riding and stuff. And then I like my challenge boards. They can kind of do everything. Like I run that bowls, but I also love for kids. I like to just ride it all over.
I love it. I love it. Anything else you want to say?
That's all. So many waves. I know. I really like this board. I'm so glad I have it. It holds my nose around really good. It's really comfortable.
Congratulations to all the fighters for the first high school surf competition here at Waikiki Beach. First ever final, guys. How do you feel about that?
instead of bolting from me, he just sort of ambled off. The reasonable things into the forest, and I started to follow him. I've been running away for so long, and I almost started to cry. After all that hard work, finally somebody, permitting me to be with him.
My best estimate at the time was more than 140 chimps, which was far more than the largest previously known community anywhere.
Why do they hunt? One old idea is that they hunt when they're hungry, and there isn't a lot of fruit. These things turn out is exactly the opposite.
The monkey gets out on a small branch, and he's momentarily trying to decide what to do. Another chimpanzee comes from an adjacent tree, jumps onto the other end of the bough, runs at the monkey from behind, grabs him. We got one. I was standing maybe 15 feet from him, watching this. 3 male chimpanzees each took an arm or a leg, and they literally started drawing and quartering this monkey. Here's a leg. It's yours. One morning I went out and found Hare and Ellington, not with anyone else. It was not uncommon that the two of them would be together all day long.
The fact that these killers can also be very peaceful, very tranquil, very cooperative. I think it just shows how complex these animals are, and really how similar they are to humans.
Bill and I were following about 8 or so of the males,
grooming in a path or way out to the west.
And we heard someone scream.
Dave and I looked at one another and excitement.
I briefly was thinking, why were they so upset? What's going on?
And we arrived on the scene. They actually attacked one of their own.
Brownface and Pincer and most, but not all of the younger chimpanzees were attacking someone. And I quickly realized they were attacking Grappelli, and that he was in real trouble.
They beat him. Kicked him.
Following the attack, which was brutal, Grappelli climbed a tree. There's no way another animal could survive that.
When I heard that Hare was the one chimp who had offered some comfort, some solicitation, some support against the attackers, that didn't surprise me at all.
He's obviously a very interesting chimp in so many different ways. One of the first to tolerate us as humans, have this kinder, gentler side to him, which is quite unusual for a male chimpanzee.
Ellington died. There was a conspicuous absence. Hare was previously a very social chimp who liked to hang around with these big groups of males. But Hare would just show up, seem to look around, look at the other chimps, as if he was looking for Ellington, but then not stay for very long, and go on his way. I was getting the impression that, Hare was depressed, didn't want to hang out with other chimps, and that he was really, for a while, really searching for his longtime friend.
Just jump and dance to eat. That is bien.
What do you want?
Here?
All I got is piss warm chango.
That's my brand. Well, this is damn good. I'd say this is the best beer I've ever had. Actually, I'm just glad to be alive right now. I was up a few towns away. You know Saragossa? I was visiting a bar there, not unlike this one. They served beer, not quite as good as this, but close. And I saw something you wouldn't believe. I'm sitting there, see, small table all by myself. Now this bar, it's full of real lowlives. I mean, not like this place here. No, I mean bad. Like they were up to no good. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm all by myself. I like it that way. Meanwhile, things are going on. Under the table kinds of things. Not too obvious, but not too secret either. So, I'm sitting there. And in walks the biggest Mexican I've ever seen. Big as shit. Just walks right in like he owns the place. Nobody knew quite what to make of him, or quite what to think. There he was. And in he walked. Dark, too. I don't mean dark skin.
No, this was different. It was as if he was always walking in a shadow. I mean, every step he took towards the light, just when you thought his face was about to be revealed, it wasn't. It was as if the lights dimmed. Just for him.
Still with your cagada.
So, this guy takes a seat at the bar, asks the bartender for a soda pop, sits back, says nothing.
You're a soda pop.
No, I wasn't interested in his drink. Nope, I was more interested in what he was carrying when he walked in. Some sort of a suitcase, kind of heavy. And he sat that thing on a stool beside him as if it was a girl.
Wait, one?
Then, all of a sudden, the bastard spoke. Started talking all whiskey with the bartender. You know he was talking business, because whatever he said upset the bartender. Especially when he mentioned, when he said something like, bitch, or bucho. That's what it was. Bucho. Well, whatever he said, pissed off the bartender plenty. Oh, and some of those unsavory characters I was telling you about? Not class acts like these boys here, but real scum. They got pissed too. Started pulling guns and knives and what have you, starting some shit. And the stranger, he bolts out of the bar stool like you wouldn't believe. He grabs his pistol and he dives right in the middle of the room with it. Just dives right in. I don't know what he does on that floor, but he's up in two shakes, his suitcase is wide open, and he's pulled God knows what out of it, but it's the biggest hand cannon I've ever fucking seen. And that was just the beginning.
You stood there while this whole thing was going down. You didn't run for cover or join in?
I was frozen stiff. All I could do was watch this thing tear the place apart. I mean, it was amazing. Cutthroat scumbags were coming out of the woodwork and dying much-deserved deaths. Now, don't get me wrong. This was no class act group of guys like you got in here. Not at all. Now, these guys were world-class turds. And I'm sorry, but they got what they deserved. It was judgment night in that place. So he grabs one of these guys, the only guy that's still breathing. He starts getting information. I just knew, by the whispering and all, this guy was giving up all, spilling his guts, confessing to the world. He told that stranger everything.
Everything?
Can I get a cleaner mug? This one's dirty.
Fuck you, man. It's the cleanest one I got.
So anyway, without warning, without any hint or preview, the stranger whips around and he sees me.
You saw his face?
His face? No. His eyes.
He didn't do anything to you?
Not really, because he turned his attention back to the guy on the floor. The stranger shot him, walked over to the bartender, paid, and left.
So the bartender lived. The bartender never gets killed.
But as the stranger neared the door, no, bartender got it worse than anybody.
Here, this one's on the house.
you can remember his face. Thanks. But no thanks. I'm clearing out of here, boys. Because I think he's headed this way. Thank you, boys. Y'all take care.
He was rescued from service. Terribly sad story, completely alone, chained up. My name's Jan Creamer from Animal Defenders International, and my colleague here is Tim Phillips.
Hello. Pepe was almost certainly stolen from the wild. The traffickers will have sold him to the circus in Peru, and he lived there alone for over 8 years. In human terms, he was just a frightened teenager when we rescued him. I remember we got back to the rescue centre, and he'd got a collar that was there to be there forever, and then he was attached to a chain. And so we brought him, Gab and I brought him out of the travel crate.
He was so gentle. It was really heartwarming and heartbreaking all at the same time.
Just looked into our eyes. He trusted us and knew we were there to help. It really is quite remarkable.
We were saying, okay, we really do need to find some more spider monkeys. He can't spend his life alone. We wanted him to be with his own kind. We wanted him to speak spider monkey with someone. And so we asked the officials to keep a lookout. And then, of course, we heard of a spider monkey in a restaurant, which was something they did there. And they started raiding restaurants and finding out which ones were using monkeys and other animals for entertainment. And we went to this restaurant, and there was this wonderful female spider monkey, Valerie. We brought her back and put her next to Pepe just to see how he would respond, and they adored each other. It was just, for him, such joy. His first spider monkey, really.
We were all in tears watching these two monkeys interacting for the first time. He'd been alone at least 8 years, and suddenly he was with his own kind. And they were no longer interested in us. They were just playing and playing and playing. But then we went to leave, just let them be, and so on. And I remember Jack was about to get into the car, and Pepe just ran and trilled. He just called out. He told me in the bars, looking, and I'm absolutely sure he was saying thank you. It was this noise of gratitude and love and hope.
We ended up with 40 monkeys that all needed to be rehomed. We looked for a permanent home, a sanctuary where we could build a whole series of homes for all of them.
We had 6 different species, and we embarked on this project, built this massive facility in the rainforest. We wanted to preserve all the natural habitat. It was near one of the only cities in the world you can't get to by car. You can fly there or get there by boat. And then from there, it was on another island that you could only get to by boat. So we had to get the great big rolls of mesh. We'd have to come up the river and then be carried through the jungle.
When they flew, we were very, very grateful to the Peruvian Air Force. They said they would do it for us. We could have a special flight. When we unloaded from the aircraft, we had to have enough boats to go up the river. And then it was actually a long walk from the river to the sanctuary itself, which is in the middle of the jungle. It was quite an extraordinary journey. It was a very emotional farewell. And they went. They swung from tree to tree, and they played and swung. They were so excited.
Fuck off.
They're a good family group, all settled in and are happy together, and it's the best that we can give them.
An independent baseball league team is forfeiting its game today after a bunch of its players refused to wear pride jerseys. These are the jerseys York Revolution players were supposed to wear. You see it has that rainbow design on the shoulders and it says pride then on the back of the shirt. In a statement, the Pennsylvania team says it was a decision that was not reached lightly. They say that the Pride Night event will still continue as planned and that it will make a $10,000 donation to a local gay community center as a, quote, small token of its regret for the change of plans.
Now, they say pride goes before they fall, and honestly, that appears to be the theme of this year's Pride Month, which is significantly dialed back from previous years. And if you guys will remember, only a few years ago, every single company would do the rainbow version of their logo on all of their accounts across the world, except for the Middle East, obviously, where they're not into that over there. And it appears the backlash against gay pride or Pride Month is continuing. It's going to an individual level, and while we've had controversies at the Major League Baseball level where they've actually warned players to not put Bible verses on their hats or on their gloves.
3 players wrote Bible verses on their Pride Night hats. You see the verses there on the hats of San Francisco Giants pitcher Landon Rout, J.T. Brubaker, and Ryan Walker. Now, Rout's verse comes from Genesis. text, which reads in part that the rainbow symbol serves as a, quote, sign of the covenant between God and the earth. After he lost Friday's game, Ralph explained why he didn't.
Thankfully, we live in a country where, we have the freedom to believe what we want, so, and express what we want.
Now, MLB warned the players that they can't write the phrases on their hats going forward, prompting Florida's Attorney General to tell MLB they'll be hearing from his office. Even Vice President Vance weighed in, saying, quote, Trump won. We don't have to do this anymore.
In protest of their team-specific Pride Month, here we have a situation where a minor league baseball team that is not affiliated to any Major League Baseball team, called the York Revolution, just canceled the game that was associated with their Pride event due to the fact that the players did not want to wear these gay Pride jerseys. They refused to do so. Enough of them did so to the point where they actually had to forfeit the game, and now the team is releasing a statement about how the players don't align to their values. They don't represent what they want them to represent, and they're going to do a donation to a gay pride organization, but essentially, for all intents and purposes, this is done for. It is kaput, and by the way, this follows a long trend that we're seeing in the United States of America, where all these different pride celebrations are either being scaled back, and pride organizations are essentially going bust at this moment in time, and yeah, it's very interesting. It's something for us to definitely look into, and that's what we're going to do today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay? The team has said that if it had gone through with its game, the spirit of Pride Night would have been compromised. What were they saying? Well, there was something else that they wrote in that statement that I thought was really interesting, and I want to read part of it to you. It says, to be clear, this action by the players is completely inconsistent with our vision as the most welcoming place in York. So clearly there was some disappointment on behalf of the team or team management as far as how all of this played out. The general manager also issued his own statement saying, I would ask the community for understanding. Running an organization in this way with these difficult dynamics, having to find a solution to these complex problems without a clean solution is a difficult task.
So first of all, one of the things that's notable about this particular story, which again is a minor league baseball team that is not directly affiliated with any Major League Baseball club, is the fact that NBC News is covering it as it is an outrage to them. And again, it just goes to show you how out of touch they are about where we are in the United States of America right now. Because right now, at this moment, even though the American people don't hate the gays or anything of the sort, they're not into pride being pushed on them in all these different other avenues. The fact is, gays are not a huge fan base for baseball. They're not somebody who keeps the sport going or anything of the sort. So the idea that you have to go to a game, and by the way, you don't have to, it's voluntary, let's be clear about that, and see players that are in these particular jerseys, find out, by the way, that they're forced on those particular players, it's not something that people are going to stand up for. It's not something that they're going to cheer for. And honestly, if you look at the comments under this NBC News segment, which is very outraged by the fact that players didn't want to wear this jersey that was forced upon them, people are happy that they stood their ground, and they ultimately ended up canceling this particular Pride Night game. And that's the thing, is that the way this is being reported, and so aggressively reported by the left-wing media, you would think that there's a huge backlash against the York Revolution. Everybody wants to cancel the players on these particular teams, but the fact is, people are just happy to see somebody standing up for what they believe in, and not just going along to get along, and that's basically been the attitude when it comes to these Pride events. Because the thing is yes, there was a time where gays were being discriminated against, where you could be attacked and killed for being a gays, and by the way, that does happen to a lesser extent to this very day, but we're already in a situation where gay marriage is legalized nationally. The gays can adopt, and by the way, there's some really bad gay adoption stories that are also making headlines that are not making people happy, and yeah, people don't see the reason for you to continuously force this upon us. And by the way, this is also a situation where people are looking at these major big pride events and they're like, okay, well, we can understand when you felt like you were being oppressed by the legal system, you doing an over-the-top performance, but now you're doing this and like people want to bring their kids to a festival. They want this to be a normal thing, like, you know, Columbus Columbus Day or St. Patrick's Day or the Puerto Rican Day Parade. But the fact is, it's super over the top. It's super ridiculous. It's not family friendly, and people don't understand why every single organization for a long period of time essentially was forced into compliance with this. Because the fact is, for a lot of people, the gay flag isn't like, hey, look, they're gays, like, leave them alone, which most of us can get on board with because we're not too concerned about what the gays be doing. It's now an alternative flag to the American flag that the government flies at embassies across the world, and it's not something that we're all that interested in, replacing the symbols of our country, which are great, they are fantastic, and they're much more interesting than what gender you think you are or what sexual orientation you have, because that stuff is boring, it's private, and again, at this point in time where the gays can get married and file joint tax returns and do whatever, we don't really care. We're not all that interested. Also, they're greedy. You know you're greedy because most of the time a cause gets one color. Breast cancer gets the color pink. Prostate cancer gets the color blue. And the gays, being super over the top, get all the colors of the rainbow. And then they add more stuff for the transes, for the blacks and browns. And honestly, we're sick of it. We're done with it. We're not doing it anymore. You need to go home.
So again, some disappointment there on behalf.
all the face.
What's that one? What? That one there, on your arm. Oh, it's a tattoo. I got that removed.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Mother. What is
Stupid, that's the USS Indianapolis.
You on Indianapolis?
What happened? Japanese submarine slammed 2 torpedoes into our side, Chief. It was coming back from the island of Tinian to Lady. Just delivered the bomb. The Hiroshima bomb. 1,100 men went into the water. The vessel went down in 12 minutes. Didn't see the first shark for about half an hour. Tiger, 13-footer. You know that when you're in the water, Chief? You tell by looking from the dorsal to the tail. What we didn't know was our bomb mission had been so secret. No distress signal had been sent. They didn't even list us overdue for a week. Very first light, Chief. The sharks come cruising. So we formed ourselves into tight groups. You know, it's kind of like old squares in a battle, like you see in a calendar, like the Battle of Waterloo. And the idea was, shark comes the nearest man, that man he starts pounding and hollering and screaming. Sometimes the shark go away. Sometimes he wouldn't go away. Sometimes that shark, he looks right into you, right into your eyes. You know the thing about a shark, he's got lifeless eyes, black eyes, like a doll's eyes. When he comes at you, he doesn't seem to be living until he bites you. And those black eyes roll over white, and then you hear that terrible high-pitched screaming. The ocean turns red. Despite all the pounding and the hollering, they all come in, they rip you to pieces. You know, by the end of that first dawn, lost 100 men. I don't know how many sharks, maybe 1,000. I don't know how many men, they average 6 an hour. On Thursday morning, Chief, I bumped into a friend of mine, Herbie Robinson from Cleveland. Baseball player, bosun's mate. I thought he was asleep. Reached over to wake him up. Popped up, down in the water. It was like a kind of top. Upended. Well, he'd been bitten in half below the waist. On the 5th day, Mr. Hooper, Lockheed Ventura saw us. He swung in low and he saw us too. A young pilot, a lot younger than Mr. Hooper anyway. He saw us and he come in low, and 3 hours later, a big fat PBY comes down and started to pick us up. You know, that was the time I was most frightened, waiting for my turn. I'll never put on a life jacket again. So, 1,100 men went in the water. 316 men come out. The sharks took the rest. June the 29th, 1945. Anyway, we delivered the bomb.
From the Beef Tip Show, Rick, how you doing?
Wow, what a lineup. But again, these guys got nothing better to do than to go on Yuzi's show. Nothing better in the world to do. These guys all do the same show. Beef Tips and Beef Trippins, the same show.
I'm doing great, Yuzi. Thanks for having me today.
course, this guy's always great to have on. Great smile, great t-shirts, great dance moves. There's, of course, the excellent Stevie Lou. Stevie, how you doing today?
Hey, how much am I getting paid for this?
A Dave Sarah.
No, I'm just looking at our you sent me the link and we were having a chat and all that, but I just didn't notice. You didn't say like how much. So
69.
All right. Well, like, how about this? We'll split chats that mention me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, deal.
Yeah. Right. Right. He's doing so great. Yes. Sure. Stevie's already not the great negotiator that Trump is. Trump said he outsmarted Iran. Said they're desperate for a deal. And then Iran was like, no, he was desperate for a deal. And Trump is desperate for a deal because gas prices are not going down. I just like to watch losers lose. That's all. I just like to watch losers lose. Gina Pascante. Today's his special day in the sun.
You're not getting any, dude.
What, on this show?
Yeah, just this show.
Oh, okay. I'll write that down on my notes.
It's easy to track. I mean, I am the star here of this panel, so let's not even try to.
Well, you are the star, but you wouldn't be the first topic I want to talk about. So, since we last did an episode, Shmuel Buckman, who I have to say has the link, has not joined us yet. He may be running late, but we get to find out soon. He made the claim about the whole Kaylee thing that not only had he nothing to do with it, but he publicly blamed me for starting the whole thing.
He can barely talk. He does one show, 2 shows a week. He can barely fucking talk.
Thing, and claiming that I made it up for clout, that no one has heard it before.
Stevie Lou just said Bobby just sent him another 25. So I guess Stevie has already got paid. That's more than Yuzi's gonna pay him, no matter how long he does.
And the whole thing was me that brought it up. Now the reason why that pissed me off so much is I knew for a fact that I had heard it from someone that the Buckman had been spreading that. Now here's what I will say to start off.
I can't even follow what's going on. That's a blessing.
I'm going to take back saying that Buckman started the rumor because I have no actual proof that Shmuel sat there and thought, I know, I'll say what he claimed to do. I have no proof of that, so therefore I'm officially...
Does everybody know what's going on?
Taking that back. Buckman didn't start it, but in regard...
we didn't start the fire. That thing?
To spreading it and telling people, I thought, what better to do than show actual proof? This was from 2 or 3 weeks ago, right, Debbie?
Stevie came on just to sit with these fucking literally goons. Yuzi started a rumor that he banged Lucy Tightbox. Yuzi started a rumor about himself.
I think so, yeah. This was a show about 9 days ago, something like that.
Well, we didn't show actual proof. This was from 2 or 3 weeks ago, right, Debbie?
Lucy Tightbox is so pathetic. I could see her hooking up with Yuzi. She's that pathetic.
I think so, yeah. This was a show about 9 days ago, something like that.
Well, I can't do math, but we're getting there. Hit the like button for dyslexia. Here's a clip from a previous episode we did. I heard a rumor. Now, I really, they were probably just fucking with me when they told me, and it probably wasn't him, that it was Buckman who allegedly spread the rumor Hackmania that I banged Kelly. And I didn't bang Kelly. I only get 4 blowjobs.
I thought you said Kelly. Oh my god.
Yeah, I wouldn't fuck her.
Wow, she's an easy laugh. Everybody else is just sitting there. She's like doubling over.
Out of the divorce court here?
Wow, how high is Ashley Cummings?
Go ahead, Rog.
No, I was going to say, I was witness to Joe Biden spreading said rumor. By the way,
So what's him? And again, I only ate a large didn't fuck it. But that was an awkward taxi cab journey. Lemmy. So there you go. Someone that actually can.
He needs 6 people to do this? He needs 6 people to do this.
Funded.
Well, speaking of Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson came out and said this just the other day about Charlie Kirk's murder.
Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah.
And he was not murdered for his opinions on transgenderism, obviously. He was, I believe, and most people who knew him well, as I did, and as friends with him as I was, believe he was most likely murdered for his evolving views on Israel.
Okay, I think we can all agree on that. Can we? Can we all agree on that? You're not allowed to take their money and then not do what they say. It's just like the mob. You can't take their money, and then you can't turn down their money after you take their money, and then do what you want. And so he's convinced that it was for Israel. I'm convinced. Everyone here is convinced. We all see that because that's what Israel does. But guess what? Blake Neff tweeted this out, and he says, actually, those of us who knew Charlie best, a group that doesn't include Tucker, do think that Tyler Robinson did it and was motivated by transgender radicalism. So, well, unfortunately for Blake Neff, who, by the way, is the creepiest creepo-pedo-looking mother effer, do you know he got kicked off? He used to be writing for Tucker's show, and then he got kicked off because he was stalking this Asian woman in call. Did you know that? Yes. That's why they had to get rid of him, because he's such a creepo-pedo type guy. Yes, you know. I mean, you know that's what he. Anyway, so unfortunately for him, we have a video from the show with Blake Neff, with Andrew Coleman and Tucker Carlson. So now let's remember, he says, those of us who knew Charlie best, a group that doesn't include Tucker. Okay, so Tucker didn't know Charlie well. That's what, according to what Blake Neff is saying right now. But let's listen to what they said before.
I really want people to understand, Tucker. You and Charlie had such a unique and special bond here.
Oh shit, we got caught fucking
I like trees. Love the smell of them. Can't wait till they're full bloom. Gonna rain.
I hooked up with a girl in Florida once. She goes, yeah, there's 2 guys on my, no, 3 guys on.
Had such a unique and special bond and relationship. It was a deep friendship, and you both had each other's back. And he had my back. You had his back too. I know those stories.
You guys were back buddies. That's sweet.
John.
Wow. That's a pretty impressive credit. 2 or 3 times? 2 or 3 times.
Asked me about it then as well. But Stuttering John deletes him. It didn't have 3 fucking streams.
Right.
So I had all this proof that I couldn't go out there to actually confirm it. So fuck when accused me of making up the whole thing. What the fuck happened there? But Lemmy, for
when you saw that clip, Lemmy, what did you think in regards to this all?
I think it's a shame.
Ain't that a shame? Holy shit, this is fucking unbearable.
That you didn't get to fuck Lucy Typox in Vegas. Man, that's the real tragedy.
She's been on it.
Well,
that's true.
But I mean, in regards to what Buckman said, because like I'm not.
Who cares what Buckman said about a rumor?
In the feud with Buckman, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to start a war. As far as I'm concerned, this is the end of the issue. With the issue ended with me being proven right and him being proven wrong.
Yeah, I think that is, and also just to like piggyback or backtrack on what you said that you said that Buckman didn't start the rumor. We don't have proof that he didn't start the rumor, so.
Well, let's be honest. Another thing about Keely is that she has the unfortunate problem of being a woman in a fucking community.
Ain't that squad? Fuck you, Kevin. Kidding you. If I sent more than 50. Yeah, you sent 50, then you sent another 50. After I pointed out that I was not